to go? Yep, okay, perfect, okay. Welcome to Tuesday, January 2026 meeting. Please silence your cell phones, pagers, and other electronic communication devices. Agendas and speaker request forms are available at the back of the chambers if you'd like to speak today. We had a few people fill these out. We have a long agenda today, so we are going to hold true to our 3 minutes and try to stay focused on the items that are at hand so we can get through everything today. Everybody's present, so we will have a moment of silence from Commissioner Hadcock, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Thank you. I
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll review the agenda, and I would look for conversation on the agenda or a motion to approve the
Chair.
agenda. Commissioner,
I would like to move item 13F ahead of 13E, and 13F is discussing the comprehensive plan, and 13E is the wind and solar ordinance, but I'd like to put comprehensive plan in front.
okay, so they're a little, okay, so the motion would be to move 13E and 13.
Second.
Okay, so, and then approve the rest of the agenda? Or do you want to handle it one at a time?
Good to
Okay.
go.
So the motion would be to move 13E and F just to transverse their locations. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, and then look to a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Have a motion, and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Move on to item 6, the consent agenda. The Board of Commissioners uses the consent agenda to act upon non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. So at this time, we're looking to see if any citizens want to remove a consent agenda item that is 6A through 6G. Seeing none, anyone on the commission like to move a item from 6A to 6G? I'll entertain a motion for approval of 6A through 6G.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We move on to item 7, the items from Central States Fair. 2026 Black Hill Stock Show opening. Mr. Ron Jeffries as a general manager as part of the stock show. How are you, Mr. Jeffries and Miss Ashley?
Very fine, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Ron Jeffries, General Manager of the Central States Fair and the Black Hill Stock Show. With me is my Assistant General Manager, Ashley Solano. I'm just going to be real brief. I know you've got a long agenda. I'm going to let Ashley cover a couple of points we need to go over just in terms of scheduling, but I wanted to take my time to just say how special I think it is that we are allowed the opportunity to come out and represent our community in hosting this event. It's a phenomenal event. As ag goes, so goes the rest of the state. And it looks like a really good agricultural year from the beef standpoint this year. We're excited about what's coming up for the stock show. And we've done a lot of hard work, and we've had a lot of support from volunteers, our board of directors, people that take time off of work to come help fill positions for us, and then of course the sponsors that help us produce this entire show. Just a hats off to everybody out there that supports the show, and a special hats off to the team. For a real small fair team, we've got 7 full-time people in the office. We produce 2 major fairs a year, the fair and the stock show. And in all my years, which is 29 now, all the other fairs that I've ever talked to, I have not yet run into a single entity that produces 2 major events like this in a year. So I'm proud of this team. They do a great job. And I'm going to let Ashley go ahead and give you a couple of ideas about what's coming up.
Go ahead, Ashley.
So we are currently 10 days away from the official start date of the Black Hill Stock Show. Our ribbon cutting will be taking place on Thursday, the day before the stock show. So hope to see some of you guys there. Last weekend, we did start with the Thars Ranch sorting event, and then currently we're doing South Dakota Cutting Horse Association. We'll move into our horse shows. So technically, the stock show for us has already started, but the official date's, like I said, 10 days away. We have switched around a little bit in our schedule, added a few new events. Our horse sale is large again this year. It'll be a 2-day horse sale to kick off the stock show. That Friday night, we've added the rope ride and slide, which will be new this year. Our vendor trade show is sold out, and our tickets are selling really well. We moved our concerts from Thursday, Friday to Friday and Saturday, so we've seen a really big increase with the weekend ticket sales. So we're really excited, and we hope to see you guys all there.
And I think Commissioner Rosknecht has volunteered to be in the celebrity showmanship this year, so.
Yes, he has.
3 or 4 years, sure. Just give me a decent animal.
Not a chance. He's going to get the kangaroo.
I am not taking the kangaroo, I can tell you that.
Got somebody in the audience that has
That
co-packers.
thing's mean.
Ron and Ashley, we appreciate everything you do. I'm going to read an executive proclamation from the commission, and then I'll probably allow some of the commissioners to chime in, because this is an important event. It's one of the biggest events for the county and for the city. So, executive proclamation, Pennington County, South Dakota, 2026 Black Hills Stock Show and Rodeo, January 30 through February 7, 2026. Whereas we celebrate the 68th anniversary of the Black Hills Stock Show and 100th year anniversary of Sutton Rodeo. I didn't know that. It held at the Central States Fairgrounds and a monument in Rapid City, South Dakota. And whereas since 1958, Black Hills Stock Show and Rodeo is cherished tradition fostering Western living, work ethic, agricultural understanding for young and old, continues to be the spotlight for the Pennington County, Rapid City, and Western South Dakota, with an economic impact of over $30 million. We bring, and he does this with 7 people. We bring Western hospitality through many events that includes livestock shows, sales, mutton busting, agricultural merchandise and exhibits, the Ranch Rodeo, concert series, Bronx for Breakfast, PRCA, National Award-winning rodeo, Rapid City, preceded by Sutton Rodeo, and the very popular Boots and Beer Festival. These are just a few of many events held at Central States Fair and the Monument and the Summit Arena. And whereas we applaud the management and the board of directors of Black Hills Stock Show, Central States Fair, Sutton Rodeo, our community leaders, the employees at Pennington County, City of Rapid City, Monument staff, and the hundreds of volunteers that provide hospitality and safety to make this annual event an experience for all to remember. And whereas the Pennington County Commissioners, employees recognize the 68th annual Black Hills Stock Show and Rodeo and Rapid City 100th year anniversary held in Rapid City for the next 10 days, and welcome old Western hospitality and friendship for all to enjoy. Now, therefore, Pennington County, State of South Dakota hereby proclaim Friday, January 30th through Saturday, February 7th, 2026, as the 68th annual Black Hills Stock Show and Rodeo. Thank you, guys. And I was just going to open it up to the commission. I'll start with Commissioner Hadcock. If you had just a couple of words on that, maybe you wanted to say anything about the stock show, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I've been involved with the fair and the fair board for a while, and what a great group. They work very hard with their volunteers and make Pennington County and rural Rapid City and South Dakota pretty amazing to introduce what a lot of us city folk don't understand about country folk, I keep saying. So appreciate everything you guys do. It's a great event. It's a big event, and it's a great economic driver for Rapid City and Western South Dakota. So thank you all for what you do, and your volunteers as well. Couldn't do it without them.
Thank you, Commissioner Hadcock. Commissioner Rosknecht, sir.
When I first got on the commission 6-7 years ago, and we had to, talk about the Central States Fair and the Black Hills Stock Show, and what I didn't realize is that you're not even done cleaning the sawdust off the floor for the stock show, and you're already planning 12 months ahead for the Central States Fair. I mean, it just never stops. Just never an idle minute in your office. So, and I realize the economic benefit. That's really cool, but there's also that component of bringing people together and relationships and networking. That's also important. And you guys, I don't know anybody that does it better than you guys. I just want to say thank you for all your efforts, and make sure you tell the staff that we all said thank you as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruskina. Commissioner Durr, you have the floor, sir.
So yeah, and Ron, yeah, you've been around a long time.
So have you.
Yeah, I know. Doing a great job, and Ashley, I'm glad to see you step into that position. I mean, I'm currently on the fair board, and to see you step up and how you've moved up through the organization and the teamwork in the office, it's just great. So kudos to you guys for putting on a great event. Just kind of echoing what everybody else says. I mean, it's just nice to have this, in Pennington County, and the relationship that it brings with all the partners in the community. So anyway, and I got a last minute kind of a Hail Mary just a few days ago with Monument Health asking if we could bring some therapy horses up there. So I'll be up there on Saturday. I think in the Summit Arena, I'll have some therapy horses up there for the kids. So we'll see you then.
Thanks. Thank you, Commissioner Durr. Last but not least, Commissioner
Thank you,
Cruz.
thank you. So, Ron and Ashley, you're too modest. This is a lot bigger deal than we're talking about. This is huge. So, and as Ashley referenced, it's not just the 10 days that's advertised for the public. It's ongoing for about 3 weeks, I think, altogether. So it's super. It's a great show. And I noticed this morning as I pulled into a gas station to top off that there were several horse trailers parked in there, one with a Wyoming plate, one with a North Dakota plate. I suspect they're here for that. So we know that they come early. They do a lot of business in our area, those ranchers do. So appreciate what you do for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'll reiterate what the Commissioner said, and we've had the conversations. I think you are too modest. I think that what you do for driving sales tax in Rapid City and the surrounding area and delivering on our #1 industry is awesome. We appreciate what you guys do. Good luck. Have a great stock show. We're looking forward to it. So
Thank you. We'll see you at the stock show.
And we'll move on. Okay, well, I guess we're looking for a motion here for me to approve my signature on this
So
proclamation.
move.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Carries. We're going to move on to item 8. Speaker request form is required. Action will not be taken during this section, and I will, we have a couple speaker request forms, and I think, Mr. Anderson, you wanted to talk on another item, but you have to leave too, so if you want to come forward, Mr. Anderson, and I know you have to leave, so we will get these to you. You had a couple items you wanted to talk about, item 13 and 15, but we're going to take your time at public comment to approach that.
Robert Anderson, 3365 Anderson Road, Rapid City, South Dakota. I'm asking you to please vote yes to secure $90,000 for the sheriff's station. The station is already included in TIF number 6, and with 80-plus homes already constructed out in Apple Valley, traffic has increased significantly, with many people exceeding the speed limits and running stop signs. We also, in the future, need to look into a jake brake ordinance in what we call the 3-mile island. Animals get upset, and the noise can last as long as a 12-hour working day. Everybody respects emergency sirens, but disrespects a jake brake being used on flat ground. I'd like to speak towards the animal
Yes, go right ahead, Mr.
issue.
Bob.
Under feed and storage, as a hay producer out in Rapid Valley, I can assure you that properly harvested hay can be safely stored indoors, outdoors, but not in a container. It needs to breathe. That terminology should be struck from 106 item C. Another issue is any coop, cage, barn, stable, or enclosed structure must house, it states that it be located at least 25 feet from any dwelling and property line. Many neighbors have shared communal fence lines for years, sharing replacement and repair costs as needed. As B11 states, fence between two adjoining properties creating a 50, you must construct a fence 25 feet from your neighbor's property, and that would leave a 50-foot buffer between, which is hard to access and take care of, and construction of fences are very expensive, and this is unnecessary. Thank you.
Mr. Bob. James Bialato, sir.
Well, my name is James Bialato. I'm a candidate for U.S. House. Later today, around 3:30, I'll be fighting in court today. One of the issues brought up is the MacArthur grant. And the MacArthur grant, as we discussed before, was a pay-to-play operation to release people from jail and not prosecute some. After research with legal counsel and other elected officials, I need to explain to you South Dakota Codified Law 22-11-10. This law was enacted in 2005, which makes it illegal for any person to accept or offer or agree to accept any pecuniary benefit as consideration for, in subsection 1, refraining from seeking prosecution of an offender. The MacArthur grant did just that. The penalties for compounding in South Dakota range from misdemeanors to felonies. As the chairman and the board, your signing off on the grant made you an accessory to the crime. You could be charged for one level below each offense cited, and these will be hundreds and thousands of cases that the Pennington County state's attorneys released certain people and didn't prosecute others. From their own statements, they admitted dismissing charges on people based on illegal qualifications and did not follow the equal prosecution and equal protection clause of the U.S. Constitution. So what does that mean? Well, let's see if, for instance, that happened in this county. Everybody remembers the young Ukrainian woman in North Carolina who had her throat cut by one of these releasees from this similar program there. But I would have you look back to 2021 here in Rapid City, where James Jumping Eagle, a 3-time convicted felon, violent rapist, was released on a zero-cost bond, and within approximately less than 24 hours, raped and beheaded Rita McGovern. That's how destructive this program was. I would ask that this commission send a resolution to the state's attorney to ignore all principles formally outlined, and that a similar resolution be sent to the State Judiciary Committee, because it wasn't just done here in Pennington, it was also done in Minnehaha. Due to this illegal program, you could be looking at thousands of overturned cases. What are we going to do? Are you going to do the right thing now, or are you going to barrel through and bury the facts? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bellato. Thank you for managing the 3 minutes almost perfectly. We have one more speaker request form from Patty Bruner. Patty, are you here? Ms. Bruner, when you come forward, just give your name and who you are, so just for the record. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Patty Bruner. I live at 6679 Longview Road, and I've been there since 1987. I pay my taxes loyally. And I would like to support Jerry's corrections to this animal unit density limit. My dad told me, and he was born in 1896, keep that in mind, that you can feed an animal cheaper by buying them feed than buying the land to support them. And that's especially true in western South Dakota. You cannot graze an animal year-round, so you have to buy feed. Bob Anderson already brought up how that storage should be handled. I'm also going to speak to the heart of us that believe in the youth. The more restrictions we get on this, the more we define what the youth can enroll in projects when it comes to 4-H, for instance. So just keep that in mind. I'm not going to even take my 3 minutes, but keep the restrictions as less as possible. And we are an ag community. You just supported Central States Fair, Black Hills Stock Show. Where do those people come from? They come from rural backgrounds. They had to start somewhere, and maybe their parents didn't have land or whatever to support them, so they either went through mentorship of some kind or some type of program. Does that make sense? So give the kids a chance is all I'm saying. And I can't speak for a lot of the animals that are listed here because I raise horses. But I've had neighbors with pigs, goats, sheep, ducks, chickens. And sometimes they wandered over on my property, but I didn't care. Because you know why? That desensitized my horses to those types of things. And I was afraid for their animals more than I was concerned about my own. So keep the ag as much as you can, support the youth as much as you can, and people coming into the territory, maybe they need to look at what those venues are, where they want to live. Maybe they should do a little more study on, well, do I want to live in this type of community? And maybe they need to search elsewhere. Okay? Thanks for your attention.
Mr. Chair.
Yep,
And
thank you.
thank you for doing what you do. It's not an easy job, I'm sure.
Commissioner,
I just wanted to point out that for the folks in the audience, that when we're talking about this ordinance, this would apply to these smaller rural residence areas and not your larger farm and ranches.
But do you see how it's encroaching on us? That's
okay,
what we're here for.
We'll take this up again, Commissioner Roskine.
Yeah.
We'll take this up again.
Yep.
But Dan Maloli, are you here? Because when we talked earlier, you had some things to say, but you never turned in a speaker request for him, sir.
He's got them, not for public comment. It'll be
Oh,
for the
not,
item.
he's gonna be on each item. That's fine. Dan, it's up to you, man. If you wanna go now, we've been letting people go now because our meeting is lengthy. So Dan, you wanna come forward? I know your conversation parallels, so let's go ahead. Jordan, we're gonna put him in here on public comment if you're fine with that, so.
I had two, one on the sheriff's station, one on the animal.
Okay. Can you condense them for us, Dan?
Yeah,
One more is fine.
I guess I'm probably echoing a lot of what's already been said, but my name is Dan Mullally, 6390 Longview Road, Rapid Valley, out by Longview and Carlin, and we're basically ag out there with a lot of animals, and I would like to see any animal control modifications, regulations to be more on the liberal side and consider more how the animals fit into the particular property and how they're cared for, rather than having just a quantitative definition of, say, horses per acre. I think we should look at how they fit into the particular property. In other words, be less restrictive. I have 6 acres out there, and then it seems like there's kind of a separate issue, but those regulations tie into the zoning. And the zoning out there is just a checkerboard. I don't understand how it ever got to be the way it is, but we're suburban residential on 6 acres. We probably should be a ranchette, so maybe something else to consider reviewing. So that's all I had on that one. Should I go to the next?
Go to the sheriff's one then.
Okay, the Apple Valley development is just down the street from us, and it's a TIF, and $500,000 was designated for a sheriff's satellite station, which we supported having that in there, even though we weren't particularly in favor of the TIF itself. But several of us have been talking to the sheriff about it and tracking the progress. But on the, I support the $90,000 enhancements. I think we need a strong law enforcement presence out there. And like I said, if we need to put in a little extra money at this point, now's the time to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malloy. And I kind of went out of order a little bit because our meeting's so long. I didn't want everybody to have to sit here all day. We want to hear what you have to say. So Sherry, I'm going to give you the opportunity if you want to come forward now or wait for 13. So I know yours. Pardon? 13D is what you're speaking on. So you could come forward and, if you want to speak now, or you can come on 13D, which would make you wait for a long time. I don't want to keep everybody here all day, so.
Thank you.
But we do want to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. Well, good morning, Chamber. Nice to see you all this morning, and the wind's not blowing for a little bit. I'm here to speak on the same topics. I'll start with the sheriff's substation. I just want to let you guys know how much we appreciate that the sheriff, I know Commissioner Durr has been working hard on this, and all of you for enforcing that the substation happens. It was an important part of the TIF that helped the Apple Valley subdivision happen. And when you add 400 plus homes with high density to a traditionally rural residential area, you're going to have obviously significant change in demographics and in traffic. And with that brings a lot of concern for that neighborhood. And so I just appreciate that you guys are looking at supporting that effort to have that substation there and keeping true to that TIF. And it just sounds like you need a little bit more money to make it what it needs to be. And it might come from the county, so thank you for considering that. The other topic, along with my neighbors, that I'm here to share on is the ordinance amendment to amend the special animal keeping regulations. I wasn't really sure how to fill out my speaker card because I do support the efforts that you guys are making already in changing and amending the ordinance that is out there. I feel like it needs to go further. I don't know that the numeric regulation is fully the way to go. I'd like to see it addressed more on a level of, a nuisance to the neighbors. I think it's more important how we take care of our animals and how we take care of the land that the animals are on versus, counting species numbers. Ron Jeffries and my family go way back. We are huge supporters of the Black Hills Stock Show. My kids have been able to grow up in a small acreage and have horses and roping cattle throughout the years, and it's really brought a lot of success to my kids and my family in the sport of rodeo and in great organizations like 4-H. And I would just appreciate that you guys would continue to keep that rural residential area the way that it's been. And I think amending it further would help doing that. And finally, I'll just say that, like Dan Mullally, and looking at the zoning, I do have some concerns. Commissioner Ross Connect, I know what you were saying earlier about, suburban residential, but even just in our area alone, if you look at the zoning maps, it doesn't fully make sense that there are some acreages that are considered suburban residential, some that are considered rural residential, others ranchette and ag. I have 40 acres off of Radar Hill Road that are not contiguous to my acreage in the valley, and it's even zoned suburban residential. So probably a different meeting, but I think further evaluation is needed to look at the zoning, and especially before we attach any ordinance or rules to a specific zoning area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry. I appreciate that. And so if anybody out there has some of the wildest, craziest animals that Mr. Roskinek can show at the fair, we'd greatly appreciate that. We'll move on to item...
Kangaroos.
We'll move on to item number 9. I didn't see it. Was there any other speaker questions?
How about a badger?
Pardon?
I'd consider it. No kangaroos.
No kangaroos. No kangaroos. Anything else? So if we get something crazy. So we're going to move on to item 9 because I don't see anybody else unless there's somebody else that wanted to speak real quick, but don't see that. So item 9, items from Pennington County Housing and Redevelopment. Mr. Ochbach, how are you, sir?
Good morning, Commission.
You have the floor.
Brian Ochbach, Pennington County Housing and Redevelopment Commission. I'll be brief. A couple years ago, we started a process of repositioning our public housing. We are basically on application number 3. First application was the disposition of 37 single-family units. We're getting to the late innings of that. We're down to our last 12, 13. An application is submitted for the demolition of Edwards Manor. This is the repositioning of the 3 towers. They're pretty well known in Rapid City, 258 units, 3 towers, River Ridge, Valley View, and Jackson Heights. Again, we're repositioning it off of the public housing platform because the federal government doesn't want to be in the public housing business anymore. We are set up. We've created a sister nonprofit that will take over the ownership of that as we move forward. Again, it's going to, as far as the residents are concerned, it's going to be managed by the same people. If they have a complaint about something, they call me, just like they do now. So nothing about the way we manage the property is going to change. This will mean, though, that we can bring in some private equity. We are looking at doing about $25 to $30 million of modernization on the 3 towers. These towers have been here for 50 years. They have been foundational on the affordable housing we've provided in this community, and they can be foundational for the next 50 years. So I've had 3 resident meetings. The residents are excited about it, the possibilities of getting new kitchens. They've got a long list of, the list is much longer than we'll probably be able to accomplish. But the residents are also excited about the freedom that they might have. A resident of public housing cannot move to another jurisdiction, but now they'll have a voucher that they can take. So if they want to remain, they can. If they want to move, there is some resident options in that. So I'm asking for your support. In the future, I will be back with probably our attorney. We'll be looking for a resolution as we kind of get into the getting closer to the closing because of the fact that there are some state statutes that require a resolution. But this is just a letter of support today so that we can submit the application to HUD.
Perfect.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
Thank you, Brian. I asked Brian if he would come here because I know Frank from the Journal was asking some questions on some of the housing units, and we needed to clarify to the public that we still will own the properties. It will just be a sister nonprofit still owned by us. I'm the chair of the Pennington County Housing Authority, and this has opened it up so we can help more people in the community and then do that workforce housing a little bit too, and give us more opportunity also to go in different areas in Rapid City, Pennington County area and clean up some of the areas that need help. Also with the scattered units, selling those, we didn't displace people. We actually replaced them in different areas that they wanted or gave them vouchers. So they weren't just kicked out of their units. So the bottom thing was we want to do some modernization. We want to help more people. We want to make sure the rental assistance demonstration, which what I was talking about to Frank about the RAD program, that the community understands that if you look what we've been doing, we've been cleaning up the properties with cameras and taking out the rugs in the halls and just making a huge difference. And we've had not so many complaints about public housing anymore. Bottom line is, we did this with my motel. No, we cannot in my weekly motels use any assistance from the public housing, which I was okay with. I would just wanted to join and understand how people were being treated and what they were living in at that time, and that's also why we ended up doing weekly motels, just to make the quality of life for people a lot better. And I can tell you, and I can't tell you enough about Brian Achbach and his team. They are amazing. If you want to see a guy that cares about people and that wants to make a difference, but doesn't let you get away with everything. You don't just get to go in there for free and go, okay, this is great, come on in. Nope, there's requirements, there's what it's called is respect for the property, respect for the people. It's called peaceful enjoyment. Taught me a big word there. Pretty awesome. But if you have an opportunity and you want to see a guy that does amazing public housing with a team of people that actually care and have made a huge difference, come see Brian Achbach. And the bottom line today was to bring that up so people knew what repositioning meant and what RAD meant, and that the property at Memorial Apartments that are not being sold to anybody else, we will still own them. We just can't have a nonprofit in there anymore because of the transition. So bottom line is, thank you, Brian, for coming to explain to the citizens and to basically the media that we are still going to take care of our people. We are not making anybody move in this case in those big high rises or anything. We're just going to make it more sufficient, effective, and more of those life skills, hopefully helping people in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner Hadcock. Do we have any more comments? Brian, I just had a question on your 25 to 30 million. How are you going to generate those funds?
Well, we'll be submitting an application, a 4% tax credit application to the state. That's probably going to be going in here end of January, first part of February. Tax credits will pay about 30 to 40 cents of the modernization. So in these days and times where everybody's talking about inflation, one of the best things that we can do is bring in some private equity to, if we can get a 30 to 40 cent reduction on the, as far as what we're paying out of pocket. The remainder will be financing.
And that'll come from the rent rolls that you have positioned.
That's right. Then the financing, the debt service will be serviced from the rent roll. Yep, perfect. Exactly. Yep.
What a great deal. And thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Commissioner Roskinek, sir. You have the floor.
We're going to be talking about, building renovation, repurposing the day on one of our buildings. So with that being said, the 30 million, 25 million on the 3 towers, just kind of an overview to the general public, what major items will be involved in that updating or renovation?
Yep, so we are working on a scope of work right now, but infrastructure is, we don't want to put new paint on something if the infrastructure is bad. So we're looking at infrastructure primarily. There are systems right now, the electrical switch, the electrical the system at Jackson Heights is an old system that you can't even get parts for, new parts. We are out on the market purchasing used parts so that we can keep the lights on for, now it's not, we're not afraid that the lights are going out. The issue, it's fine. But backup generators, those things need to be converted. They need to be new and converted to natural gas. Boilers at Jackson Heights specifically are 30, 40 years old, same at Valley View, River Ridge, those boilers old. So primarily infrastructure, then we'll be looking at the garbage chutes, trash compaction, and then moving into the individual apartments. We want to make sure that those apartments that we've said are handicap accessible are truly meeting 504. They don't, that wasn't a concern back in 1973 when they got built. So we'll be making those modifications. And then the fixtures and the cabinets, they really have, we've done a really good job of maintaining them, but they have kind of lived out. We've gotten every ounce of life in there. It's time for shower bases and things like that to be changed, along with cabinetry and toilets and those. So
yeah, and that's the point that I wanted to make, that we all know infrastructure is very expensive, and not only do you got the cost of new infrastructure, but then you got the cost of taking the old infrastructure out. But if you don't have the infrastructure, you don't have the utility as an apartment unit.
Yeah, that's correct.
So thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Perfect. Good question. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. I don't see any other questions. So thanks for the presentation. And we'll move on to looking for are we looking for a motion here?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to move to authorize the board chair to sign and submit the letter of support for PCHRC rental assistance demonstrations, Section 18 blend conversion of Jackson Heights, River Ridge, and Valley View properties as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, and with great enthusiasm. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're looking for a motion here for executive session for contractual.
Chair, I'll make a motion to go into executive session for contractual and it's got pending litigation, but 125-2-3, and it's regarding a 2026 county extension MOU.
Perfect.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll be adjourned for, well, not really adjourned, but we'll be moving into executive session. That's one of the reasons I let some of the people come up early, so I'm just trying to accommodate you guys best I can. So we'll be back. I don't know if that's good or bad. Hey, Corey. Does somebody have a motion to come out of executive session?
Second.
Have a motion and a second to come out of executive session. I'll wait till her gets up here. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're out of executive session and move on to item number, okay, I guess we have to motion to items from planning and zoning.
Out of executive session.
They are in 10.
We did. I'm going to make a motion that we convene as a Board of Adjustment.
Second.
We have a motion to convene as Board of Justice. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. What's strange here is I have something in between items from planning and zoning. There's, are those just attachments?
Yeah, those are
In
just,
between, so we're moving to 11, right?
yep,
Okay.
11A.
So, thank you. Okay. 11B, all right. A,
This is a continuance
yep,
on 11A
yep.
till February 3rd, 2026. That'd be my motion.
We have a motion to continue item 11A. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to continue 11A. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move on to item 11B. I think there was some people that were going to chime in on 11A, and are they on Zoom? Joan, will we just, can we tell them that we continued that item? Are they up there?
Cody Sack, Senior Planner. They are on Zoom. I did let them know when I spoke with them last week that
They
this
wanna
item
speak?
was getting continued, but they wanted to
Okay.
be on Zoom just in case this item was discussed. So I don't know if they want to discuss it.
Let's ask them if they want to have anything to say. Can they hear us?
Yeah, they should be able to hear.
Yeah. Joan says they should be able to hear us.
Okay. I mean, they have to unmute themselves then?
Doesn't sound like they've got much to say.
Mr. Chair.
I'm not
Yep.
sure.
Commissioner Ross.
So Cody, or Jordan, did this exhibit that I did all the commissioners get a copy of that?
I believe so. I think
And
it
then
was distributed.
Cody with planning and zoning, did you get one of these?
I did not get one of
Well,
those.
this is
no.
the, I'll make sure you get one, but this is relative to this cell tower.
Okay, perfect. Yeah,
I called you last week and we talked about some of the distances and stuff, so we don't have to discuss it today, but I just want,
If everybody has a copy.
I'd
we
like
can
for
bring it
this
up.
applicant to get a copy of that too.
I can send it to Chad and Mike Long, I believe is who we're
Okay,
working with.
thank you.
So I'm not going to wait all day. We're going to move on to item 11B. Whatever the variance or Dean Shireen Haas. Hello. Are you ready to roll here?
Morning, Commissioners. Christine Phillip, Assistant Planner. Agenda item 11B is variance COVA 25-0021 to reduce a required setback to the north property line. The applicant owners are Dean and Shireen Haas. They are in the audience if you have questions for them. The location is 13514 Earl Court. Variance COVA 25-0021 was continued from the December 16th, 2025 meeting to the January 6th, 2026 meeting, as notifications had not been sent out to the landowners. And the variance was continued from the January 6th, 2026 meeting to allow time for the Pennington County Commissioners to make a site visit to the property. Staff recommends denial of variance COVA 25-0021, as there are no special conditions on the subject property that would support approval. However, if the Board of Adjustment disagrees and approves the request, staff recommends 3 conditions be included. The variance only applies to the proposed 30 by 32 detached garage. that the applicant obtains an approved building permit for the proposed garage, and that the applicant provides a survey to the planning department for the proposed garage setbacks on the north property line.
Here.
All right, I got one question. So the survey and those types of things has to be done right now?
They had a survey done because we have to have it to accept the variance
perfect.
application for
Okay,
setbacks.
Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
So Christina, tell me how it got to an appeal, how an appeal works, and then once the appeal works, how does the variance process go in for notification so the applicant knows basically the process once you say what you guys have to say and then they go into the variance, just so the board knows?
So on September 15th, we took in an agenda submission request because we do not take a variance if it does not fit in with the ordinance. On October 7th of 25, the submission was presented by Megan to the Board of Commissioners to see if we were able to take it in, and you guys did tell us to take that in. On November 12th, I took the variance application in because there's a waiting process.
What date was that?
On November 12th.
Okay.
On December 12th, the variance was continued to the January 6th meeting because letters had not got sent out to the property owners. And on January 6th, we pushed it out till today so that you guys could do a site visit.
Okay.
So is that what you needed, Commissioner Hadcock?
So let me ask you something. So when you do the appeal process and then you have them sign a paper, at that time, did you get asked if what dirt work is or what the process is or what they can build or what they can do on their property by chance?
Yes, and under our ordinance right now, 506 does allow for dirt work.
Okay.
But that
Does
dirt
it
work.
specify what dirt work is?
Land disturbance, evacuation, clearing, or land disturbance of an area less than 10,000 square feet may be commerced prior to approval of a building permit. No other construction activities are allowed to commerce until a building permit has been signed, stamped, approved by the planning director or designee.
Okay. So at that time, why I continued the process is like I always did, and some other the audience people that I went out to their property with Jason, same way I did on this, just to make sure that I saw the property. Commissioner Ross Connect and me both continued, not because I had my mind made up, because I always do. I do it at the Planning Commission or otherwise and tell people I might change my mind based on what I see on the property. At that time, on the appeal, we decided that we had time to go see what was happening on the property, didn't worry about the dirt work, all that kind of stuff. And then when we went to visit on this particular property, they already had the, basically the cement ready to be poured on the property with the base course and the rebar for a variance or for a garage. So at that time, me and Jason went, I brought somebody else, always do, just for confirmation. We went to visit the neighbor, and he said as well, for consistency, so it wasn't me that said consistency. Out there, I've been in this area in Pine Haven maybe 3 or 4 times. For consistency, we made people follow that process with either variances or otherwise, and the neighbor had to follow their variance as well when they had Forest Service next to him. He said, so for consistency, and I said, well, at this time, I don't see that there could be a problem with this. And he said, Deb, but if you're gonna have a rule or this area, whether it be the campground or otherwise, and the vacation home rental or anything else that you have let in here, you've always been consistent. And I said, that's true. So long story short, I told the applicants that I'm one of 4 on the phone. Jason was listening at the time from the planning department. I'm one of 4. I didn't know, I heard that one of the commissioners might be gone, so if I was saying no, they might not get the variance unless I had looked at something different. The other thing is I wouldn't tell anybody they can't get something. I will tell them the process, and most people know that from me since the beginning. So the applicant decided that we owed him and had said that we owed him $11,000 because he didn't do the dirt work. He actually was ready to pour cement. I said, sir, that was up to you. That's at your own risk. So the bottom line is I understand sometimes you don't understand the dirt work or what dirt work is, but pouring and getting ready to pour a pad is a little bit different, so I don't think it would be at our risk, it would be at your own, is what I told him. He had said, well, what if we did 25 feet? Would you have a problem with that? And I said, no, sir. Actually, you would be having your building permit by now, and you wouldn't have to go through the variance process. He said, how about my neighbor? If I do 25 feet, can my neighbor complain just because they don't like where my garage is? I said, no, sir. At that point, you get a building permit, and like any other constituent, you get to build it where you want to. So I just wanted to clarify that. And again, Jason was listening. We were in my truck. I had to pull over just to make sure I wrote some of the stuff down and remembered what they had said. So at that point, I agree with the appeal process because we came up with the appeal process so we'd have time for the applicants to actually understand the process through the planning department. And then when they got their variance, they were totally understood that they had to pay for anything moving forward, because if they didn't have a hardship, that we could move forward. And so far, it's worked pretty good for most people because, like I said, if we didn't have anybody complaining or otherwise, I probably wouldn't mind. You're just going to go in there, but I also see a drainage area in that area on that land. So bottom line is, for me, also with the campground issue, Mr. Haas told me that we as a commissioner made Mr. Haas not, or he's going to move out of his $1 million home because this commission put a mobile home by him. And I said, sir, we were just following the process just like we are you today with the setbacks and everything else. So this process works for everybody, including the campground or anybody in that area. And I have no hard feelings, and no, I never make up my mind until I go out there and see. And if the neighbor has an issue and it's not right next to their property, I probably wouldn't care, but they also have trees in different areas that they have concerns with, and they can speak on that themselves. But I wanted to know that also had a witness sitting next to me, so we all knew exactly what I said to try to help the people. No, I don't want to shut people down, but I also like the process, and there's a process for a reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hadcock.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews, sir. You
I
have the
did,
floor.
following our last meeting, I did take advantage to go out and visit the property. And quite frankly, I don't believe there's a better location on the property for less visual impact to the neighbors than the site that they have selected. And so I'm supporting this variance.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, and I went out and looked at the property myself. You know, when we say dirt work, you know, you're telling an applicant you want to, until you get the variance, you might not want to do anything, maybe some dirt work. Well, dirt work could be a 24 by 24 pad on a level surface. Of that dirt work could be going into a mountainside that could be hundreds of thousands of dollars. So that's very vague, and I'd also say it's a little bit misleading. My report that I wrote up, and I don't see my report, but my report I mentioned that I went out there and I looked at it, and I saw the forms that were ready, you know, the day before. They could have easily just poured a concrete slab. And I talked to Brittany, and I said, if they poured the concrete slab, would they be in violation? Would you need a building permit? And she said, no, you can pour a concrete slab. You don't need a building permit. But a lot of the videos and correspondence that I've looked at, it kind of sounded, do what you want, but you just can't go up. Now, they didn't have a variance. Granted, they did not have a variance, but it was pretty much understood you can do whatever you want. Just don't go up. And that's going up would be putting your frame. But my report, I concluded in my report that all the information that I saw in the interviews, and not intentionally, but it looked pretty misleading to me. And therefore, I'm going to support the variance, because I don't think they'd been where they were if it wasn't for that being misled. Now, I'm not saying intentional, but it just, if you look at some of the videos, it certainly looked like we were going to allow for this variance in the beginning.
Thank you, Commissioner Roskinek. Commissioner
Chair.
Drews, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah. So initially, when this came in front of the commission, you know, couple months ago or whatever, when they were saying the planning department denied the variance request because there was no hardship as stated by Commissioner Hadcock. And so the appeal process basically was come in front of the commission and ask for the opportunity to present for the variance. And at that point in time, it was 4-1, and the lone no vote was me. And so then they came forward with the request at the last meeting on the variance. And what did come to my attention, and getting back to what Commissioner Roskinek just addressed, it seemed like there was a little bit of confusion as to what I can do without actually getting a build permit. And, I've had conversations related to this, and then internally thinking, I'm surprised based on our ordinance that you could do what they did without getting a building permit. That a site plan and all of that should be part of the process. And I think that there's a discussion about changing that in our ordinance.
Correct.
Okay, to clarify that further, because it surprises me that anybody could do the work they did and not have that already approved with a building permit and not even start that until you get through the variance process. So last Friday, I went out there on that windy morning and met with the applicants and looked at the site. And so I was the one that was a no vote, and now I'm a yes vote because I'm surprised they were able to get in doing what they did work-wise. But the other issue is related to the setback, and that is right behind the building that they're at. If they were to move 25 feet ahead, and I'm with Commissioner Drews, it's the best site location on the property to put that. If they were to move it ahead, it's going to be right in the center of another existing building they have that's going to deny them access to that building. And directly behind this property, when you go out and look, there's a ravine and there's a little stand of trees there, but there looks like a natural drainage flow that goes back behind this and goes down a ravine. And so it just looks like, this would be the place to put it, and it doesn't appear to me that that setback is going to create a problem for any of the surrounding properties. But what I would like to see is not another situation like in this property, that we look at how we address people coming forward, and that we maybe look at our internal process and look at our ordinance and say, yeah, you're getting ready to pour concrete and you could do that, but it doesn't require a building permit. I think all of that should be a part of the site plan that gets approved in advance, and maybe we wouldn't have this issue.
Thank you. I got a couple questions. The first question is what date did they come forward for the request to appeal?
Well, September 15th, they came into the office to try and turn in an application for a variance.
And then we went denied by the planning commission. And at some point, they came to the committee.
October 7th.
Commissioner Durr voted against that appeal.
Yep, that's October 7th.
October 7th, okay. So October 7th? Okay.
Yes, of 25.
So I want to explain a little bit to the audience what happens here. And what happens here is that the commission has taken on a role to try to accelerate or help alleviate red tape. The planning commission, Ms. Brittany and her group has said, yeah, we'll help you with that. And so part of the process, typically when you come forward for a variance, it's like, hey man, you got to go out, get the survey, do this, do that, do this, and then we'll tell you. Well, then if that happens, then there's thousands of dollars wrapped up into a application that can be denied. So being a good steward of the citizens of the county, there's been a process put in place that says, and I think the next item on our agenda is that item. Knowing what I know now, I will vote differently, because we voted to tell these people that we're going to allow you to, other than Commissioner Durr, we're going to allow you to move forward with your application. So what we did as a commission circumvented what our personnel are trying to do. So we had conflicting information given out to people, whatever they did. Mm-hmm. I mean, Ms. Brittany had put a process in place to try to eliminate that from happening because of my non-knowledge of that process and not understanding of that process. I voted yeah. And had I know today, after going through all these, I would have voted no until I get out there and see the process, because I wouldn't want anybody to do what exactly happened. So the other question I have is, why do we have 25-foot setbacks? I can build my house 8 foot from my neighbor's property line, so we can get 16 feet in between two houses, and actually can get 5 feet in between two eaves if I'm in the city. So maybe you can explain why we do 25 foot for a garage. It seems kind of excessive.
The zoning on that property is rural residential, and that's what they require is 25 feet on all sides, and that includes the detached accessory
Maybe
structures.
Going back, and it's something we'd have to address at another time. I'm not sure why there's 25 feet. I mean, they had people come today and say 25 feet on fences was an issue to hold back a cow or a horse or whatever, and 25 feet's a big, go ahead, Miss Brittany, maybe you can help answer that.
Sorry, Brittany Hand, Planning Director. The reason that they're 25 feet on all those larger lot zonings, so these zoning districts have 3 acres or more, is to have that separation. So when you have these larger lots, you have a bigger separation, because that's what the expectation is. On these larger lots, if you have these larger lots, you're not building, everyone's building to one side. On the smaller lots that have the 8 feet, those are usually an acre or less. So it's like the buildable area.
Sure, thanks for the explanation. And I think that would be in the eye of the beholders. Okay, so
Chair.
I want to make those comments. Commissioner Hadcock.
So Brittany, can you come up for a sec, maybe even Jason? So I guess I didn't get that, why they would pour the concrete pad if they were basically looking at a variance and then getting the paper that Miss Christina just read of what they could do on their property. And then I just heard someone say that you said they could build the,
No, that wasn't said.
okay, Brittany, so what was said when you talked to, I don't remember who said it, on the concrete pad?
So a concrete pad does not require setbacks. To meet setbacks, it can't be in easements, so it couldn't be in the 8-foot utility and drainage easement, which is around each lot. But a concrete pad, we do not consider it a structure, so it doesn't require a building permit, and it isn't required to meet the setbacks. It's only required to stay out of easements.
So when they asked for a variance and they built the pad, that wasn't anything unusual?
So if they built a pad, I mean, it happens all the time, especially in the valley or other places that might have smaller lots, but a pad is not considered a structure.
So what if they decided, or we decided they didn't get the variance? Then Mr. Haas is right. Then he's out $11,000 because we didn't clarify it?
As far as clarification is the pad?
Yes,
Or-
because he's building the pad and he's thinking, well, maybe I'm going to get this variance.
So building a pad and dirt work are totally two different things. Dirt work doesn't have anything to do with pouring concrete, laying rebar. It's with moving dirt.
Well, that's why I'm saying. So the difference is that dirt work and a pad is two different things. Once you start getting a pad, but you don't need a building permit for a pad?
No.
So now I understand why the commissioners were saying what they said, because if you don't need a permit, but what I understood now, what Jason meant is, okay, you can do the dirt work. If you do the pad, you can still go up and do the pad, right? For the garage. But what happens if you don't get the variance? Then Mr. Haas, which makes sense, says you owe me $11,000. I misunderstood what you said, because he already has a pad. So does anybody at that time, when you take pictures or anything, tell Mr. Haas that he can't do the pad, and if he does it, that's what I was listening to, is then you're doing it at your own risk? Because if this board says, that's why you get a variance, says no, then you already built a concrete pad. So now I'm understanding why they're moving in a different direction. I think the process works. It just needs to be clarified what dirt work, and if you do the pad, literally anything past dirt work is at your own risk. It doesn't say that, and if it doesn't say that, what's happening, like I said, then they are out $11,000 thinking they can build a pad.
So when we went out and did the site visit on December 16th, they had only done dirt work. So the pad and all of the rebar and the forms being done was after the last meeting. So they did that after the last meeting when it was continued. So when staff went out and looked at and did the site visit for this item, dirt work was the only thing done. There wasn't forms done, there wasn't rebar in, there wasn't any of that done.
But they
But
were
that was
here.
at the last meeting, and they were here.
But Brittany, they asked you if they could go up. And what meant going up, you can't build anything up, but without a building permit, what they're understanding then is that they can build a pad because they don't need a building permit for it.
Well, anybody can, anywhere in the county can do that.
Well, that's why I said. And then I asked you also, has it happened more than once? That people built a pad or got ready to pour it and you said yes. So then that tells me maybe there's some misunderstanding of what's happening with what they're getting with dirt work, and I don't know how we clarify it better, but to me, the appeal process works. It's what's in between of what they can build. And someone suggested maybe we just say they can't do anything till we're ready to build or get the building permit. And if that's what needs to happen, it's going to be unfortunate because we did the appeal process letting them do the dirt work so they could get ready, because some of the dirt work isn't just a garage. It's a camper. It's a campground. So now I understand why they had the misunderstanding of some of it. Number two, it needs to be clarified and then put in writing somewhere that dirt work means this specific thing. It doesn't mean anything past that. Then it's at your own risk if you build a pad or anything else, to clarify for anybody moving forward.
Commissioner Hadcock, thank you, and for the clarification. I think that's where we're heading here, because the office did what we wanted them to do, but the commission up here did not do what we should have done by doing this exploration prior to saying, yep, go forward. Because once you say, yep, go forward, I would think, in my mind, I'm going to build this garage. So I want to make sure we understand that no good deed goes unpunished. But that's on us, or on me, for one. I know you guys take whatever blame or ignorance you want to take on it. But,
Okay.
so let's, we
Can I
got a motion
say
on this
one
item?
thing?
Yes.
Mr. Haas did mention, though, in the email that neither Megan nor I ever stated that this was a guarantee, and that it was always clarified that we never
100%.
knew how the vote would go.
And I wouldn't disagree with that.
Right.
None of this is on you guys or the
Yeah.
staff.
Right.
I'm going to tell you that right now. It's not on the staff. This is a process that works, but Ron Weifenbach, the chair of the board, didn't understand the process. This next item that comes up, I will make it very clear that if we give the person the opportunity to bring their variance to the board, because we're just circumventing what you guys set up to try to help the people. We circumvented it by saying, yeah, go ahead. 'Cause that would be an assumption to me that you were going to build this garage. That's the only conclusion that I can come to, and it's solely on me as one of the people that should have said to that person standing there that if you do this, if we allow you to do this variance, we better qualify that by saying, we're going to come out there and look at your property and see if it works. And then you go forward with your own risk. I think that would be fair. I think the process was very well intended. I think it works, and I'm not going to change it for a one-off in my mind. But so if we can get a motion on the floor, we can
Mr.
move
Chair.
on. Commissioner Roskinek,
Go ahead and make the motion to approve variance COVA 25-0021.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, same sign.
I support this, but there was conditions set forward.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
There were 3 conditions.
Would you state those?
That the variance apply only to the proposed 32 by 32 detached garage, that the applicant obtains a building permit for the proposed garage, and that the applicant provide a survey to the planning department for the proposed garage setbacks to the north property line.
So those would be included in your motion?
Yeah, and yes. In
So
addition
let's take a
to my-
vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. This shows the, oh, I'm
Sir?
sorry.
Do you have anybody in the audience that wanted to speak on that?
I don't think so. They didn't, I had no
Just the
speaker
letter
request
from,
forms.
just the letter from the neighbor?
I don't even have that.
It's in your packet.
In the packet.
Oh, maybe it's right here. So she'd sent a letter, you all had it. So if somebody sends me a letter via email, if you want me to read it, I've taken that liberty to do that before, so just note on there and I will read it. So Motion carries, so we'll move forward. I think it's a good example of how the process can work, and so we're moving on to item 11C, appeal of planning director's decision, Dan Lundino. So this is like almost the same scenario. Am I correct, Cody?
Yes.
You guys are coming forward, you denied the request for the variance, so this committee up here has got to decide whether we're going to go forward with this variance or whether we're not even going to look at it, correct?
Yes, so Cody Sack, senior planner, so yes, you are correct on that, and I have had that conversation with Mr. Lundin. Mr. Lundin is in the audience if there are any questions for him. So he does know that if you deny this appeal, that he would have to go through a different route to do what he would like.
Yeah.
And that if it's approved, that he has to go through the variance application and that process to go through everything. But for 11C, it is an appeal of the planning director's decision not to accept a variance application. Mr. Lundin is requesting to construct a garage in the front yard of a property under 1 acre. Currently in our zoning ordinance, if you're under 1 acre in a residential zoning district, this is zoned suburban residential, you're not allowed to have an accessory structure in the front yard. So Mr. Lundin is proposing to put a garage on the southern end of his property, if I can show it on the presentation. So what you see in red there, he's proposing a 30 by 54 structure. It would meet the required setbacks. It just sits in that front yard. The reason for the denial is I did walk him through the process. He's currently going through the platting process with, I can't think of the surveying company, through Fisk right now. For the lot next door that he owns. So I told him to work with them on vacating that alleyway. That alleyway is not actually used. I think it's just a little 2-track trail. So if you vacated that alleyway, that southern property line would no longer be considered a front. So for a variance, you need a hardship, like a last resort would get you what you need. Since he has another process to go through, variance isn't warranted. That's why we denied the application. So staff is recommending that the planning director's decision should stand, since the absence of a hardship illustrates that the hesitance to complete an additional procedural requirement does not qualify as a hardship.
Okay, so I would like Mr. Lundin to come forward, but I think I'll caution the commission here that if we approve the variance request, then we should caveat that with some thoughts so they clearly understand what we're getting into. So my question to Mr. Lundin would be on this alley. Is that alley being used?
No, sir. The alley that you see is in the middle of our development. The development goes back to the left, which isn't pictured. The road goes north and then across where you see Big Bend Road up on the top, and then it stops there. That alley just comes in between the northern and the southern lots, goes just between that. It was a dedicated alley from day one when the plat was laid out initially. And then the alley just goes there. Where if you're looking at, there you can see the train. The end of the alley is at the neighbor's property line. And at the end of the alley, it drops off about 6 feet, goes out about 40 feet, and then drops 80 feet.
So the alley's basically worthless?
There's no way anybody can know that. The property owners next to me have a good access off of 44. And they also, on the back side of their property, have the, what do you call it, the marker line.
So I got a question for Corey. I'm sorry, guys, but how does this make this a front yard? Because he has Big Bend Roads in the front, in the north end, right? Mm-hmm. Isn't his house in that side?
Yeah, so Cody Sack, senior planner. So for a front yard, anything that abuts public right-of-way is considered a front yard. So since that alleyway is dedicated public right-of-way, that southern property line is considered a front, which is why vacating that alleyway would take that frontage out, which would make it just a rear yard setback.
So it's just a technicality, really. Mm-hmm. I mean, if nobody uses the alley, there's trees in it.
It can't be used either. And on the south side of the alley.
What does it cost to vacate it right away? to vacate an alley?
Whatever the surveyor, whatever.
But then he has to get permission from all these abutting properties?
There's some signatures that are required for it. Yeah, I mean there's a process for it, but it would be fairly similar to what a variance process would be.
Does all the commission understand what we're doing here?
Mr. Chair, I got a question.
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Cody, he's looking for an 8-foot setback, right, instead of 25?
No, he's just looking to be able to place a garage or like an accessory structure in a front yard setback.
Okay, I'm just having a real hard time trying to justify that as a front yard. That's just me.
So in the zoning ordinance, anything that like a property line that abuts a public right of way is a frontage.
Well, to me, a public right-of-way is exactly that.
Commissioner Ross,
it's legal and physical. This is no way physical. To me,
I want to point out one thing there, that Cody's, he's instructed to do what so we made this rule. So if we don't like this rule, we need to discuss it at another point. But I agree with you. Not that I disagree with you,
I'm
but
just
I
saying
100% agree, yeah.
That's why you're asking for a variance, because, it's not black, it's not gray.
So what I would say to that is, if it's not a usable right-of-way, that would actually be the argument to vacate that, would be to vacate that right-of-way, since it would never be used as right-of-way.
Right, we got your argument now. Anybody else on the commission want to talk on this one? If we allow these people to go forward, there's some level of an assumption that they're going to take our direction if they want to go out there and look at this, or whatever you want to do, let Mr. Lundin know now. So,
Here.
Commissioner Hackett.
So you can't just change the rules for one person, just because
The only
you don't
reason I'm asking.
Not you, sir. Hold on a sec, sir. Hold on a sec. For one person. Why they do that is because it might not work for most of the people, and that's why we have the rule. Do I agree? How big is your lot, sir?
Pardon?
How big is your lot?
That lot there is just over half an acre.
And the one your house is on?
The house is on, yes.
Okay, and then if you vacate it, the alleyway, it's also beneficial to you in the future as well, isn't it? So that way, number one, if you're doing sheds or you're doing anything else, it makes it so it's more usable space without having to fix the setbacks, am I correct?
It can be, and I'm not being negative on this side, but my understanding, we've discussed and vacating the lot, and what they've done on another spot in our development, each party got half of the alley.
Right.
Okay, that's fine if you like the other guy, and always do. And I'm just,
Good point.
the thing there is, even on the other side of this alley, it drops off about 12, 15 feet right away.
Right.
So we just as soon not do that. We are requesting just the variance to put it there because, okay, this is my opinion, it makes no difference that it's there to anybody else.
Right.
Okay,
So-
and I'm just saying that if we have to do the split of the alley, hey, you guys, that's up to you guys. I'm just asking for the variance to do this. If I can't, I can't. I'm not standing here saying that this is the only way I'm going to do my property.
Well, I'm not against what you're saying, sir. What I'm saying is if you follow the rules on the setback, you come back to us, and hopefully, too, you know what dirt work is at this time. You can, if you put a pad there or anything, it's at your own risk, right?
Yep.
Just in
Yeah.
case.
No,
Number
I've been in construction for many years, and I've seen people tear up stuff that they got ahead of themselves and did.
Yes, sir.
So that's why I'm here just before.
And I'm not-
I was hoping you wouldn't show the pictures.
Hold on, sir.
Of the
So
property,
I'm
because-
not, I'd like to go out and see your property. I like to follow the rules, and it doesn't seem like at this time, to most of the people that I'm listening, it's a big deal. But there's a process, and that's why there's an appeal. And then in that appeal process, then we have time. We're not saying we're okay with what you're doing.
Okay.
What
No.
we're saying is, you're appealing, we'd like to see what you're doing out there, see if we can agree to disagree on what you're doing, and then move it forward on this variance. And you
That's fine.
understand that process?
I understand that, yes.
Okay.
That's
And
all
I'm not saying
asking
I'm against
for.
that, I just like to look at it before,
Thank
if
you.
this
Perfect.
process is moving forward, I'd like to look at what's going on out there and then come back and then make that decision.
Thank you, Commissioner Hackett. Commissioner Roskinek, I kind of cut you off a little bit. Go ahead.
So I think what I'll do, Dan, can I come out and look at it sometime?
Yeah.
And the reason I want to look at it, I think the reason you don't want a garage in the front yard is basically you're assuming that you got a neighbor on the other side and you don't want the neighbor to look at the garage. But what we don't see up there is that what's to the south of you, is that Forest Service? Is it,
The south is a house.
Can't see the
That
house here, but-
triangle there is Vern, I forget the last guy, but that's a structure and home and a garage built on that property, and that's right below where this is.
so if you were to build this garage in this location, would that have an adverse impact on your neighbor looking at the garage?
He would not be able to see it because of the banks there.
See, that's why I
We've
think I'll
got
go out and
such an
take a look at it.
elevation, he would not be able to even see. But we're only looking, okay, I'm old, I've got 3-car projects, and I want to build a shop with a hoist in it.
Got it.
But I'm still only going to do 12-foot walls. But that I want for my, even with the 12-foot walls, he would not be able to see the roof.
Well, looking at a picture on a screen is one thing. I'll be more than happy to come out and
Right.
do the same report that I did for the Hasses and,
Commissioner Durr, Commissioner Drews, do you have a, did we get a motion on the floor?
Chair,
I'd
I'm
like to
just
approve
going
the
to,
variance myself, but
yeah. Chair, I'm just going to echo what Commissioner Adcock and Commissioner Roskinek about how they're approaching this. I think the site visit before we make a decision is appropriate.
Right.
So I'll make the motion to approve the appeal.
and I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the appeal with Mr. Landine's understanding that we're approving the appeal to give these commissioners up here an opportunity to come and visit your site or
Okay.
gather all the information they need to make their decision on your appeal. If you, in your appeal, you're gonna have to have a survey and everything that's required from it. What we're doing now is just setting you up to say, yeah, we're gonna look at this, okay? And you told Commissioner Hadcock you understand that, so
Yes.
we're gonna take a vote.
Understand what you're asking.
Cody has some.
Cody Senior Planner, or Cody Sack Senior Planner. I think in this case, if you guys want to go out and see it, I think it'd be better if you continued the appeal for like 2 weeks to go out and look at it and then make your decision on the appeal.
So, because otherwise, prior to a site visit, we're approving this prior
Kinda
to
like
a
we did
site
last
visit.
time. Okay.
Yeah, because
So
if you approved it right now, he could go down to our office, apply for the variance right now, and then we're in the same boat as we were on the last one. where
I like the idea of continuing it. Or is everybody okay with that if we get a substitute motion?
I'm good with that.
I'll dismiss mine and go ahead, Jerry.
I'm just going to make a motion to continue this to the next commission meeting.
Second.
One question for Cody. Cody, because we're not having a problem with the setback, it's just the front yard. So would he have to have a survey?
No. As long as he's going to meet the required setbacks, this is just the location. It's just the front yard. It's just the
So
verbiage.
where we go here from now in the next 2 weeks, I try to get out there and look at it and do a report, and Commissioner Hadcock can do the same. Then 2 weeks, we'll give you our findings, and then we got a better direction. I just need Dan's telephone number when we're done, so I can.
Commissioner Hadcock, you have
I
the
have a
floor.
question. Can you do the appeal the same day as, so we're going out to do a site visit, and then put a Board of Adjustment variance on the same day? Because most of the time why people did that is because they didn't want to wait for a month or two to make sure you have a problem with us waiting on your appeal and then going out to look at the variance?
You understand the question, Corey?
So if you
Say we
you wouldn't be able to, because if you don't approve if you continue the appeal, it's not an approve of the appeal, so the application hasn't been taken in yet.
Okay.
So it's up to the board at that point. Do you guys want to be able to do a site visit before you approve an appeal, or do you want to approve an appeal and then sometime within, because I don't know when he'll apply for the variance.
So-
You guys would have to know to go out and.
Okay, so Chair, that's why I asked, because this is why we went through the process of the appeal. So when you appeal, what it's saying is that when you appeal it, you want a variance because that's where you want your property. That's where we think we should have it.
Understand.
So at this point, you understand if we're going to go look at the appeal, basically what you're saying, that the variance is not approved and we are not approving anything. And you're okay with us going through
I
that
understand
process?
that. I just, I've been with this long enough, I just want to play by the rules.
Okay, so that's why I'm saying, guys, so he wants to appeal, he's saying, when you're saying and you're coming up, and this has happened, I don't know, 100 times since I've been here, they're appealing, and we made this process so it's simplified in one sense. We need to correct what dirt work is, but he's saying he wants the appeal. He wants us to approve the appeal today, so when you go, he can get his variance, he can get his garage going. He's a builder, he totally understands what's gonna happen to him. He doesn't want, if I'm correct, just move forward. If it was me, just saying, if it was me, I already want the appeal. I want him to take in my variance request today, and then I want to move forward for you guys to do your site visit and decide if you want to do it or not.
Yeah. Now, I have no problem with that. Actually, the time is not really of the essence in that if you would have seen the other pictures, I've got a son building a house on the lower lot there. I've got a granddaughter and her husband building a lot up on 385 and 44. So Dad's and Grandpa's place is where all the stuff goes.
So
You can
basically,
barely see the property.
so Mr.
there
Lunding, what I'm
because
asking you is if, bottom line, you don't care if we delay this process and not accept your appeal today, just to go out there and look at it to see where we're going in the future?
For this, I mean, I'm just talking within reason, of course, but all I'm saying is before I can even do anything to even start dirt, I've got to get all my kids' stuff out of there, out of the way.
So you still have
And
time.
I've got 2 big trees to take down, which has nothing to do with the permit, and I can do some dirt work, which I've seen and done before.
All right.
So it would not kill me to have to wait.
That's all I'm asking you, sir.
I have that.
Thank you.
Thank
No
you,
problem
Commissioner
with that.
Hadcock, and thank you, sir. And I know it was a little bit of a quagmire, but we're going to get through this, and so the motion on the floor is to continue, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Lundin.
Thank you.
We'll be out there in full force
Yeah.
to check you out. We'll move on to item, let me see here, 12. and
You need a motion to come out of Board of Adjustments.
Motion to come out of Board of Adjustment?
Oh, yeah, that's what we need, yeah. Move to the, come on, we have a motion to come out of the Board of Adjustments. We get a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're going to item 12, planning consent agenda. So upon motion, one motion of the board, items may be removed from the consent agenda. Does anybody want to remove anything here? I don't see any speaker request forms on these items.
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hadcock.
motion to approve the consent agenda A, B, and C, sir.
With a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
With a motion and a second. Cordy, did you want to visit on these items, or we're ready to make a vote?
Nope, sorry, I was just
All in
getting ready
favor,
for the
say
next
aye.
one.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries. Move on to item.
Chair,
Yes.
that would be me.
Oh,
Before we move on to the next item, Brittany, I have a question on the planning consent agenda. Is there any reason why these consent items can't be rolled up under our consent agenda for the agenda itself instead of a separate consent?
I think it's because of the advertising things, but I can work with Jordan to find out and with Tyler to make sure that we don't have an issue. We may be able to do those.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and we'll move on to items 13. And there's a procedural motion here that Commissioner Durr asked to move to transform item E and F. So we're going to handle F before E when we go through this, so everybody understands that. So we will start out item A, public hearing of rezone, Dan and Cheryl Fuller, to rezone from rural residential to low-density residential. So, or you have the floor, sir.
So Cody Sack, Senior Planner, item 13A is rezone CORZ 25-0014. It's to rezone the property from rural residential district to low-density residential district. The applicant and landowner is Dan and Cheryl Fuller. The agent is Doug Hanneman. He's in the audience if there's any questions. Basically, what they're requesting to do is, as you can see on the screen, they are currently zoned rural residential, which requires a 25-foot setback, which on a lot that I believe is 1.17 acres is really restricting. They're trying to do an addition onto their house, they would encroach on that 25-foot setback. But the future land use is low-density residential, so that's what our comprehensive has the plan and the neighborhood going to in the future. So they're requesting to go to low-density residential so they can meet that required setback, and that's what it meets our comprehensive plan amendment. So staff is recommending approval of rezone CORZ 25-0014 with the Planning Commission's concurrence.
So a motion from the commission here?
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and
Okay.
approve rezone CORZ 25-0014.
The motion? Second from Gur. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Move on to item B, public hearing of comprehensive plan, approval by resolution, COCA. So, Ms. Brittany, you'll explain that to us, please.
Let's get here. Yes, so this item is public hearing of comprehensive plan amendment COCA 25-0011. It's for Timothy and Kim McGriff, TK Ranch LLC, and it's to amend the comprehensive plan to change a future land use from rural residential district to commercial district. If you look on the screen, most of the property that's to the south of this is commercial district. It's along 385. They have been working with the South Dakota DOT. They do have an approach. Their intent on this property is to rezone to commercial and have a horse and RV camp. That would also require a CUP, so there is a further step after that in front of the Planning Commission. But with that, because of the access off of 385 and because of the surrounding zoning to the south, that is commercial, staff is recommending approval, and the Planning Commission did concur.
Mr. Chair.
You have a motion, please?
Yep, I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the rezone CORZ 25-0013.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Move on to item C.
Oh, so we need item B, so we need the comprehensive plan. That one was for the rezone. It was two together. It was a comprehensive plan and the rezone.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
So we
item
need B approved.
We have a motion for
Approval
that.
on 13B?
Yep, B.
Yep, that
B as
was my
in boy.
motion to approve.
Yep. We have a motion
Second.
and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item C. This all seems to be a little bit related.
Yeah, that one, Commissioner Ross Connect did make that motion.
We did.
Or C.
Chair, can I have some discussion on C?
Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
So I met Mr. Tim and Kim McGriff. I went out to their property with one of the planners. Very mean, ornery people. I don't know what's wrong with those two, but kidding. Did a great explanation on what was happening on their property. The only concern, and they knew that at the time, was floodway and floodplain and some drainage area on their property. So we went out and looked. I went out with assistant planner Jason, took some pictures, just so when they get the building permit, it moves that process further ahead as well. But they have a huge drainage area in that area because of the floodway and the floodplain that I was concerned with. Hopefully the pictures in the future for their building permit would show that, and that I had no concerns on this. And I think that commercial in that area is great for commercial, and how their layout was just spot on of how they did the drainage in the other areas. So thank you, Mr. McGriff, for letting us, and Ms. McGriff for letting us come out there and look at that. I know you wanted to be there, but we just walked the property, walked the creek and some other areas. But yeah, I'm in favor of the approval of this. Again, sometimes with that floodway, it's a little bit rough for me to look. You already know from the flood of 72, just to make sure the people and the campers can get out of that property. So thank you for your time. Thank you, Jason Thiessen, for being there as well and explaining some of those differences.
Thank you, Ms. Hadcock, for your visit, and we appreciate the McGriffs putting up with her. So, we need a motion on that. Mr. Ross Connect made a motion. I need a second.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Item D, public hearing of ordinance special animal keeping regulations. And Ms. Brittany, do you want to handle this? I know Mr. Durr probably wants to chime in on this one too.
Yes, on this ordinance amendment, because of the previous comments during the public comment, Staff would like to meet with several of those residences to discuss some proposed changes, because I think that would be more productive than trying to discuss some of the changes
So you would want
here
us
at
to-
the meeting. So I'm asking that we continue it till the March 3rd Board of Commissioners meeting,
That'd be
only
my motion.
because of the stock show, and it will give them time to get through the stock show as well.
That'd be my motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye for continuance.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, we're going to move on to item 13F. And then I'm going to move to Commissioner Durr on this one because he specifically asked me to change these around, and I think he has a method to his madness, so
Maybe.
we'll find out here.
Okay.
So item F.
Brittany, when we had this discussion, this got continued, the ordinance got continued, but in December, when we had it, middle of December, we had this discussion and there was board direction given to make changes to the comprehensive plan. And now you're asking for direction. I believe I went back and looked at the meeting yesterday, and it's not a big deal, but it said that in that December meeting that would be on the first meeting in January, we would discuss the changes to the comprehensive plan. And getting back to what Tyler said, Tyler, could you come up at that December
So
meeting?
Zach, if you're here, please, you can bring your, if you need to bring the trainee,
Backup.
you can.
Your assistant.
Nope.
Kidding.
Okay.
Okay, so when we had the discussion that came up at that last meeting regarding, the wind and solar ordinance, we came up when, there was consensus to have a change to the comprehensive plan, and I believe the direction, Tyler, that you gave that said that would be best to follow would be to amend the comprehensive plan and then address the ordinance.
Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office. Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Commissioner Durr.
All right, so Mr. Chair, I'm going to make a motion on this item. I move that the Pennington County Board of Commissioners instruct the planning director to amend the Pennington County Comprehensive Plan, the county's long-range policy document guiding growth and land use decisions through 2040, to prohibit utility-scale wind and solar energy facilities in agricultural zoning districts and restrict such facilities to industrial zone districts only. The amended comprehensive plan should then be returned to the board for review at the first commission meeting in February.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that motion?
Here.
Yes, Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
And we had decided this with over a year with studies and different things like that. That wasn't just something that came about today. I also wrote pretty much the same motion that Mr. Durr said, only because I do believe that it should be in industrial. So
May I interject very briefly,
Yes.
Commission? I would just recommend, due to advertising requirements, making that motion reflect the second meeting in February. That would just be my one alteration.
Okay, question, Brittany,
Yes,
does changing the comprehensive plan require public notice in a hearing?
yes.
Okay, and what would you like the date to be?
Jordan, what's the second meeting in February?
17th.
The 17th.
I'll amend my motion to the
We have a
17th.
friendly amendment to the motion to change it to the.
And I agree.
Okay,
So the
perfect.
public has full understanding of how this is working, guys, and why we have to do it. Can we have an explanation, Brittany, of once we make this motion, why we have to wait? Because it is a ordinance, just kind of that explanation so everybody understands the process.
For the comprehensive plan change?
Change, yes, sir. Yes,
So when we change a comprehensive plan, we'll make those changes in my memorandum. It talks about the two sections that we speak of, alternative energy and address. So I'll make those changes as directed by the Board of Commissioners, and then I'll bring that forward at the meeting. I would respectfully request, since we are changing the comprehensive plan, that the ordinance amendment is continued, because if we're going to change the comprehensive plan, I don't think that we should look at the ordinance amendment until that comprehensive plan change has been made and effective.
I appreciate that. One more question. We talked about at that meeting that we would like it to go in industrial zoned with a CUP. Does that have to be changed at all, or is that just something that is already, would come with once we did the change in the comprehensive plan?
So even with the change of the comprehensive plan, the way that the ordinance is written right now, a conditional use permit would still be required irregardless of, so it wouldn't be a use by right. in an industrial district, you would still need a conditional use permit, so you'd still have to go through the conditional use process. You would still have to meet all of the criteria and the setbacks and those requirements that would be in that section 317.
So we don't have to change industrial or the CUP for this process. The only thing we need to do is change the comprehensive plan.
Correct, and then we will address 317 to meet the comprehensive plan.
Okay, just so you have a full understanding, people were asking me, and I knew what the process was, but I wanted to make sure the general public that was listening knew the process after we did the comprehensive plan, so thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I got a question for Brittany.
Yes.
So Brittany, if we do this, how many parcels of heavy industrial land do we have in Pennington County?
We have several 40-acre industrial parcels on South 79. And I don't know off the top of my head, there's somewhere between 5 or 10, at least 600 acres, I believe, just south of Lamb Road along Highway 79. I know there's industrial there. There is some industrial zoning north along Dias as well.
In the county?
In the county.
Well, I agree with, that term, death by overregulation, and I really think that's kind of what we're doing. And I think it could come back on us because right now we have some control. If we go this route, I think what's going to happen, these folks will simply go to the South Dakota PUC, and they'll sit there and say, go ahead and do it. And we're not going to have any say if that happens. So obviously I'm not going to.
May I interject, Commissioner?
Yeah, Tyler, go ahead.
I think that may be something, you may want to chew on for the next call of the month. I mean, now that you've got direction from the comp plan, you might want to look through the ordinance through the lens of industrial zoning to see if you want to strip away anything that may have fit better in ag than it would in industrial zoning. So I'll leave it at that, I suppose.
Thank you. So we have a speaker request form on this item. So Eileen Peterson, you actually have a request to speak on E and F. Did you want to combine them or did you want to speak on them separately? That's up to you. I'll let you, if you could combine them, that would be awesome. She is awesome? Okay. Commissioner Durr said you are awesome.
I didn't even give him any cookies. Eileen Peterson, Rapid City resident. I just had one comment on comprehensive plan on what is currently page 313. There's a section on the county encourages energy conservation in new and existing developments. I think if we inserted the term distributed systems, it might clarify for people what we're saying here for small residential things. And that was my only comment on this.
Did you want to comment on E, or did you, I mean, it looks like we're going to continue E.
Well, I don't know now that what I've heard. I think maybe.
Go ahead and make a comment. We might change our mind.
Well, I felt like the way it stands right now, it's still not adequate. I mean, they made a couple changes. But if indeed in the future this gets turned back and ends up in ag again, then it's really not adequate, and maybe we should do all that change now. But if we're gonna really work it over and make it just for industrial,
Right. Okay.
who knows? So I probably don't need to speak again.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we appreciate that.
Mr. Chair, one more
Chair.
comment.
Oh, one more.
Could I answer a question, Chair?
Yep, Commissioner Hadcock, and then we're going to go to another speaker request form.
So on the overturn of a local ban on the PUC does not automatically override local bans or moratoriums imposed by counties and municipalities. In fact, if a local government bans a project or imposes strict land use ordinances, the PUC typically refuses to issue a permit if the project would violate those local rules.
And I
So
appreciate
we
that.
can look that up just to make sure
Yeah.
legally that's right, but I did look up the state law and some of the stuff on the banning.
And I
Thank
did
you.
have Kenner, did he ever get an answer back from the PUC on that item?
We didn't actually reach out. We decided not to poke the bear, because they may change a ruling, but right now as it
But
stands.
I haven't seen it happen yet,
Right.
so it is something to consider, but basically they don't. But anyway, John, back
Mr. Chair, I just
if
have
you're in the
one
office.
comment. We've talked about two types of zoning. We've talked about heavy industrial, which I don't think those solar fields are heavy industrial, and obviously they're a step above agriculture, but if we're going to do this comprehensive plan, maybe we should think of a zoning that would be more conducive to these solar fields, something in between agriculture and something in between heavy industrial. Because heavy industrial, as I've said before, I consider that manufacturing that emits a lot of noise and fumes, so I just don't see that these solar fields doing that.
Thank you. Mr. Peck, if you're in the, he has a speaker request to talk on this item, I'm assuming, right?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, you have the floor.
John Peck. I'm just trying to make sure I understand everything here. So if on this heavy industrial, they say there was roughly 600 acres, a bunch of stuff put together. I guess my question on that is, on those, because it has to be basically the transformer line taking the current to wherever it needs to go, to the basin or whatever it is. Are these heavy industrials, if they do change this, do these heavy industrial areas even have all the transformer lines on them? Because otherwise it's an automatic, you've taken everybody out of the game.
I can answer that for you, or I can have Ms. Brittany answer, because they do have, like, probably the biggest transmission lines in the state, if I'm correct. Am I not correct?
You're correct. They have the DC tie that's along Lamb Road. They're just south of the DC tie.
Okay. I'll let you finish, Mr. Peck. No, I just wanted to answer that question.
Nope, that's all I had. I was just trying to figure out, I have 3 transformer lines on my property, and there's already a solar plant to the east of me. I'm just, if we're gonna limit it down, so there's basically only 1 or 2 landowners, basically, of all of Pennington County, is what you're saying is gonna be feasible to actually have a solar plant or solar farm, wherever I know you call it a plant.
And I appreciate your using plant.
So,
So
I just,
are you done?
Yep, I just wanted to ask that if that was.
You bet. We hope we got the answer.
Yep.
Okay.
Chair.
And then I'll go to Commissioner Durr. Yep.
Brittany, do you want to come up? Can you explain the different zoning districts that are industrial? So is there heavy industrial, light industrial?
There's heavy and light industrial. So the way that the ordinance is written right now and the way that we'd change a comprehensive plan is we encapsulate industrial as both heavy and light. So
it's
it
not
would be
one
either
or
of
the
the
other,
two.
right?
Pardon?
Just to specify, I think he's looking for
Right.
specification. We're not saying heavy, we're not saying light, we're saying industrial.
Industrial districts. So just like when we say residential districts, it's all the residential districts in that category. When we say industrial districts, it includes light and heavy industrial.
Commissioner Durr, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to expand on that. If somebody wanted to see what was under industrial, they could get on the website and get that?
I have it.
Correct. There's use by rights under all of that. Now, these wouldn't be under there as a use by right. They're going to be in their separate section under 317 because it's still a conditional use
So
under that.
they can get hold of your office or whatever they
Mhm.
want to do to make sure. I just want to make sure that we're working on our big, beautiful website, and we want to make sure that we have as much information and transparent as we can on all this, so that
Chair.
it's available. Commissioner Hadcock?
So it does say industrial uses that may require yard storage and outdoor operations, wholesaling, warehousing, and needs bulk outdoor storage, mining activities and processing, heavy motor vehicle repair, bulk utilities, and related infrastructure under heavy industrial. So it does say bulk utilities and related infrastructure.
We just wanted to make sure that because we're not doing a comprehensive plan that just specifies, we're actually doing industrial. So we have a motion on the floor to continue till
February 7th.
February 17th.
February 7th. It wasn't March?
17, February 17.
February 7th, okay, so everybody understands that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries, move on to E. And this is the one that Brittany's asking us to continue, so if we could have a motion on that.
Would you like it continued to? Because basically what you're saying is, which is what the advice we got from our state's attorney's office is, we have to deal with the comprehensive plan. Once we deal with that, then take this up.
Correct. So it's going to be at least several months because there's advertising requirements for the changes, and then there's an appeal period. So there's, I would probably say, the second meeting in March or the first meeting in April. And that's still within our moratorium time.
All right, Chair, I'm going to make a motion to continue this until the first meeting in April.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, we're moving on to item 14. Items from auditor.
can I ask a question?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Chair.
yes, Commissioner
So
Hadcock.
there was some, in the ordinance for distributed, there was some changes that people wanted to make, and they're here today to listen about those changes in distributed. So it wasn't just about the utility scale. Am I correct? So if we could at least have that discussion on the distributed and where they had met with, and in full disclosure, met with some of them, and that our staff and them wanted to see
I'm not sure what
those
you're
changes.
saying. What are you saying?
Do you have
So-
speaker request forms?
No, I don't have any.
Did you guys fill out speaker request forms on those?
I've asked several times.
And I
so-
apologize because I thought we were going to speak on it. Maybe they did too.
We're moving on. We're on item 14, so.
Okay, thank
Or
you.
any time in between, you can contact.
Yeah, I just want to make sure our public was taken care of with what
Yep,
they're.
nope, I
concerned.
agree.
Thank you.
But I asked several times if the public had any input, so I'm not, okay. The auditor, Sabrina, you have the floor.
Sabrina Green, Pennington County Auditor, just have a couple renewals. One, we're just looking for the normal authorization to approve for TK Saloon.
Oh, it's for a liquor license? Oh, okay.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item B, okay.
This one is a liquor license renewal that we are asking to continue to February 3rd meeting so the applicant can work with planning department.
So move.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. So I just wondered, is the sheriff available here today? I mean, usually if they got any issues with any of this stuff, they'll chime in with you ahead of time, so, thank you, and then, appreciate that.
Sabrina, I'll come see you today.
He's coming up next anyway, so, items from the sheriff, the Appy Valley substation. Brian, you have the floor, sir.
Good morning. I think it's still almost morning, just for a little bit here. Brian Mueller, Pennington County Sheriff. And I've got a few things on the agenda, but the first one is the Apple Valley Sheriff Substation, and I've been in front of you a couple of times to solicit feedback over this last year on this. We're getting down to final design, and Davis is going to help present a little bit on this too. And then also Andy Skull is here from Skull Construction, if you have any questions for him. But we have gone through the final design of this facility, and as you know, the TIF set aside $500,000 for this project, and I would like to make this a report to work station out there. I think that'll be important, and an important part of that is to create some secure parking, so fence off a secure area. The lot's not super big, but we did work with both Brittany and Joe and their staff to come to an agreement as to how we could fit that on the lot. And with adding that secure parking and a few security features inside the building, we come back just a little bit over the $500,000 that was allocated for the building. So Davis is going to go over what those extra add-ons would be to make this a report to work station, and I would just ask the commission to support this concept moving forward. I've had the opportunity to visit with a number of people from the community over the last 2 years on this project. Everybody that I've talked to who lives out in that area is very supportive of having this to be a report to work station. It'll allow our staff to spend more time in the valley versus coming to work, getting their patrol car downtown Rapid and commuting back and forth. So it'll keep our deputies out doing the work they need to in the area where they need to be doing it. So I think this is an important concept, and I'd ask the commission to support it. And I think Davis is maybe going to pull up some slides.
Yep, Commissioner Hadcock.
Thank you for your presentation. I know from the beginning, as you know, when we did the TIF, the residents out there, all the residents were in support of doing the report workstation. And I appreciate that this commission is looking at this and moving it forward, because I think it's pretty important, and I visited with some of them today. And these were people that weren't really in favor of all that was going on out there in one sense. And at this point, they're looking at this as something if we're going to do development and we're going to do it right, that this report workstation is going to fit for not only their needs, but the whole surrounding area. And I believe at this point that it's going to work for the surrounding area. You're getting a lot of development out there, and it's going east. So for me, I'm in favor of this. We'll see on the cash flow how we're going. and where we're doing that, where we're getting the extra money to do it. But for just doing the workstation, I think this is a very positive for Rapid Valley area, especially with all the annexations as well. Is there anything, Brian, that I could ask that the police department or anything, because they're annexing in, are they annexing around this area? Are they going to annex Apple Valley and all this area, and then it's going to become still a sheriff's workstation? Or do we transfer it over to the police, or how does that work once it's all annexed around it?
Yep, and I don't have any crystal ball to figure out what the annexation's going to look like out in that area. I did speak with the chief of police, though, about the location, that if some of these areas were annexed in the future, they thought that that was a good location for them to utilize also. And now Rapid City does extend east in Pennington County all the way out to the airport, so there are some, some areas around there that's in Rapid City's jurisdiction too.
Well, if you look too, that mile jurisdiction is surrounded, and Apple Valley and those areas are in that now. So the main thing is that we are going to be cooperative, hopefully, with the police department, because again, I think it's going to be a city issue pretty soon instead of just a county, and that actually makes it twice as right why we're doing it. It'll be helpful for the police department as well as us, that they need somewhere that's a little bit closer to that area than just the middle of Rapid City. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, one question.
Yes.
Brian, is that, there's going to be a police substation out there too off of Homestead, right?
I think they're in conversations. I don't know that they've made any final decisions on that. I think that's initially intended to be a fire station, and they're contemplating putting some police services in that substation.
So we might have the presence of a sheriff and police out there.
Correct.
We probably need that just to handle Dan Malali. It's craziness down there. But we have 3 speaker request forms. I'd like to fit them in here, if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah, if I could just add one brief thing here. We're trying to get the floor plan to load, but we can't get it. It's a fairly good-sized document, but it's a fairly simple structure. It was supplied to you guys in your packets. There's 3 offices, sort of a work area, reception area, a couple restrooms, storage room, and then a mechanical space. So pretty straightforward construction. What's that?
What was the total cost to build that structure?
I believe it was slated at $450,000, and then obviously what we're asking for with these additional items that I believe the sheriff went through most of them, we would have to fund that separately, and that's one of the motions we have. So I can go over that real quick. Is that what we're looking at funding that through is the accumulated building fund. And right now, that total's sitting just over $3 million in that fund. But I just wanted to make that clear that it's actually 4 separate items, that we have on there. That total $90,000 is not part of it's not part of the initial contract of the project.
Paying for this TIF, right? They're financing the TIF.
Correct.
Is there room in this TIF to move this in there?
As far as I know,
If no
no.
other cost
After we've had
reductions or
discussions with
interest rate
Andy
changes
Skoll,
that
no.
we can
Yeah.
manipulate?
We've gone through that process a number of times to get to this, and I feel like if we shrink the footprint down to fit this $90,000.
I'm not interested in shrinking the footprint down. I'm interested in seeing if there's room in that TIF to pay for this $90,000 addition. I don't think we put it in our budget, so
Right.
I'm just asking. This is one of the things when you do a TIF that doesn't have sales tax to help cover, because there's no property tax out there for 20 years, so just so we know that. But can we get to these people that want to visit on this item? Dan Mulally, are you here still, Dan? You want to come up? I'm going to let you talk again, Dan. And then we'll have Jim Hayward and, oh, sorry, I have to put my glasses on. Sherry Nutter. So if you're all here, just get in line and we'll get rolling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I support this project. We've been tracking this after the TIF was approved for several years to make sure it remained as part of the plan, and the sheriff was very helpful in answering questions on that. So we're glad to see that, and we think that this is probably a good use of money. It's $500,000 from the TIF, and then this additional $90,000 will offer some improvements. So we think it's important to have a strong police presence out there, and the more you can make this accessible to the people, the better off the law enforcement and things like that will be out in the valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Is it Jim or Tina? Jim Hayward? Or you're available here? Sherry, you're on deck. So.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jim Hayward. My wife and I live at 7860 Longview Road, about a quarter mile east of Apple Valley Development. We're very much in favor of having this substation built. Approximately 1.5 miles of Longview Road was widened with this TIF, and it was widened for a turning lane. And that turning lane has become a passing lane for a lot of folks, as we predicted it would. So we're looking for enforcement in that way. We've had burglaries out there, gunshots in the middle of the night, a homicide about 3/4 mile west of our house. And the substation should provide some additional law enforcement response time and improvement of it. The development was put through with highly questionable rezoning, which we were not in favor of course. But most of the people in the area were not in favor of this because of the high density rezoning in a low density agricultural area. So we do support this this addition. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry, you, come forward, please. And then we'll get back to you, Davis. Did it load up?
Working on it. It's about there. Almost. He's trying.
You might have to go ad hoc here. And Sherry, thank you.
Thank you. I talked a little bit earlier about this. I do really appreciate everyone working hard, including Sheriff Mueller. I know Jerry Durr, you've really pushed for this to be enforced, and the rest of you. And Skull Construction for working on a plan to make this happen. It was definitely an important part of the TIF agreement that, as Jim said, even though we oppose the density of the development, we're very much in support of the sheriff's presence, and we welcome it. The only question that I had in my mind, and I had an opportunity to visit with the sheriff on a break, was if 1,500 square feet was big enough for what might happen in the future out there. That's probably a different meeting than today, but that's something for everyone to think about, is if the lot and the size of the building are truly big enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Okay, I'll go back to Davis. Did you get loaded up there, Davis?
Yes. Excuse me, Davis Purcell, Director of Buildings and Grounds. So as you can see, like I stated before, it's relatively simple. You can see the lobby on the left-hand side of the sheet there, and just outside of that is parking for public and other things like that. Right off of the lobby, you have the reception desk, which is where some of that ballistic protection at that public interface area is. That's some of the additional cost. And then as you go through the building, you have your workrooms, your offices, your storage room, your 2 restrooms, and your mechanical room. It's just forced air furnace, air conditioning, things like that. And then if you look at the right-hand side, which is north, technically, based on this plan, that is where the additional secured parking area will be. So that's where we're asking for expanded asphalt parking, curb, gutter, all of that. Tied in with that parking is perimeter fencing with an electrified gate for patrol vehicles to come in and out and things like that, just to make it more secure. And then that last item of request is the FF&E, which is essentially to furnish it, sign it, things like that, as we go through the process. So that's
Thank
all
you,
I got.
Davis. And I'm going to open it up to the commission here. So,
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So, for the 3 million you're taking out of your buildings and grounds, that wasn't designated for any other priorities for that 90,000?
Correct. So the accumulated building fund technically has there's just over 3 million. It's like 3.07 million that's in there. 1 million of that is technically slated for the courthouse tunnel project, but outside of that other 2 million is it's not, we don't have anything planned to utilize that.
Does that answer your
fund.
question, Commissioner Hancock?
Why I asked that is just for that reason, so we knew and people knew that we weren't just gonna, put in another building and not have the money for it. It's coming out of something that a cumulative building actually was made for. So for other projects or something that had, overran to a certain amount and still be able to fund those if they weren't huge. You already know that the whole project wasn't funded out of cumulative building. It was for a lot of the overruns. So thank you for that explanation. And then the 4 things that you are doing, can you tell people those costs and what that 90,000 for transparency for what you're spending it on, please?
Sure. Number 1 would be the ballistic protection at the public interface. So it's level 3 bullet resistant reception windows and wall protection right at that reception desk off of the lobby, which is $25,200. The additional secured parking area. So this is specifically for the asphalt and the grading and the curb and gutter on the north side is $28,300. The perimeter fencing for secured parking with an electrified gate is $17,500. And then the furniture, fixtures, and equipment is estimated right around $19,000, and that total brings it to $90,000.
Thank you. Does that answer your questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just a clarification, so when you're talking about the gate, you're just saying the gate itself is not electrified, it's just
Not if
moving.
someone touches it, no.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Right. So anyway, when I, came on the commission last January, this was something that the community out there hit me up on right away, was talking about this project, the TIF itself, and some back history on it. And so when I came on board last year, I'd heard some discussions about, do we build the building out there? What if we just took the $500,000 and there was some cash out that would be paid from the TIF? And getting back to some of the comments, when you approve these TIFs, you're approving a project. And so there's accountability when you put in the project and you're approving the plan. This is part of the project plan for the TIF. So cashing it out was discussed, but that, in my mind, is not an option. And so I've had several meetings with Brian and with Skoll going over this. We just had another meeting last week to kind of finalize some of these things. And I asked to bring it forward because I think it's something we need to move forward on. And my part of the discussion was if we could move on this now, that I believe anyway, there's an estimation that this could be up by July.
Correct.
Okay.
Potentially.
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Wait,
I wasn't quite done.
No, go ahead and finish. Go finish.
So,
Well,
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna let
don't talk him
Commissioner
out of
Deere
it now.
finish.
Right. So anyway, but, doing these add-ons to make the building, useful, I think is necessary for the, the add-ons that we're doing. And the scope of the project actually, as we went through this, I mean, it came in, it would have been early last spring, we had meetings, and the scope of the project and Skoll really did the work to put together to get what we have now to make it fit within the TIF. And so anyway, there's been a lot of discussions about where we got, and I believe anyway, this design has been tweaked several times to get down to the cost analysis that we have and the functionality. And so go ahead.
Okay.
Commissioner Roskinick, you have the
I'll
floor,
go
sir.
ahead and move to approve the additional enhancements for the Apple Valley Sheriff Substation in an amount not to exceed $90,000 and authorize funding from the accumulated building fund.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you,
Mr.
Sheriff.
Chair,
Yes.
I have one motion.
One more motion.
Motion to approve the Apple Valley Substation project as presented.
Okay, all right. So how does that differ here?
Because we had a recommended motion number 1 to approve the project, and now
Okay,
we're
gotcha.
adding the
Okay,
funding.
I got you, okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we got a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Now we move on to item B. This is the inmate transportation bus, and I think once a year, Brian Mueller volunteers to drive that bus. So how'd that go?
as you know, a year and a half ago, we purchased we try to run 2 transportation buses, and we had a deal worked out with the state of Montana was going to purchase our last bus for $100,000. However, their legislature failed to appropriate the right funding for that to be able to purchase it this year. So I'm here before you today to ask you to declare this bus surplus so we can advertise bids and sell it.
So move.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, surplus the bus. Safety greeter, volunteer description.
It's got your name all over it.
I'm afraid I don't have time, sorry. I would love to do this.
Well, I don't think being on the county commission would preclude you from doing it. So
No, it doesn't.
We'd
It's-
sign
that's
you up
my
for sure. You can
other,
volunteer as much as you want, I believe.
That's my other obligations that require me to not be able to do it, so.
Chairman, if I may.
Yes, you may, Mr. Mueller. Thank you, Sheriff.
I just told you that I was going to bring this volunteer position description back in front of the commission, just in case you had any feedback. I've worked closely with Walter, and Jordan's helped us with some things on it too. I think we have this ready to go, and with so I just open it up for any discussion and any feedback you had on the job description or duties.
Any discussion from the commission?
I'm going to move to approve the description for safety greeter volunteer as presented and authorize staff to advertise and fill the position.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think we're done with you, Sheriff. Thank you, sir. And we're thinking about you, by the way, Brian. So, items from Buildings and Grounds, item 16. I think this is Mr. Purcell Davis. Purchase a Bobcat.
All right, Davis Purcell, Director of Buildings and Grounds. The first item here is a request to purchase a Bobcat L95 compact loader. We had some pretty extensive conversations about this item during budget, and essentially I did budget for one for this calendar year that was approved at last year's budget hearings. You know, a lot of what we would use the loader for is for snow removal. Obviously, we're not seeing a lot of snow this year, but that's typically not the case. But we also do landscapings and grounds maintenance, lots of material handling, and then just general maintenance and other support, things like that. It's a new piece of equipment. It is fairly expensive, but just having that piece of equipment on our sites and being able to utilize it, not having to call outside contractors to come do work for us that needs that type of equipment and things like that. And obviously the snow removal is a huge aspect of it, because typically a lot of our buildings get piled up with a lot of snow and things like that in the parking lots, and we're able to remove it relatively
Do
quickly.
we have any
So-
questions from the commission? So, no questions, but I did have, is this within your budget? Is this what
Correct.
you kind of
Yes,
expected
it
to
is
happen?
budgeted.
So We'll
Yep.
look for a motion on this item.
I'm going to make a motion to authorize Buildings and Grounds to purchase one Bobcat L95 compact wheel loader from General Equipment, Rapid City, South Dakota, in the amount of $97,230.19 from Sourcewell Cooperative Purchasing Contract number 020223.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. 130 Kansas Street, City Street remodel, authorization to advertise for bids.
If you just give me one moment on this item here.
Okay. Hey, Commissioner Ross, can I come on?
Okay, go.
And I'm going to be right back. Oh, okay. You guys are keeping me in here too long.
Is that your one? This is the one you wanted?
Yep. Am I able to control that? Okay.
Slidey mouse. Not like that. Again. I'll wait for it to load and I'll flip it over to the screen. There we go.
Thank you.
You ready, Davis?
I am.
Okay.
So I included some additional information for this packet for the commission, just because I had some questions come up before or over the course of this last week after the submittal period. But I'll start with the memo that I'm actually asking for today, and that is for obviously to authorize to advertise for bids for the prior county admin building, which is located at 130 Kansas City Street. This has sort of been a part of our long-term conceptual planning for the county and things like that. There are some remodel needs that need to happen in that building. They are not substantial, but obviously they do come at a cost and things like that. Right now, we're estimated between $3 and $4 million for the total project cost. So that includes construction and then FF&E and some other security-related items. But essentially, what I broke down in the memo that's dated today is sort of the schedule that would follow if this got approved. And mainly the questions that came up were related to some of the departments that are moving over here, or a department that's moving over here, or moving over to the prior admin building from the public safety building. So I'd just like to, if anyone wants to ask any specific questions, they can, or I can just start going through some of the conceptual planning that has been presented at prior meetings.
Jared. Yeah. So I did raise the question when I saw this on the agenda. I called and talked to Davis, and the question, that it comes to mind in this discussion that we had relates to originally when we talked about this, and it predates me, I believe, on the commission, and I believe Commissioner Hadcock has talked about this before. But, with all the building shuffle and everything that we've done, originally there was a discussion about the police department moving into, is the name of the building still the Justice Center?
That's currently what it's named, yes. Yep.
So there was a discussion about the city putting in, some dollars to move into this building. And then at one point in time, there was never follow through on that. The PD or whatever, the city of Rapid City said, we're not going to invest into this move and remodel into the building. And Commissioner Hadcock, was that like $9 million or so? Okay. And so as these discussions went about us moving out to concourse, about, selling the, FIB building and moving buildings and grounds back into the Justice Center and moving public defender's office back in, we had initial discussions about the sheriff's office moving over, and it was all county moving into this building. And it was mentioned a couple of months ago about PD Records moving into this building, and I said at that point in time at the meeting that pump the brakes, that I had a concern about now Rapid City, moving into this building when that was not part of the previous discussion when we said that everybody was going to be status quo. And my concern, and we can speak to this as we go through, but these are the concerns that I have without having all the knowledge moving forward. What is a major plan to do with all the buildings? And so, we've moved out to concourse. You brought us information that said, with the footprint that we had, we could move buildings and grounds and public defender, and it all made sense, and you did a great job presenting that. That data allowed us to make a decision to surplus and get rid of the FIB building and move forward on that, and then a remodel to come back in for public safety and your office. And what I would like to know is, what is the big plan for not only what we're doing in the Justice Center, and what I see and I've heard, incrementally just in observations or I'm hearing, some comments about once we moved our administrative offices out of that building, that now it's kind of like an Oklahoma land rush going, I'm going to take this space, I'm going to take this space, a state's attorney's office is going to take our old chambers, somebody's going to take this space. And those are not, in my mind, individual department decisions. Those are board decisions to be made because it's all tied to money and budgeting. And I would like to know if, when we're moving out of the PSB and we're getting part of this picture now, then what is the plan for the remodel at the PSB and what does that footprint look like? So I don't want to play a chess game as we're moving along with building footprints, and we incrementally take on a project and we bid a project, and then we incrementally take on another project, we build that project. I want to know, full disclosure, what are we doing with all of our footprint? I have a conceptual idea about what we've talked about, you know, getting rid of the FIB and who's going to move in. And now that might even change what the scope was previously about the discussion related to who is moving over from the PSB, because initially it was all law enforcement moving over, and then that got pulled back. And so before we start going out and going for bids, I would like to know what the plan is.
Good. All right, I can go through some of that right now. So what I have laid out here is the public safety building. And this was presented a few times last year as well as we walk through these concepts. But I've color-coded everything here so you can see which space is specifically dedicated to Sheriff's Office, which space is specifically RCPD, and then where the shared spaces are. So as we go through here, please stop me if you have any questions. This is the basement floor plan of PSB. You can see the majority is either shared or RCPD in the basement. The first floor, which is
Davis.
Yeah.
So that's the basement there?
That's the basement, correct.
Didn't look like Brian negotiated very well.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I won't comment on that, but yeah, I don't know how the space got allocated, but this large space over here to the right that you see is their firing range, shooting range, so they can
That
practice
still works then?
It does, yep, it is still functional.
Okay. Did we put any money into remodeling that?
I believe
last
year
was
that
we did.
conversation
that
at one
was
time?
Was that a grant? That was funded by a grant through the sheriff's office. Yep. So they got a whole new catch basin and all that stuff.
Actually, so.
Yep. And then so as you move up to first floor, you can see here it is the majority of it is sheriff's office. The building that you see off to the left, this is actually it's at the old original jail here. So the sheriff's office has the majority of space over there, the majority of space on this side of the floor. They also have this space that's in yellow because this is the warrants and civil departments. So these are the two SO operations that would move to CAB. And then you have a compliance and sex offender registration person that are RCPD employees that would move to CAB. They're on these lower two offices here. So when I show you the yellow, that's the potential vacated space in the public safety building if we continue to move forward with the concept that I'm presenting to move these folks over.
That potentially
to
is
move
going
these
to be
folks
vacant.
over to the old.
Warrants and civils moving out of there?
Yep, warrants and civil, yep. And then you got these two little offices down here. Then as you go to the second floor, you can see this is where it really starts to be divvied up between RCPD, Sheriff's Office, shared space. It's all fairly equal. And then you have, again, the potential vacated space. And currently this is Records Department. So those are also RCPD employees specifically. But if the sheriff wants to talk about what the Records Department does for the county, we should absolutely have him come up here and do that. I don't have that information. And then as you go up, these floors aren't really changing. You have some shared space. This is the investigations floor, so you have your RCPD investigators along with your sheriff's office investigators. And then when you go up to fourth floor, which I'm sure many of you have been, because this is the administrative offices up there, this is where the sheriff's office is and the chief of police and all that, and it's divvied up pretty equally. So again, that's public safety building. If we were to talk about what's going into some of this vacated space, when I had with discussions with the sheriff, we would most likely bring the majority of the staff that's over in the old jail. Sort of a note on the old jail there is that those walls are like 2-foot thick concrete walls because, it was built long time ago. So there's not much you can do to rework that space in there. but it can be used for some administrative purposes and offices. So we would move the majority of that footprint, which is actually 2 levels, over to this vacated space you see in yellow here, which is like part of his patrol division, maybe some training, things like that. So it would fill this space up. Now, what we would do with the old, whether we leave some vacant space where you see in yellow here, or we leave some vacant space here, depending on what comes from the jail project, if that was ever to get moved forward, we do need to account for just to have some vacant space, and the sheriff's aware of that, to be able to move some of the administrative staff from the jail over to either PSB or the old jail that you see on here. So we will leave roughly, 5 to 8 offices open until we get more clarification on that. As far as any remodel work that's happening in this space, it's really not much at all. We may need to purchase some additional desks and things like that. We may need to alter the public-facing counters depending on what they do. If you guys have any sort of recollection on what this looks like, when you walk into the public safety building, you have a counter just to your right, and then when you pass the elevators, you have another counter here, and I believe there might be one across the hall here as well on this side. But a lot of what we're doing is with the records, the warrants, and the civil divisions, we're taking a lot of that public interaction out of the public safety building, and we're putting it into the old administration building. So that's where those 3 departments kind of all share, they'll all have their own public-facing counter over at the new building. And so that's what I have for PSB. Before I go any further, I can stand for questions, or if you want to get deeper into what the records department does for the county, we can have the sheriff come up and talk about that.
Yeah, if the sheriff would come up, but I just have a comment, because what flagged it is I'm reading your memo when I had this conversation with you. So in your memorandum, you say you're relocating the sheriff's office / Rapid City PD civil records and warrants. And to my knowledge, the civil division is not Rapid City PD. The warrants division is not Rapid City PD, correct?
Yeah, I should have hyphenated that or put in parentheses directly after records. So records, compliance officer, and sex offender registration, those positions are RCPD. The civil and the warrants are SO employees, county employees.
And that is correct. They do generate all of our work, but they are just county employees.
Is that answering your questions so far? Okay. All right. I got questions on the usage of the building. Obviously, the police department has a big, they have a big piece of this.
Mm-hmm.
Are they participating in remodel costs?
For the project that I'm bringing forward to you? Yeah. So yes, I have had discussions with them about budgeting for the records. I'm just calling it the records space, but I'm throwing in the compliance and sex offender into that as well. But that space, it's all, for lack of a better word, it's all in one area, so it's really easy to break out. And we are planning on having the architect have it as an alternate, so then the costs are broken down even further just for that space.
And the reason I'm asking that is that, and I just mentioned talking to you about the maintenance shop and their willingness to work with us on, something that's joint, if we so find it, that it would work. Maybe we can work something out in that realm, obviously, to house the all the buses, everything, all your maintenance stuff. They're moving forward on something, so maybe that'll be part of our conversation.
Yeah.
They have a new public work director over at the city that's probably more willing to, I think the sheriff and the police department have proven that some of these joint operations can work real well. And I think that they can save money on both sides of the fence. So I just wanted to understand kind of where we're at with that. So.
And I think it would be good too, is just to have the sheriff kind of talk about the records department too, just so we can all understand what they do for the county as well. Though they are RCPD employees, I think I'd like to have a better understanding of it too. So.
Yeah, they want to hear it. So if you don't mind, Brian, I know you weren't really prepared to do that, but go ahead.
Yeah, about a 35-minute PowerPoint, if you could.
Yeah,
No, we'll keep it a little bit shorter than that.
Gonna go for a fast ride in that bus.
And just for clarification, the compliant sex offender registration is also joint. They do all of that work, follow all the statutes and do all that work and track all these people for the county too. So they don't differentiate a line between the city and the county for that work. And a number of years ago, Chief Hedrick approached us about running their all of our records. And I'll just give you just a quick, I'm just going to read this quick. I don't have a better way to summarize it. They do a lot of different tasks for us that are very time consuming. But they audit every case that gets put into the system from our deputies. They do NIBRS, which is a national reporting that's mandated reporting from law enforcement to the state. They do all of that processing. They process all the court order seals in the record management system. They distribute varying paperwork to the clerk of court, state's attorney's office. They do records releases, which is very time consuming for us. We get several of those on an ongoing basis. They do record releases and distribution for accident reports, subpoenas, court orders, victims' compensation, background requests for federal agencies and other law enforcement agencies. And then they do records releases for a host of different agencies. I'm not going to read all of them. There's over a dozen agencies they do that for. They do our release for our digital evidence, the same as records, but with all of our audio and video recordings from our in-car cameras and our body-worn cameras, which is a lot of work. They maintain the data in the records management system, keep it updated with laws, statute, fine amounts, name cards. They process all of our citations, all of our warnings, and they process all of our accident reports and do training for our staff when it comes to report implementation and accidents. So there's a variety of different things that they do for us that's encompassing. And I would tell you, our workload is, it's not 50%, it's not 50-50. They do have more patrol officers than we do, so it's proportionate there. But they do a tremendous amount of work. And we did think, the chief and I went back and forth on this a number of times, and that's why I brought it to the commission several months ago to get your input before we went further with the design process, just to make sure people were comfortable with where we were at with moving this. But we both feel like it would be beneficial to the public to take our public-facing entities and put them in the same location. That also helps us cut down on the having to do reception duties in two different facilities. So part of this greeter position that you approved earlier today, we would position somebody at the Justice Center to help with that process, and then likely the police department would take over reception with some of their folks. A majority of our public traffic that comes to the public safety building once we do these moves are going to be there to file walk-in reports for the Rapid City Police Department, so they would take that duty over.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek, sir.
Davis, is that, if I'm looking at it right, record, their square footage should be about 1,550 square feet? I'm just looking at a.
Yep, give me one sec. That's correct. Yep.
So would that take into account growth? So
yep.
10 years from now, you're still going to have enough room? Okay.
We have that for every department, essentially, that'll live in the old administration building. They will have room to grow.
Then I was looking at the estimated repurpose cost, $3 to $4 million.
Correct. Yes, for the total project cost, yeah, we're estimating between 3 and 4 million. Correct.
So what would let's just say it was 4 million, what would that other million or 800,000, what would that be attributed to?
You mean if it comes back at?
Right, if it came back at 4 million, I'm just trying to figure out how we could, hey, we only have 3,500,000, how do we work that?
Well, and I think it's up to the commission to, obviously I will come back to award any bid. We'll discuss the bids. We'll see how it goes. Right now, the market is really, really, really competitive in the area, so I think we're going to get some pretty sharp pencils on this. Unfortunately, when you throw government in front of any project, a percentage seems to get added to it, but we'll see. Now, we have some, if you would call it, we may look into a notification system, in that building like we did in this building. That might be part of that additional cost. The other cost would be FF&E would be the big one. We are going to have to purchase some furniture. We are going to reuse as much as we possibly can that's existing, but typically, you have to add 10 to 15% just for your FF&E on a project of this size. So that could be anywhere from $300,000 to $400,000 alone just for the FF&E. I will have a lot of those costs broken down at the meeting I request to award the bid if this were to go through. So we can look at it then and actually look at a total project, and you guys can see everything broken down. Essentially what today allows us to do is advertise and bid the project. When I have that bid opening on the 10th, I'll review them, see if they're respectable bids, and then I will come back on the 17th of February to potentially move the project forward, or maybe tell you the bids came in way too high and we need to relook at some items.
So the sale of the 14 St. Joe, that was for $5,400,000, correct?
Correct, 5.4. Yep.
Is there a time frame that we have to be out of that building?
They would like us out by the end of the year. I think that's doable. Right now, we have set this schedule. As you can see right here, the target completion would be October or November of this year. So that gives, if everything goes according to the schedule, that gives about a 7 to 8 month remodel time frame, which should be plenty for that building, for the square footage that we're looking at and for the improvements we're looking at doing. Then we have, we'll essentially have a month to move in, which is also plenty of time because it's, we're really just relocating the departments from the bank, which is kitty corner from that building, and then from PSB. So it's minimal amount of moving costs that'll be built in there as well.
So then the proceeds, the 5.4, would be used to offset the remodeling costs then?
You could say that. You could say that. Yes, I would say yes. That's how I've been looking at it as well. Essentially, the money we're getting from the sale of the bank is now being used to remodel an existing facility. Yep. Okay. So.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
Thank you. So for the record, I was never against the public safety building being the Justice Center. It was the money that in order to fund it. So when we went and bought another building using bonding money, we didn't have money. And Commissioner Durr, you're correct. We were told that we were getting $9 million from the city from the beginning. We were going to split the costs and move both the city and the county together with the sheriff's office into the public safety with the public defenders and the police department. And that was the original, and I was way on board. And then what happened is the city switched mayors, which in justification, happens. And we were short $9 million to redo and remodel and do some of the public safety stuff. I've always been in favor of the police department and the sheriff department working together. They have a great relationship to work with both entities and work with a lot of their entities, with the marshals and otherwise, but it makes good camaraderie. It makes good business for both the city and the county. Long story short, with that $9 million short, we didn't find out till we bought the new administration building, because we were on board thinking we had $9 million. There isn't any reason why we can't move out to this new administration building. We got some money for the old administration. When me and Commissioner Lassiter, I'll speak for him because he's on the public record, where we had issues with is buying another building when we didn't have money for the old administration building. So we didn't have, and now we do, because we're selling the building for 5.4. And we're also concerned, or my concern was that we already had the space to move the public defender and leave the public defender in the buildings and grounds plan like it was. At that point, you're using bonding money, and that bonding money was also a concern because, again, I believe in public safety, and that was for some of the jail remodel. And that would put us, I think we started at 51 on the bonding, and then we were using it for some other stuff, which I understood. But the bottom line, I think there was like 42,000 that we could use for, which was supposed to be about 30,000 for the sheriff, and the rest was for, not for buying another building. It was for remodeling the old administration and to finish the new administration. So at this time, that 5.4, and that's why I was in favor of selling that building, is because we needed the money in order to make the public safety building what it is today. I am not having a problem with the civil records or the warrants or anything going in there. Now we have the money to do what we need to do to make that camaraderie, and hopefully with that team effort and with the Justice Center, with the public defenders and how you laid out this plan, I'm just going to tell, heck, we couldn't have picked a better guy than Mr. Davis to do this work and work with a team with the PD, the public defenders, the state's attorney, and for the record as well, I've been going in there looking at the building, and it's kind of sad because I was in there 11 years, but they're doing a wonderful job. They are. They're utilizing space. I went to a fire service board, and here's how efficient and effective the buildings and grounds are. They had the guy that works for the buildings and grounds. He was actually doing the floors. They were doing the painting. They are saving every penny they can because, again, we were short. And I think they're doing a wonderful job. So at this time, moving forward, I promise not to give you any more heck on your buildings, but Mr. Davis has been very transparent, very much with his team, doing the work and showing the work and telling every process and piece during the new process which we have now that's been working very well. So kudos to you, kudos to your team, Sheriff. And I already know with the civil records, the warrants, sex offenders, and all that stuff, it just makes sense to bring that team together with a public face. So thank you for all your work, both of you, working with the different entities. I know we're working on some spaces. Mr. Durr's concerned is straight up on some of that stuff of how we're doing it. Let's move forward and see how we can work as a team, and still, hopefully, with the public safety building, getting some money from the city still to help us out, which I think once the sheriff works with the chief, Hedrick, he's been very instrumental in helping us with many things with 911 in different areas to move forward. So thank you.
We get a motion on the floor here?
Motion to approve.
Got a motion, a second?
I'll second it.
A motion and a second. Any further conversation?
Just so everybody knows, this is just put it out the bid.
Yes.
This is just to put it out to bid.
Put it out to bid, it's not to approve any money or anything right now.
I'll just bring up one thing about when you point out the fact that when the government puts out something to bid, there's some of the reasons it gets higher is because they don't have a lot of management involved in that process. We have a good manager involved in our process, which really helps keep the costs in line somewhat. And I mean, there's always things that, like right now, to get out of control or whatever, but having someone there that's helping manage the project, helps a lot. So I'll just leave that caveat out there. So it is just to go out for bids. So that being said, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on. Items for emergency management. Dustin. A
Morning, Chair.
windstorm.
Make sure I don't screw things up there. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Dustin Willett, Pennington County Emergency Manager. Emergency Management's item before you today is a resolution to declare a state of disaster in Pennington County, referencing the December 17th and 18th windstorm. So this is part of the Stafford Act process, preliminary damage assessment and disaster declaration that helps move the whole process forward for potentially getting a Stafford Act declaration from the federal government. It is one of the items that has to be submitted in order for this to move forward, both at the state level and then the federal level. So on December 17th and 18th, we had record winds up to 101 mile an hour gusts, which is, again, record setting, unprecedented since we've been keeping track of things. All total between the municipalities and the county, we are sitting at about, in terms of stuff that we can currently forecast as damages, about $2.3 million, $2.4 million dollars in damages directly attributed to that windstorm. A lot of that damage is with the city of Rapid City, both out at the airport, the landfill, the monument, several big city facilities. The cities don't, the way the disaster declaration process works. The cities don't declare a disaster themselves. The lowest level of government that this process starts at is the county. So in this particular instance, the county is acting on behalf and for the benefit of the municipalities that were hit within Pennington County as well. The other piece that this helps is for a presidential declaration, for a Stafford Act declaration. You have to have 3 contiguous counties that all meet their damage thresholds in order to take that forward from the state to the federal government. So right now it is Fall River County, Custer County, and Pennington County that meet that damage threshold. So we have to participate in that process in order for the thresholds to be met, in order for the pieces to fit to request a disaster declaration from the federal government. And the governor's office has indicated that they're moving forward with that, and that's predicated upon having a disaster declaration from Pennington County. I know you've got a loaded agenda. It's been a long day already. Happy to stand for any questions.
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Durham.
I'm going to move to approve a resolution to declare a state disaster in Pennington County due to damages sustained during the windstorm that occurred on December 17th and 18th of 2025.
Second.
Of a motion and a second, and Dustin, a lot of the damage from a tree in a neighborhood wreaks havoc on elderly people in the community, people who don't have the ability to fix their house, even though their neighbor's tree hit their house. There may not be any coverage. Is there relief in this program somewhere along the line for some of these people?
Under promise, over deliver. The opportunity there might be through SBA. This is not going to reach thresholds for FEMA's individual assistance. So we're not going to have federal government helping individual households. I will say that your concern is incredibly valid, and it speaks to one of the huge issues that faces the nation, and that's generalized underinsurance. So really a tree hitting your house should be something that is covered by insurance, but we're all well aware that as a nation we are well underinsured, especially as private individuals. What might, I'll be careful here, but what might offer some relief are some, we've historically called them 1% loans or SBA loans. It's not just for businesses. Individuals can take advantage of that too. If those programs are unlocked, if those programs are made available, there may be some 1% money that's made.
So one of the updates we got from our highway department was the fact that they had to spend a lot of their resources. Does that help reimburse that, or?
It can. So right now, I think about $300,000 of the costs that we have captured are debris management, debris clearing from Pennington County Highway.
I know that they spent on his update. So we got a motion and a second on the floor. Dustin, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to items from Equalization, Director of Equalization Succession Training Plan. And Shannon, thank you for coming forward.
Good morning, Commissioners. So this is continued from the last meeting. I talked to you then, so it shouldn't be a surprise to you, but for the public, I will be done in my position in June, and I have offered to train one of my senior appraisers to fill that position so somebody is ready on board, knows as much as we can make him know by that point. And for taking on that extra training while still performing his regular job, I'm asking the commission to give him the raise as stated. It's just over $3 an hour. You see the memo from HR, so it fits with the policy. And that's it, unless you have questions.
Thank you, Shannon.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock, and then.
So just a question.
You.
The succession plan is decided by the board, meaning.
Correct.
Without being, okay, I'll just say it. Until we agree that Trevor is going to be in that plan, or he's going to be the director, are we just training for the direct? You see where I'm going? He's not the director yet. He's not been appointed or asked to be the director by any of the board members. So how are we going to give a guy a raise? I know you would like it. Is there a step we're missing here?
Are you directing that to the commission in general? Or are you gonna
To the
direct?
I'd like to
commission
respond.
and to Shannon both. Usually the process is, like, when we've done in the past, is, we're saying, okay, who's going to be the next person in succession? And then we have, in all disclosure, gave that person, before he left, that training and that raise to train in order to move to that next step. Does that make sense? So at this time, we haven't made a decision on that.
I'll give Shannon a chance to.
Thank you.
I understand the concern, absolutely. At some point, the board needs to decide who will fill that position. But we're months away from that now, so you don't have to do it now. But I have been for a month doing some cross-training within the office. So regardless of what happens in the future, cross-training and education in the office is still a good thing.
Right, I don't think anybody would argue with you on that. So Commissioner Durr, you were going to make a comment earlier, so
No.
you have the floor, sir.
Commissioner Hadcock is spot on. So on point. I've got a question for HR, Sandy.
Sandy, are you here? Oh, there you are. You were behind Shannon. I didn't see you. Commissioner Durr has a question for you.
Yeah, so this pay increase based on policy, is it my understanding, but the pay increase based on that percentage you can increase somebody's wage is only a promotional increase?
That's what the current policy states.
Okay, so this would not be in compliance with policy because we're not talking about a promotion, we're talking about a training stipend, basically. So there's no promotion tied to this pay increase. So this would be outside of policy.
Yes, which is why we brought it to the commission.
All right.
Thank you.
So I think it goes back to the question about, the cart before the horse, and I know we've had conversations, but it would be, what is the direction the commission is looking at going at would be my question. Are we saying that who the director, our current director, is recommending Trevor for this promotion, obviously to replace you? And is that what the commission is looking at, or is the commission looking at, we need to advertise, and so what's the way ahead?
Thank you, Commissioner Durr. I think that's a valid question.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek, you can have the floor, sir.
I guess being in that profession for 30 years and working with Trevor, seeing Trevor in action in the courtroom, I really think that he's only fit. I don't think you're going to find anybody more qualified. They might have some appraisal knowledge, but working with that department and working with those current employees, I don't know that you could replace that with somebody outside. I fully think Trevor would be the best fit, and I certainly support, if he needs a little bit of a, if I was in that position and I wasn't offered some compensation for doing extra work, I wouldn't be real.
Chair.
I think it's well deserved.
So, Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
Sorry, I need to have you
That's fine.
acknowledge me.
Nope, go ahead.
So I'm not against having Trevor, let's just say that. I'm asking for the process. So the process in the past was always, we appoint someone, if we're going to appoint in the office, we say we're going to appoint a successor, whether it be what happened with the treasurer, some of the HR, the state's attorney. We always talk about the succession plan, and then we know who's going to be that successor kind of thing, or we're going to go out of, Pennington County or whatever, and then that's when we start saying, okay, it's going to be Trevor, we're going to give him a training stipend, that kind of thing. It's not that we don't want Trevor today, just in my opinion, it's about the process in which either we appoint Trevor or we tell the public what's going to happen next. Whether he's training or not, it does make a difference, Shannon, because he's going to be a different, being director and working in the office as the second is a whole different ballgame. So that training might be a little bit different than just, some of the stuff that you're teaching him right now about leadership. How about that?
Chair.
Commissioner Durr, sir.
Yeah, Commissioner Roskinek, could you clarify your time spent in court with Trevor?
Well, it wasn't as bad as you think.
No.
But he was going against one of the most reputable appraisers in Rapid City, and I
So
thought Trevor
we're
did a
talking
great job.
about court hearings on appeals.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it was fairly significant.
The other court hearings is I proceeded over him.
I can't believe you thought otherwise.
Just to clarify. So
I'm going to chime in here if the commission doesn't mind. I think that we should put on the next agenda a conversation about looking at qualifications of Trevor and having that discussion about moving forward. Whether that's an executive session or not, I'm not sure, but it's talk to Tyler about that. But reviewing his resume, reviewing the work history, all that stuff, and making a decision if we're going to do something, globally, or are we going to look at other people involved, or are we going to make a commitment to Trevor? I think his work ability is probably not in question. I have some interest in finding out about philosophy moving forward with the department. So,
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So if I understand it, Shannon, your retirement sometime in June. We're nearing the end of January. The assessment appeal process starts in a couple months. We get a lot of stuff going on, so I think whatever we do, we need to be quicker than.
I think we could put it on the next meeting.
Mr. Chair?
Shannon,
So I understand what you're saying. I would suggest that the board doesn't have to make a decision at the next meeting or at this meeting. I am going to continue the cross-training in the office because regardless, we need to do that. Both Gordon and I need to share some information. So in a couple of months, when you make that decision, there's somebody that has that knowledge, and that knowledge is spread out in the office. Be better regardless.
I wouldn't expect anything less from a person in your position, and we're not going to micromanage you. If that, I agree. If I think that all makes sense. So I just want to have a philosophical conversation.
Yeah, Chair, I think I think we owe a decision to the department and to everybody that we're talking about, but I would rather we do it on the next agenda, and then we have a conversation about this, and based on that, I'm not willing to support this motion because it's out of our policy.
Right, okay. So,
So I would move this discussion up to our next commission agenda, and it would be executive session.
So how does that unfold? Is there a motion required to are you continuing this item, or are you just denying this item? And
I'm going to make a motion to continue this item to our next agenda.
We have a motion and a second.
In that motion, I'm going to say that we would be looking at the qualifications of a potential internal promotion for the Director of Equalization.
And we can have our office director, he's holding his hand up like he's going to throw something at me. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was clear to everybody that you would not be speaking about pay of an individual outside of policy. In executive, this is specifically to discuss the qualifications of potential employee.
That's
Okay,
the biggest thing for us is following, where are we going? And then I think everybody's right here that we owe it to the, Shannon's been there a long time. They've had a lot of stability, and we don't want to upset that apple cart by, not making a decision. Let's make a decision and move on.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I might add that, when I first got into the appraisal business, you could always sit there and you want the experience, because there isn't a fee appraiser out there that is well established that's going to take somebody and train them, because it just bogs them down. So if you need that experience for the state to have your license, you work for the county assessor where you learn that training. But to go out there and advertise for somebody and have any experience like Trevor, I don't think you're going to find him you're not going to find him in South Dakota, and probably you're not going to find him in the next 5 states. That's just my 2 cents worth.
Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hadcock.
Just one more thing. Thank you, Shannon, for your service to us. You've been with us a long time. And I told this, we agreed to disagree, but I always loved your experience and how you're always straightforward when you talked about stuff. I think that's why we always got along well, and your sense of humor on stuff. So you've trained a lot of your staff very well, and I've always appreciated that. The knowledge that we're losing from you is going to be huge. A lot of people through the city, the county, and the state come to you for that information. So if it ends up being Trevor or anybody, that's big shoes to fill. So thank you for what you've done for us too, Shannon.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you. So we have a motion to continue. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Sandy.
Chair,
Thank you,
can we,
Commissioners.
Thank
Chair,
you.
can we have a
Items-
break before
Yeah,
we
let's-
start the ambulance?
Let's take a 5-minute.
10-minute
I know
break?
it always extends longer than that, so let's try to be honest about it. It's going to be probably 10.
10, yeah, at least. Okay, thank you.
Ready to roll, Jerome, so you can let you start.
Whenever you're ready.
Items from Fire Administration.
Jerome Harvey, Fire Administrator, Pennington County, South Dakota. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Had go ahead and do our presentation here, talk about our ambulance and emergency medical services, but I'd like to ask everybody in the room, just take a breath and determine 2 ways out of this room and 2 ways out of this building. You never know when you're going to need it, and it includes where you're living and other buildings that you're in. So we just took a second there for safety. Been approached by 4 of the 5 commissioners about bringing up to speed as far as what is going on as far as emergency medical services, ambulance services in Pennington County, and Chairman Weifenbach did ask us specifically to bring some stuff up. So we've had requests from the commission to bring this information up. I have quite a few people here in attendance today. Introduce them very quickly. We have Chief Jason Culberson with the Rapid City Fire Department. We have Lila Stone from the Eastern Pennington County Ambulance District. Have Chief Craig Comer with the Hill City Ambulance. Have Matt Thompson, the Director of the Keystone Ambulance Service. Have Doug Curry representing the City of Box Elder. Have Leo Sambeck, who is the President of the Hermosa Area Growth and Development Incorporated. Have Teresa Mellon from Box Elder, and she's working on some solutions. And I'd like to recognize the fact that Chief Gleason is here also today with us from Box Elder Fire. And we have Director Carley from the Emergency Services Communications Center and Stephanie Olson. So we have quite a crew here that the commission can ask questions of. These are the experts in the particular fields that they're in. And so we've got everybody here today for the commission, and I appreciate their efforts to make it here today. Just some brief overview for the commission. And nationally, the fire service is 70-78%, depending on what study that you look into. In South Dakota, 96.6% of the fire service is all volunteer. And as of June 30th, 2025, according to the South Dakota Department of Health, the ambulance, of the 121 ambulance services in South Dakota that are licensed, 85% of them are volunteer-based. The numbers that you'll see today, such as the total county emergency medical service incidents for 2025, that number can fluctuate depending on what you're looking for, but generally it's going to be 2,800 to 3,100 as far as the numbers there, as far as some general numbers. Quickly, the 66 counties in statewide in South Dakota, and 22 of them are in West River. The South Dakota legislature continues to grapple with this issue also. The South Dakota, the State Senate Health and Human Services Committee did meet last week on Senate Bill 89, and so they continue to work on this issue also. So what is currently going on in Pennington County, and what does the county support? And I'll ask Director Carley to come up here if you have any questions of him. Initially, of course, we have our emergency medical dispatching that's done through a series of protocols. County and the city pay for dispatchers and also the communications network.
Good morning, good afternoon, whatever it is. Kevin Carley, Director of Emergency Services Communications Center. I guess I'll stand for any questions you guys may have.
Thank you. I don't know that we have any. Do you have any more to go, Jerome?
No. Just to give you, just give background, we do have Director Carley here if there's any questions. Go more in depth on that if you want to. Additionally, the county, through the county fire office, we do provide workers' compensation for all of our firefighters, all volunteer firefighters per state statute. We have the paging and communications network, and we spend quite a bit of time, effort, and funding keeping that system up. And that covers not only fire, but EMS and also your search and rescue. We do training support and technical assistance, and we do CPR mannequins. I can't even imagine the thousands of people that have been trained by the mannequins the county has provided. And all of our fire departments that you provide some level of support to provide some type of EMS first response.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Durr.
Yeah, on this slide, while you're on it, I do have a question on the workers' comp. So you're saying for all volunteer firefighters, what about volunteer ambulance?
We'll get to that. I'll cover that just briefly. That's a good question for you. Additionally, follow directions here. What has happened in the past also as far as the Eastern Pennington County Ambulance District, the commission did allow $15,000 for a study focused on that particular ambulance district a few years ago to help them with some of the issues that they had. I have Lila Stone here from the Eastern Pennington County Ambulance District if you have any questions of her. They also did a donation prior to the pandemic, cost share with the city of Wall as far as a new defibrillator. Hill City Ambulance, you did a $15,000 donation to assist with property acquisition costs for the new station located at 634 East Main Street in Hill City. And the workers' compensation for the Hill City Ambulance is provided through County Fire on a reimbursement basis. Wall Ambulance and Keystone Ambulance provide their own workers' compensation. So how does this work? How does the current system work? So we have, in case of emergency, people call 911. Goes into the emergency medical or emergency services communication system under Director Carley, and they're dispatched through medical dispatch protocols. Our fire departments will respond. All of our fire departments have some type of responsibility as far as responding first to medical emergencies. 11 of our fire departments have dedicated rescue squads, and 17 of them have some type of jaws of life or related extrication equipment. Several of our fire departments have the CPR machines, manual CPR machines, commonly referred to as Lucas devices. The fire departments have quite an extensive investment into EMS here in Pennington County. Law enforcement may be dispatched. We may have, according to the protocols, maybe dispatching of life flight, and of course some type of a ground-based ambulance service. And then we have a crack search and rescue team under Sheriff Mueller that is supported through the Board of the Commission, and they do an excellent job, and also part of our emergency medical services team. The transportation is primarily provided by, from the scene to the care facility is provided by ground-based ambulance or by Black Hills Life Flight generally. It's interesting to note that the Department of Health had in their 2023-2024 study did require mutual response with fire departments, and they're looking into that. And Pennington County is already doing this across the county, so we're ahead of that as far as what the state is looking at. Currently, we have 5 ambulance services that provide service here in the county. Rapid City Fire Department, of course, Ellsworth has its own capability, Wall, Keystone, and Hill City. The system itself, 5 ambulance services, and we have 4 tax districts. Those are allowed under South Dakota codified law. 3411A-16 does allow for an ambulance tax district. Hill City is our parent is a tax district, Keystone, Scenic, Kanata Basin, and of course the Eastern Pennington County Ambulance District. The county can, under South Dakota statute 3411-1, does have the authority to provide ambulance service. A county or municipality may provide a contract for the provision of ambulance services, and number 2, contract with another political subdivision or other persons for the provision of monies to support ambulance services. And this is currently one of the issues that is going on within the state legislature. Last year there was an attempt to make that a mandatory for cities and counties to provide for that. And Senate Bill 89 is, under this session, is currently being debated on that issue. Give you a map in front of you there to give you an outline. I believe we have that on your display. Is that, I want to understand what they're seeing. They can see this too on the maps. Okay. We'll have Chief Culberson come up, and if you've got any questions of him, Chief Culberson's service provides the largest area in the county, over 3 county areas, largest area in the unincorporated Pennington County, including the city of New Underwood and city of Box Elder. In 2025, they responded between 2,400 to 2,700 emergency medical incidents out in the county in unincorporated areas. There was an agreement in place between 2004 and 2007 that was in your packet as far as what the original agreement was when Rapid City did take over the ambulance service. I think one of the sad things is the South Dakota Department of Health does not consider the Rapid City Fire Department to be an ambulance service as a rural provider. I've got some real problems with that, with considering the areas that they provide coverage into. And what that does is cuts them out of some potential for some funding and other issues that they can address here. So that has not been, that's something we've worked on with the Department of Health in the past. It kind of falls on deaf ears, and I don't agree with that.
Okay, so Jerome, just to reiterate that the Department of Health has to recognize the municipal Rapid City's ambulance service as a rural provider?
Yeah, they don't recognize them as a rural provider.
They do not.
They do not.
And do they give reasoning, or they just falls on deaf ears? I guess, Jason? We got a lot of legislators running around town doing a lot of things, but when we really need them, I'd like to see them.
Yeah, I agree. Good afternoon, Fire Chief Jason Culberson, Rapid City Fire Department. So in answer to your question, Chair, no. So to be recognized, we are not recognized as a rural provider in the eyes of the South Dakota Department of Health and their EMS office. So when they have grants or something that they're providing to rural EMS providers, we are not included in that since we are a municipal fire department. A municipal provider, ambulance provider. So it puts us in a strange position since we cover about 3,200 square miles of both Pennington County, Meade County, and Custer County, and a small portion of Lawrence County. Most of our district, minus 55 square miles, is rural.
Yeah.
And so it makes it difficult for us to be able to access some of that.
And I'm going to interject another question. Are the feds feeding them the money, or is it the state using sales tax revenue?
It depends. They've gotten some grants from some large donors such as Sanford to federal also.
Okay. And I had another question for Jerome. SB 89, you said, is in legislation right now. Can you guys explain that to us?
You're probably more up on that than I am.
Yeah, I wish sorry, my computer, I had it pulled up, but after a few hours it died. But
Anybody else up on that?
But Senate Bill 89 was much similar to last year's efforts to, and I don't want to say this totally incorrectly, it wasn't mandating the county, it was mandating municipalities and counties to have a provision for the rules.
Thank you.
Thank you, because it's very specific.
Thanks, Joe. A tree fell on his real computer, so he's
So
got that little one.
it still says a county or municipality may contract with another political or subdivision. The new section states each county and municipality shall ensure that a minimum level of emergency medical services is available within its jurisdiction for pre-hospital emergency medical treatment and transport. And it goes on to state that the department shall do rules that deal with contracts, response times, required staff, et cetera. But one nice thing it does also add section 3 is to form a task force for funding. So they'll examine a funding mechanism to support counties and municipalities in the provision of EMS, seek input from relevant stakeholders, and then provide to the executive board no later than November 1st, 2026, a report. So,
All right.
and then the task force, how it's set up.
Because one of the reasons I talked to Jerome, and obviously was the conversation that we had, Chief, on,
Yes, sir.
on the fact that billing problems and the cost escalations and you know, the ability that you'd have to provide services in way rural areas is beyond what your budgets are allowing for. So looking for an input, you're not actually looking to run away from your obligation to help, but just understanding that we're going to have to form some ambulance districts.
Yeah, if I can just kind of distill that down, is that we've provided the service since 2003 and have done so at a point of trying to just keep it breaking even and still provide the service throughout and give a robust service. 2009, we added the last 24-hour ambulance that we've have added, and that was when we were doing about 10,000 calls a year. Okay. We're doing 22,549 this last year in 2025. So we've doubled the call volume, greater than doubled our call volume. We haven't added any ambulances.
And then I understand.
So we continue to provide a lot of service within the confines of Rapid City, and then going out great distances outside of there. So we're at the point we can't continue to do that with less.
Commissioner Roskinek.
The 3-mile limit around Rapid City, is that covered?
Everything that you see on the map, Commissioner, that's in salmon color to the red color is the first due area for the Rapid City Fire Department ambulance area. 3 counties, including Scenic Kanata Basin Ambulance District, is under agreement with Rapid City to provide service there also. So you're looking at eastern Custer County, part of southern Meade County, and then all the red or salmon colored area there. It's over between 3,200 and 3,300 square miles.
One of the issues with the coverage, Commissioner Roskinek, is the price to pay for service. Some of these contracts they have are worse than some of the contracts that we have. So I think it'd be, billing for Medicaid or billing for ambulance services, people have been just making it harder and harder. They're not getting paid, and then they never get paid. And so I asked Jerome and to help step in ahead of the curve to look at their fire maps so we can compare ambulance maps and try to come up with something that makes sense. Chief Culberson's not running away from providing services. He's just saying, it's time that we do some sort of a levy for the taxing of income for their ambulance services. Otherwise, he can't keep doing it. Can you give us a couple of instances of your contracts that you have right now?
Sure.
What
I was going to bring that up, and thanks for those statements. No, we're not looking to run away from anything. We think we're a great provider of service throughout. We just cannot do it the way we've been doing it all along up to this point. Been very fiscally responsible, and we've done things to try to change how that happens, including changing our billing operations. So we have contracts with Scenic Kanata Basin. Just inked that and updated and increased their price by 2.5 times for us to respond out there. We have a contract that we're working on right now with Custer County.
I don't mean to interrupt you. Can you tell us what it was? How much?
It was 2,000. Now we're at 5, with an escalator every year.
There you go.
And there's about 16 calls a year is what we do way down in that area.
What kind of average call cost?
According to Medicare, our average cost is $1,080 outside of Rapid City. It's $980 within the confines of city, Rapid City.
What does it really cost?
Yeah, that's pretty realistic. That gets the average out, pushed out. Of course, where we're talking these long distances, we travel out and go down the interstate or back up into the hills, and it's a car wreck. We drive 40 miles, and then there's nothing. We turn around and come back.
So you get paid nothing.
There's no bill for that. The only time we get any reimbursement is through when we transport somebody.
Right. Okay.
And so it's difficult. Billing is difficult anymore. If you look across the country, private ambulance services are getting out of the business of doing 911 calls because they don't pay that well. They're aimed more at the interfacility transports so taking a patient from one hospital to the next. Those ones are the ones that pay. We just don't have a lot of those. They're long distance when we do have a lot of those. But all of that combined together for us to be able to provide the service outside. At this point, we are in the red, and we've been in the red for 2 years. So the city of Rapid City has been kind of
Probably
covering
a little bit
that.
longer than what they
We're on
wanted.
our way back up, hopefully. There were some changes with Medicaid this last year, but realistically, I don't see us getting in the black in the current climate.
So Jerome, I didn't want to interrupt your whole program. Do you need to go more deeper?
No, we got some other solutions. That's why we have brought everybody here. That's why everybody's come here today. Chief Culberson and the rest of them that are in here is that provide answers for you guys.
Okay.
I'm not able to answer all of the details like you just talked with you. That's why we're here.
Okay.
We're here to.
Having the two of you together gives the commission an opportunity to figure out what role we play in this, because we got to get this done. It's something that probably paramount as a commission or a county commissioner could provide safety services for, because people outside our jurisdiction, the people that are in the county that are inside the municipality or the confines of what that, what the Rapid City Fire Department operates in are completely fine. But once we get outside those boundaries and we get into, you know, some of the areas that go into Wall and Box Elder and those types of areas. And we've had conversations with Box Elder. They're on board. They've been on board for a while. They've seen this coming. They're growing as a municipality, which we'd like to see. And so I guess in the ultimate, if we could have our ultimate ruthers, is how do you see the commission helping this along, other than helping you create some ambulance districts? You know, getting with the stakeholders in these districts, because you guys actually deal with them on the fire and the ambulance.
Let's go ahead and show you some other potential solutions that are going on now. We'll talk about those, and then we can come back to that if that's okay.
Yep, yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
I'll just sit by. Thanks, Chief.
Okay, potential solutions that are going on. These are the things that are already in the works. Current proposed ambulance district. One is ambulance district for Box Elder and New Underwood. These map that you see there does follow the current fire district boundaries. We have a Representative Teresa Mellon here that can answer any questions on this. Again, and Doug Curry from the city of Box Elder is also here. Again, increase in calls, and she has some pretty good numbers here for you that are up on the board. Increase in calls, increase in population, and Teresa's here to answer any questions as far as where she's at, as far as her progress as far as formation of an ambulance district. It's allowed under state statutes. And then I have Doug Curry here from the city of Box Elder if you have any questions of him.
I'm not sure that we're ready for any questions in that area right now, but I wanted to get the commission up to speed on how this is coming down. I've had some conversations with Doug, and so at Box Elder and the mayor out there, and trying to incorporate the commission into this conversation to see what role we're going to play helping establish this, because at some point we'll have to get the auditor involved, obviously, when we can start narrowing down these, you know, because if Box Elder is going into this heavy, they're going to have a, you know, immediate area there. We got concerns in Wall. We have some concerns that overlap, you know, Custer County and.
Right, and that's the next one. If we can go on to the next one,
John.
then. The other one, we have Leo Sandbeck with us here today, and Leo's already working on this. I believe we have your timeline was in the packet. Leo's here in the audience and can answer any questions. He's from the Hermosa Area Growth and Development Incorporated and has quite a bit of experience as far as dealing with districts. And this, he has some, potentially could be a Eastern Custer County Southern district, if you will, but he can answer those questions for you here.
Well, we appreciate that, because one of the concerns that comes up when you got county versus county, city versus county, we want to get over all that understanding of the locations of the community. Like, okay, how does this work, Leo? How do you see this kind of panning out?
All right, initially, the Custer County Commissioners charged Hermosa Area Growth and Development, HAG-D, and then I took that on to come up with an ambulance district for Eastern Custer County. That would have been simple. But I'm also on the board of directors for the Battle Creek Fire District, and Pennington County starts about 1.5 miles north of Hermosa. Battle Creek Fire District covers that area, so I got a lot of friends sitting out there. And if I formed an ambulance district only for Eastern Custer County, we'd be creating a situation there that we're leaving people without coverage.
Right.
And so, but in order to include the Battle Creek Fire District in this ambulance district, then it becomes a multiple county jurisdiction. So there's certain things that have to happen. Well, it would still be pretty easy because Battle Creek Fire District is geographically defined. I can go into the director of the equalization or the auditor, and the boundaries are there. But by doing that, we create an island between the northern boundary of Battle Creek and the Rapid City city limits of an area that's probably too small for a future ambulance district. So when I look at the map, it says to me, we need to be talking about the entire area from the city limits of Rapid City to Custer State Park, from for example, Highway 16 to pick a boundary. Well, you know, we could say Highway 44 or whatever boundary makes sense. But let's look at a comprehensive solution. Do I benefit from it? Yes. The bigger the area, the more houses in the area, the better financed this district can be. So there's an ulterior motive of making it easier for everybody. So that's my basic
Right, Leo, and I understand that
petition.
coming from conversations with Chief Culberson and then we knew that some of these conversations would happen like this but his concern was in the best interest of the people getting the service. So he can serve to a certain area, then after that, it becomes more productive for the Hermosa area or whatever to take over at that point. So encompassing, when we look at these and encompassing that and keeping in mind that if they do cross boundaries, I don't speak for all my commissioners, but I think that I think that's has to happen. I mean, to provide services, ambulance services for that community without any gaps.
Right.
And so when we talk about the whole from Rapid City won't just stop at their border, but they will require funding from another, area around the city, and hopefully, that we can find a district that works there too. So, Jerome, did you want to go ahead?
No, that's the purpose of the conversation here. We do have the map up that does show the Battle Creek area that Leo is talking about. And we can talk about the areas that don't have a proposed solution at this point in time. Districts do allow you to cross county, but help you with the boundaries.
Perfect.
That's one of the benefits of the district is, for example, in the Keystone District, the Keystone District actually covers 2 counties, for example. So that's where the legislature said, yes, we understand there's, highways and byways that are easier for you to get around here, there, whatever. So the districts are allowed to go across that. But formation of a district, when it crosses 2 counties or 3 counties or whatever, does involve both of the county commissions.
Does Keystone have an ambulance service now?
Yeah, the director's here, Matt.
Okay.
Well, he had to go.
Okay, but I
Had to go. Had to go to work.
If I could make one other point.
Absolutely.
The nice thing about the way the centralized proposed district would work is the board of directors would be elected for the ambulance district. And then they would, for instance, send out an RFP. How would you like to service this area? I think we would still see Hot Springs serving part of the Fairburn area. We would see Keystone still serving their current area, but maybe contracting a little bit more. Rapid City could be contracted to serve. Custer Ambulance Service would be contracted. This district would not necessarily have, well, in fact, I doubt that it would have one ambulance provider. We would be taking advantage of all the ambulance services that currently surround it.
One of the things they're going to find out is the cost involved. Just to purchase an ambulance.
Oh, yeah.
You're looking probably $500,000. That's just to get the ambulance. And then
absolutely
looking at people who are underutilized in their districts, and maybe the whole conversation started with, the fire district has been fairly successful, I should say, with their districts. That's why I thought maybe modeling something along that lines in an ambulance district. So wanted to get my colleagues up here thinking about how we approach this moving forward, because it's Chief has given us a timeline, and he's not putting he's not drawing a line in the sand. He's just saying, I really like to have something done by this. We've been, dealing with this for a couple years now, and so moving forward, I think we're going to have maybe even, I don't know if we go to as far as, I hate committees, but I don't know how else to establish this to be able to.
The unfortunate thing is that if we want to get something done such that we could be requesting tax funding for the next year, we don't have a lot of time. Committees may not be able to move fast enough because a decision on a boundaries probably has to be made by the 1st of March.
Wow. Okay.
in order to get it on a ballot for the general election. This would have to go to a vote. And, I'd rather see it go to the general election, which is already paid for,
Yeah, I get
rather
you.
than a special election.
So I'm going to look to my colleagues here to see if they have questions, concerns, or anything. We should probably establish something to participate in this. So I guess I'll lean on you guys if you want to have a comment or say something or a question. Or
Mr. Chair, I'm just here to listen.
Okay.
I think these guys know a lot more than me.
Right, yeah.
And they can all agree and no bickering between each other, and they got some ideas. I'm ready to do what we can as a commission.
So, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews.
So as
please.
part of our brief conversation that you and I had several weeks ago on this, I think this is on the right track. I think this is what needs to be done. It doesn't make any difference where you're at in South Dakota. Ambulance services are in trouble. And so you aren't going to be able to fix the whole state, but I think this is, for our area, I think this is the way to move forward and try to establish something that's going to work.
So would it be fair to say that Jerome, and then
Just don't call me late for dinner.
would it be fair to say that have a direction to move forward, or how do you perceive us helping you move forward? I know Chief Culberson's a very good resource, and he's willing to even cook you guys dinner or whatever it takes. He told me that earlier, but I know because they're also going to play a little bit of game of politics, which I'm not interested in, but I know that happens. With this, we're talking about people's life, safety. This is almost probably to a pretty extreme level that we should be moving forward with something that makes sense. So
I would appreciate direction to my office from the commission, what you guys want us to do.
Okay.
As far as what else you want our office to do. The other thing is Leo and Teresa's proposed solutions and the Box Elder solution has not really discussed the Rockerville area, Whispering Pines, Silver City, Johnson Siding, and the Rochford area. So I'm sure I'm probably missing something there too, but those are the areas that don't have any, I am not aware of any movement on this issue at all. So those things that would need to be discussed about what you want to do there.
okay, I understand what you're saying. Maybe I could ask the commission to give me authority to get with you and give you some direction, and I'll get with Chief Culberson if he's good with that. Then we can get you some direction, because I've had conversation with Box Elder people, and I'll volunteer myself up if the commission's okay with that to sit with these guys and speak basically on behalf of us, not make any commitments, but at least getting the ball rolling and get back here with some level of direction for you guys, because I know this is just kind of pushed on us here lately, but we understand that the time is of the essence. So if you just, if you don't need a vote, but just
Yeah, Chair, I've got a comment.
Sure.
I think it would help if we had a process, because there is a process to form an ambulance district. And so I think it would be relevant. You're talking about, getting it on the ballot, that type of stuff. But anyway, because again, order on a rural ambulance district, it's a hearing under statute, and then it's got to be published twice. And then you set up what areas are going to be in the ambulance district, and there's a process for that, the formation of an ambulance district, which is a little bit different than a fire district.
So there's just a few things that are different.
Correct.
Very close to that, Jerry. Yeah,
Yep.
Commissioner.
So anyway, but there is a different process.
we have a little bit of a process.
So I would
in
like
place.
on the next agenda, and Jordan, we already have this information.
It was in the packet.
Yep.
Yeah, we sent it
Yeah.
to you. Yep.
So anyway, but just make a presentation about going through the process of what this looks like, and then what we would need, a timeline to go with it, but have a conversation and just look at what that process takes. And in that process, then what is it that the commission can and can't do? So
I like that idea. And so in between, I'll spend some time visiting with Jerome and Chief about what happens when we get the process down, because then we got to figure out how to get the people involved outside in their districts, because they need to be aware of what's going on. And
Oh, Chair.
yes, Commissioner Hecka.
The bottom line is, I don't think it should be just you. I think your director should be there, just from being in direction from what we had for like the library and other things, so a second pair of ears. Plus, I'd like to see some
I
minutes
wouldn't-
or something. It doesn't have to be like a big,
If Commissioner Durr would be,
Yeah,
because he's gonna have one of the areas that's gonna be tough in Wall, and then
I think we
Commissioner
all are,
Roskinick
but
is in.
I think what you do is you make it not commissioners. If you're
Right.
gonna do it, take your manager and then have him
Okay,
fill us in.
perfect.
It makes
All
it less,
All right.
you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And then go from there, and then you fill us in with the information. Anything you missed, it's good to have a second pair of ears for Jordan to detail. Plus, Jordan sometimes knows the SDCLs and the other stuff to help the direction move forward a little bit quicker, so.
And
thank
Jerome
you.
knows all that stuff too, so, and he's probably familiar with the ambulance part of it. Obviously, he's mentioned that, so. Did you have more to finish your,
No, we just wanted to get you up to speed and level, kind of get it a level place for you guys to work from.
okay.
Again, got quite a crew of people here. If you got any questions on specific areas, they're here for you to answer any questions.
Chief, you look like you might have had something to say.
Yeah, if I can just say, we're not here to try to push and get her done. We sent the letter, so we had a year to work through this, understanding that that might not happen. Leo can attest to this, that we've been working on it longer for Custer County than we have for Pennington County. This started last year at this time with Custer County.
Well, I think
So
that-
we're here to help, and if we're in a positive movement forward, I think we can continue.
It's
to
been
move
nothing but
forward. So
positive, our relationship with the fire
appreciate
department. It's
that.
time that we step up, though, and get something resolved. We're not a bunch of procrastinators up here, so we might get something done. So we appreciate your time, and that's all from Chief, but I think we'll move on. I don't think there's no action required. Jerome, we appreciate it. Chief, we appreciate it, and Leo and everybody else involved, everybody else that came to support this, so.
Commissioner, Chairman, if we may, Teresa has something to say here.
Oh, go ahead, Teresa.
Teresa Mellon, I'm with Box Elder. I've been with Box Elder Fire for 22 years. I currently work in Wall at their ambulance as well as Hill City, hence the uniform. We currently, the team that I have, that we've gotten together, have been working on this project for 2 years. We currently do have petitions circulating to get an election done to get this voted on between Box Elder and New Underwood. Currently, that may be subject to change with conversations that I've been having with the city commissioner, the city administrator with Box Elder. We're going to have a meeting and discuss stepping forward with that. But we have had an open meeting with the community in New Underwood discussing an ambulance district, what that would entail and things of that nature. One of the questions that was brought up is the fact that Box Elder and New Underwood both go into Meade County. We cover both counties.
Right.
With our fire districts, and those were what our borders are going to be. We were using the fire districts from New Underwood and Box Elder to make that ambulance district so that it would incorporate both, because one of the discussions that I've had with Rapid City Fire is they don't necessarily want to go through another ambulance district to respond out past them. With New Underwood being 11 miles from us, Box Elder, in my mind, would be essential for us just to pick that up and utilize the revenue we could get from that community for the ambulance district to incorporate both together.
In the end, if it comes down to a Box Elder municipality, we would have little control over that, so.
Right. One of the things that I had brought up to both the New Underwood City Council, Box Elder City Council, and I'm sure you're well aware that both the municipality and the county commissioners can do a resolution to establish an ambulance district. One of the questions that we had was, can we do, instead of doing a tax levy, can we do a special assessment instead of doing all the land as well, do a special assessment to where we could do, as an example, put a dollar amount, say $100 on each building on the property and do it that way, which I found out we can do, instead of taxing acres of land that we may not necessarily respond to.
I think sometimes a levy comes out to just the units too, doesn't it? Like a library levy? Or?
It's gonna, well, again, it's gonna be on the classification of the property. And anyway, in Meade County, we had formed a new ambulance district and went through the resolution process and then did a special assessment because the ag people were concerned about, they're going to be paying for all of this. And so you got down to, just saying a special assessment that you can assign to that. And so that's a good approach.
So that is, I wanted to let you know that that's where we're at. We are currently circulating petitions within Meade County and Pennington County, both in New Underwood and in Box Elder in their fire districts.
Perfect. And you're doing this in conjunction with Box Elder?
We have not met with Box Elder. We did go to a city council meeting. We gave them our basic information to be put on the agenda. They had some concerns and wanted to do some more research, and with the conversation that I had today, we're going to get together and try and work together on this project.
Okay. They would be key because they do have the population there, so they definitely would be key in helping fund it. So,
Thank you.
But it was, thank you. And I had one more speaker request on this item. Eileen Peterson, are you here? You want to come up and talk? Jerome would love to hear from you. He's been asking. Where's Eileen?
Eileen Peterson. I probably shouldn't talk on this because I don't know what the status is, but all the ranchers took off because their cows were calling. Far, far eastern Custer County. Even the sheriff calls it far, 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 far eastern Custer County because they kind of forgot it was out there. And on the one map, I think, that Leo showed, it's shown as being part of the Folsom Volunteer Fire Department, their little block. I have no idea what they're planning on doing, but I fear they will have no service.
No, that won't happen.
So Leo can come up and answer that. Come on up, Leo.
Yep.
Yeah, the basic question I think I heard was, is the Folsom, what's called the Folsom Volunteer Fire Department area included? And it absolutely would be included in any ambulance district. And our minimum goal would be to have the same service that you currently have. Hopefully, we can even do better than that, but I ain't ready to promise that yet today. Right. But yes, you are included in that.
Okay. Well, I saw it separated, and I thought, oh.
No, that was, the map you saw was just defining areas which are response areas. So if there was a 911 call for a fire, that's where they would be. Because we don't have any ambulance district maps covering that right now. So we cheated and used the volunteer
Mr. Rittberger is part of the Keystone Ambulance Service, is that correct, Shannon?
So Chair, sorry to interrupt you, but who does the Folsom area? Who would do the Folsom area?
Who's doing it now?
Leo?
Right now, it'd be under Rapid City.
Rapid City's doing it now.
That far out?
There are some.
Let me turn the map back on.
Did you want some?
They go, sorry, Chair, do they go all the way out to Folsom? Do you know that?
Yeah, this goes, if you look at the map, there goes to the river down what's called Indian Creek along there. So they do cover into eastern Custer County.
They got a contract with them right now.
Well, I know they have a volunteer fire department right next door to the building because they have fundraisers every year that I go to. But I didn't know if Rapid City went out that far. That's like, an hour, 45 minutes out, isn't it?
2.5 hours.
Mr. Chair.
Even longer than I said that because I don't remember going 2.5 hours. All I remember is taking a right around Lowell and going straight south. So, wow.
Thank you, Commissioner Hancock. Next time she comes out there, make her bring more money.
Stop
we'll go
it.
to Shannon.
Shannon Rittberger, Director of Equalization. I'm also on Fairburn Fire Department, which is included in this area. I wanted to address the Folsom question. The Folsom Fire Department has a response area. It's not a tax district, but you saw the Folsom Fire Department on the map. And that is being considered to be included in the new ambulance district. But there is no Other than a response area, there's no district boundary for Folsom.
Right.
And yes, Rapid City responds there and further south even.
Thank you. Does that clarify for you, Commissioner Hadcock?
Well, I thought like Hermosa area or somewhere in that area would be closer than, because it's right, yeah, if you go to Fairburn in that area, it seems closer than.
And that's one of the things that we'll be tasked with doing when they put together the districts, is to seeing who's closer. Like I said, Rapid City's not getting out of the business. They just need to recoup what it costs them to do.
No,
it.
this whole thing makes sense. I just didn't know who covered that far out if they had a closer
Jerome,
district
did you have anything
than
more to say?
Rapid City.
All right. We'll dismiss you there, and thank you very much. And
I got
we'll
the
be-
next item.
Okay, you got the next item, range
Right.
fire suppression assistance resolution, so.
Every year, the South Dakota Wildland Fire, through the South Dakota Codified Law, does request that we have a suppression agreement with them for fires. This would be wildland fires east of 79 on private property. That would be county jurisdiction. These would be for resources that are not in our normal suppression inventory, such as hand crews, firefighting dozers, et cetera, air tankers, et cetera. I've used this agreement twice. We have a list of people that are senior county leadership and on the Board of Commissioners, so we're not just a one-legged milk stool as far as being able to authorize this. If you ever wanted a presentation on pictures of dozers fighting fires and the cost, we certainly can bring that back to you. But this is a standard thing that the county commission is responsible for. It needs to be signed and delivered back to the state. Done it in the past, and we don't do it at your initial meeting because the Fire Service Board met on the 14th, and so we have Chairman Limbaum and Assistant Chairman of that, Eric Chase, so the list has been updated. The list that you see there, again, those people can, senior county leadership, if they don't know who the person is, they can quickly determine that that's an actual incident, and I never want to put the county into some type of a one-legged milk stool as far as, you see that all the time, as far as somebody who's authorized to say, yeah, we got to spend some money to stop the fire.
All right, thank you. Any questions for, we'll get a motion on the floor?
Just a motion to approve the resolution.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Jerome, I
Have
have
a
a comment on this.
Jerry's got to come on.
Yeah, can we, and I've done these before, but can this just be like a letter and MOU and not a resolution?
I'll find out.
Okay, because we
Yeah.
have to pay for the resolution to be published.
I'll find that out.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Items from Highway Department, Mr. Joe.
Almost need a step stool coming up here after Jerome.
Adjustments got to be made there.
Good morning, or wow, good afternoon, Commission. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. Up in front of you is the first reading of Ordinance 11 Amendment. We did meet with the co-ops, I believe it was back in December, with Commissioner Weifenbach was present at that meeting. I believe we got everything worked out into the ordinance that they requested. I did send it to them after Tyler got it completed last week, and they wanted some minor language changes in their portion of the franchisee agreement portion. I can let Tyler speak to that if he'd like. But with that, I believe everything that we've changed is in the submission there, so I will stand for any questions.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So I'd like to thank you, Joe, because that was the main concern is that we worked together with the utility companies to see what we could find for the solution for them and us and still get us covered, but still not make it so it's a big process in order for them to move forward as well, and you did that. So for me, I'm satisfied for what you did and what is in this ordinance at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion in that ordinance?
Yes, move to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Mr. Durr? Commissioner Durr?
Commissioner, if I may, I would like to request to continue this to the next meeting so we can make that minor language change, so that way we have two clean readings of the ordinance.
Apologize, my fault.
So continue to the next meeting, which is, Jordan?
February 3rd.
February 3rd.
That's okay with the seconder? Yep, so we got a motion to continue. Tyler, did you have anything to say or not?
Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office, from just the little bit I heard from when I walked in the door. Sorry, I was on
We're
a
going to
different
continue
call.
it. Joe had to make a couple little tweaks.
Perfect, yep. And if you want a brief explanation, I can give that, but we can certainly save that for the next meeting as
I
well,
think
and be
if
just
Joe's
fine.
comfortable with it. I think we worked out the bugs on it. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries as continued. Joe, that's it, man.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Have a great day. Did you get all the trees down, by the way? All the trees taken care of?
Our crews are actively working on it. I don't think they're going to want to look at a chainsaw for several years after these month or so. So.
All right. Joe's firewood, huh? Okay. Items from Human Resources. I guess that would be Sandy. Sandy, thank you. This is a HR memo and a resolution. So.
Good afternoon, Commission. Sandy Sortland, HR Manager for Pennington County. So our two items, the first one is in regards to the drug-free workplace affirmation statements and resolution. And basically, we're not asking for any action on this item. We would like this item actually to be removed from consideration. We're going to work on a policy that will work in place of the HR or the drug-free resolution instead. And this is something that Jordan and HR will be working on together. But because it was continued from the last meeting, we do need to have it removed by the board for further consideration.
And to clarify, sorry, this is Jordan here, saying you do not take action on this, it just goes away.
It won't come back, okay.
Yep.
So any questions?
Yeah.
Somebody have a
Mr.
question?
Chair.
Yes.
Just a question. So the one that we adopted though last year will remain in effect until we
Yes.
review a new policy.
Yes,
Thank
it
you.
will.
Yep, then we'll have a chance to review the policy, so. B, personnel actions report.
We pulled the personnel actions report from the consent agenda because there are actually 39 annual step increases that were not reported in the last report. Their pay increases for these employees would be effective 12/21, which will result in back pay. We wanted to make sure that we were being transparent in regards to this issue. These items were missed in the last personnel actions report, and we want to make this correction.
So, Chair,
Mr. Hadcock.
just a question. I thought we were going to look at the policies for promotions and merit raises to see how that works. Number two is, I'm not against any promotions or merits or anything like that. The issue is any of these, when we go to personnel actions, and this is for department heads, is this going to add to any supplements in the end of year or all of these for departments? Just so you know, that's where I'm going. I'm not trying to attack anybody, that you don't come back with supplements at the end of year from all these promotions and merits and all this other stuff, that you already have them in your budget, and it's not going to short any of your budgets October, November, December.
These merit increases were included in the budget.
And I was going to elaborate on that as well, is that the only reason this wasn't placed on consent is I wanted to get the board's sense of whether or not, because these were all authorized, they're within budget, everything was good, it was just missed clerically. This doesn't have to be a board action every time. It can still be placed on consent with the effective dates clear there, and then HR would clarify every time it comes up, hey, there's some back pay here, but we didn't want to put this on consent without understanding where the board's will is, that we're okay with making this a routine item. We understand that sometimes these things get missed, but this is within policy. This is exactly how it should be, and so I guess that's why it's a regular item.
And I have that understanding, just making sure that from now on that people know, I'm not against any of that. It's that you need to have it in your budget for the next year, or, you know what I'm saying, or see what our policy is going with in the future, so we actually have a accurate amount instead of guessing that sheriff's office does a merit, Julie's office does a promotion, and the commission does something else for Jordan in order, or his staff to do something different. And then at that time, putting that in your budgets, and then knowing that, you know, this money is going to be put aside, or however they make that difference, so we know that those are merit and promotion increases, or I don't know how you track it, or if we need to track it in one sense. The main thing is not to supplement from taking somebody from one position to another and not knowing in the long run that you have to do something different in your budget, just like anybody else is, in order to make that happen and fit it in so you're not actually having supplements. We already know that without trying to be rude about it, but we had a lot of absorption in budgets and later on found that that made us short in our budgets every year and cash applied. So just making sure we cover it for the future and that we're transparent on how that happens, because we already know from $12,647,000 that was absorbed. That's a lot of promotions. That's a lot of things that we needed to budget for. And that, I'll keep saying it, wasn't against any of that, except that we have to make it transparent and it has to be able to fit in everybody's budget in order for us to be able to maintain a balanced budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we agreed at one point to make sure that they weren't consent item, but they would be on the agenda specifically for us to approve.
Yep.
Commissioner Drew, I think maybe that's where you're heading.
Well, yeah, previously, these were never on the agenda, not on consent. They were just put in the minutes of the meeting after the fact, and then we changed that to put it on at least the consent for the changes.
Yep.
The comment I'm going to make, I mean, I'm seeing these step increases now coming through, and it is there a valid employee performance review on file for each of these step increases?
Not with human resources, but they are supposed to be being done in the departments. They're notifying us if they are being put on a PIP. There haven't been any of our employees put on PIPs at this time. HR is involved in the process when there is a PIP, but with the performance evaluations, those are done in the departments.
Okay, because we did have a conversation about, and I think that's a policy change.
It hasn't happened yet. Yeah, there was no specific board motion that said that we are going to tie the annual step increases to performance evaluations, but that was part of the conversation, and it is being looked at currently.
Good.
So one more question. So,
Commissioner Drew, are you done?
sorry.
No, I'm done. It was just the fact that when we did the budget discussion about the step increases, and getting back to Commissioner Hadcock's point, we did not budget for all the puffin stuff. So we said cost of living step increases, we did not budget into the departments for all these anomalies. And in addition to the major departments that we did, we cut them back, I believe, 4% on the overall personnel, and they had to manage within that. And I know we had some policy changes months ago, and we've kind of been, in absentia with HR. But I would like to see, and everybody get the thought that even though we don't have a policy, you should not be moving forward with the step increase without having a performance review on file. That's my point.
Okay. Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
And it'd be nice for us to see, because it's nice for us to see how your people are doing, if they're getting promotions or merits because they're doing above and beyond, or what they're doing so they get the merits. So I don't think that should be something that, we just say promotion or merit on. I think we should see how our employees are doing as commissioners, and basically seeing, okay, Jordan's getting a promotion, and then we wrote something that on that promotion, he's done this, this, and this, blah, blah, blah. I always thought it was a positive if that was happening for our departments or otherwise. So maybe I'm missing something here, but it also justifies when people get a raise and people ask, well, how come all those people that, what they do so spectacular, or what did they do so great that we need to give them all a 2 or 6 or promotion? And a lot of these people that you already know in the departments, it's because they're doing extra training or they're doing other stuff to make it so they do move up or take a new job position. So it's nice to know the difference on those, and it's nice for the public to know that as well. Thank you.
So, looking for a motion on this item?
I'm going to move to approve all personnel actions, including the 39 backdated at 12/21 of '25.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Request for authorization to temporarily fill an RN vacancy using medication technician classification.
Chair?
Yep.
I'm going to make a motion to request for authorization to temporarily fill RN vacancy using medication technician classification. The motion to approve the sheriff's office to request to fill current registered nurse vacancy with medication technician personnel effective immediately.
I You have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Yep, hold on a sec, got a question.
Yep. go
Or
ahead.
just something to ask the sheriff so everybody knew. Sheriff, bottom line, ask the sheriff, what's the difference between the RN and the medical technician classification? And the difference is $35.27 an hour for the RN, and med tech is $21.40. And that's why I just wanted to, for the board's information, and so people not thinking we're paying $66 an hour or something for a med tech and an RN's $35. And also for my information, like we said, it's not that you're against it, you just want to know the information, and I don't have any questions, because thank you, Sheriff, you answered it already. Thank you.
You did? Okay, thank you. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Items from Human Services, that's you, Sandy, or is that Human Services? No, that's
Barry.
Barry.
Good evening.
Barry, sir.
Should I say good evening?
I don't know.
Barry Tice, Director of
Don't make
Human
us mad.
Services, Veteran Service Office.
Okay. We knew it was going to be long.
The first item in front of you is just an informational item regarding the work that was done by Human Services staff. They continue to do, but our partnership with the Vakurvich Foundation, and the foundation wanted to recognize staff by providing us with an opportunity to recognize staff. We haven't decided how that would be done yet, but just wanted to make
To
you aware
recognize the
that-
staff. I think what we typically do is a
I don't
memo
know.
or a resolution that you bring forward, and we'll read a.
Yeah, I'm thinking happy hour at Patio News.
No, that's it. We'll have it at the saloon with.
This was
Ross Connect.
a way for the Vakurvich Foundation to thank our staff
Oh,
for
okay.
helping, through 2025 and into 2026.
We'd like to
And so-
thank the Vakirovich Foundation also. I mean, they've been instrumental in making your job a lot easier with funding.
Yes, they're tremendous partners in providing our customers and our clients with access to $100,000, relieves taxpayer assistance, and so a ton of assistance has gone out the door for rent and utility assistance and deposit
I think
assistance.
that
and-
go a long way as you stretch it out. So we
Yeah,
can-
our staff does a really good job at looking through those every time somebody comes in.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So Barry's right. Vakurvich Foundation is also run by, I think, Alan Solano now, am I correct? Or no,
Jackie
they switched it.
Dietrich.
He went to what's it called?
Monument.
Monument. I always
Yep.
want to call it Memorial. And I just met him at the Elevate luncheon that we went to talk about TIFs. So since I've been around from, what was the first lady that was?
Sandy Deagle.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty amazing group, and it's been, 19 years or so that I've listened to how much taxpayer dollars has been assisted through the Vakirovich Foundation to help our community. Pretty awesome. So thank you for what they're doing here, and thank you what not only they do for Pennington County, but all of the cities and the counties around the state. So thank you.
Are you done, Barry? Or-
I am with that item. We can move on to the
Yeah,
next.
we move on to the next item.
Sure.
Yep.
In front of you, as explained in my memo, that's just the South Dakota Division of Veterans Affairs asks that the chairman affix his signature to this, which the approval enables the county to seek the applicable annual state reimbursement for the CVSO position. Every year, and I've talked to, I think, most of the commissioners on this, but every year we will submit for the four. Right now we have 3 VSOs. Typically we have 4. We submit that information to the state. We're reimbursed for 1. We always try to push back on getting reimbursement for 4, but as per state law, they reimburse each county for 1 based on their population. So this is something new that they've asked to have us bring forward to the board for your signature to seek the reimbursement. So all that information's included as well.
Chair, I move to approve the reimbursement request form and direct staff to submit the executed document and certified minutes to SDDVA.
Second. A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Pennington County Council on Aging, Prairie Hills Transit.
Good morning, ladies. or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Doris Ann Werlinger, and I'm the president of the PCCA group, which is Pennington County Council of Aging. And this is Lisa Johnson.
I'm the deputy director with Prairie Hills Transit. Thank you.
Pennington County Council of Aging does approve this request from our standpoint of view. So we're turning it over to you now. And all those questions can be answered by Lisa.
Mr. Chair.
Jordan, did you chime in on this one, or can you explain? I mean, this is like a matching type of situation, right? So the money actually, is that correct? It doubles in value, basically?
We can definitely let them speak to it if they
Oh.
want to talk about the program. Yeah, Lisa's here for that very purpose, so.
No, Commissioner Hadcock was in my ear about this one, so.
Mr. Chair, I just,
Okay.
Ron, I just wanted to.
Oh, Commissioner,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
What we're doing
I got this
is
in my good
normally
ear, too.
normally we would meet and then we would, anyhow, this is the first time that we've come in front of the commission for requests. This is the way you guys want to do it, so this is what we're trying to do. So this is the very first time we met on the 8th, and we actually had a meeting and we did approve this, but if there's any ideas or suggestions that you think we need to improve on, this is kind of the prototype that you're going to be seeing in the future. And one of the things we want to do, this one here is just going to be Prairie Hills Transit, but we're going to try to come in, you know, because Doris Ann spent a lot of time, can't come to, she come to these, I don't want her to sit in these meetings all day long, so we're going to try to streamline it and bring all the requests in one time, but this is our first try, and this will be with Prairie Hills Transit that we did approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Roskin.
So Chair, just a
Commissioner.
question.
Yep.
So you had Doris Ann, you had a 42,500 budget last year.
Yes,
How much did it go to the transit? Do you remember?
10,000.
10,000.
Okay. And then, so at the end of what I saw on your budget sheet is you had 31,875 that you spent. What happened to the 10,125,000? I couldn't find the minutes again.
It is still in our checking account.
Okay, I thought that was distributed to, basically Meals on Wheels and another board member.
No, not at this time.
So you have 10,100.
Yes.
125 left in your budget?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Also, just a question.
Yes.
It's not happening anymore, and I appreciate that. Were the board members, when I was looking at your last minutes, it kind of seemed pretty crazy that some of your board members were receiving most of the money that the 42,500 was putting of a Council of Aging. Because when I saw, I don't know if you saw that, but in your minutes, they were abstaining, but then they were getting the money from the Council of Aging. I'm not saying there's something wrong with that. I'm saying it doesn't look right if you have most of your money going to like Meals on Wheels. I thought, is George Larson on your board?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And
But he abstained from voting
yes.
at the time that we voted.
And how many years have you been giving to Meals on Wheels and him being on your board?
He just came on the board about 3 years ago.
Okay.
Otherwise, he's not been on the board. And I've been on the board for 15 years.
Okay. Just a heads up.
Yes.
I don't mind people giving money to organizations because they think they're more required to get or they're more appropriate getting. I'll just say for full discretion, just knowing being on boards, or I talked about it today, being on Pennington County Housing Authority, if you're going to get money from that organization, it's best not to be on the board of that organization. It kind of makes it look like he's joining the organization to end up getting the money. So that's just one of five saying that. But Doris, if it's such a great organization and you still support it, can appreciate that. But at this time, I don't think I'd put board members on there that are going to get most of the money that it's appropriated by the taxpayers, being on a board, even if you abstain.
Okay.
So if it was like 1,000, if it was 300, it might look a little bit different, but you're getting 29,000, and that's most of your money. That might look a little bit different for the taxpayers that are looking at your minutes in the future. And it wasn't me that found that, it was the taxpayer. So
Okay, thank you.
just a justification of someone, and I thought that was appropriate to bring up and to say, because you could say it behind the scenes, but then you'd be thinking, okay, she's just playing a game. So for me, I'll just tell you the history on this. When I first started on here, it was about the transit system. It was about the transit system and the citizens in Pennington County being able to get some tickets for bus services. Because we worked with, and we did work very hard with the city to try to get some transit systems in the outlining areas and get a bus service, and it was going to cost us millions. So Council of Aging, thank you, stepped up, and we ended up giving them money up to $25,000 to put most of the money, or at least $10,000, towards the transit system at that time. So very appropriate, very positive, and I don't know where it's going today, but the history on that is positive of where you started. It's just from now on, maybe do a little bit different, and then keep your minutes and your boards and your different things a little bit more separated.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Commissioner.
Just,
Yep.
most of our members are part of Senior Citizen Center. I mean, Keystone, Hill City, Metallusa,
Canyon Lake.
Canyon Lake, and so unfortunately, these are the folks that are asking for assistance, and those are it might be something to support their particular activities club or one of the Senior Citizen Center, but if we didn't have them on our board, I don't know that we'd even have a board. So, we're doing the best that we can under the circumstances.
Thank you, sir. You wanted to go ahead and go forward on your presentation on the...
So Prairie Hills Transit actually has been in service for 36 years in the Black Hills area. So our history is really good. We serve for non-emergency. We're a non-emergency provider, demand response provider. Our service area in the whole is quite large. We serve the western third part of South Dakota, from the North Dakota border down to the Nebraska border, from basically Lemon, South Dakota, all the way, every community in the Black Hills down to Edgemont. But what you see, the data I provided, we have throughout the years, we have grown. We've always brought the surrounding community folks that need to have special medical appointments to Rapid City. Recently, in the last few years, well, I would say the last 13 years, we've actually had a contract with Monument Health to help get patients back to their home or to another nursing home for all the hospitals throughout the year. The one important thing I want to mention about our transportation services is that we help the health industry and to eliminate those patients to get readmitted to the hospital by getting them to those follow-up appointments. And as you can see with the data, our focus is on the seniors, anyone over the age of 60, and how many we have served. This is just in a 12-month period. So we don't just serve seniors, by the way. We are public transportation that serve all ages.
I see. Does anybody have any more questions for?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm going to move to approve the funding request of $10,000 to Prairie Hills Transit.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the $10,000. And
So, Chair,
yes,
just a question. Are we taking it out of contingency?
It's out of their budget.
this is
Is that a Doris's budget?
If I may, I was actually just about to jump in with that, is that there is no budget currently there. It would have to probably come out of either a budget supplement or contingency. There is sufficient funding right now, but we don't have to make that decision at the moment.
Clarification.
Yes.
You're sitting on county funds in your bank account, correct?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Now, and how much is that?
Right now, it's right around, with the last one, it was, was 10,000, so there's like 30,000 in there now.
Okay, so it's my understanding they would be cutting the check, not us.
No,
You're asking us to cut the
we're
check?
asking you that this is coming before you.
Okay, so
We're following your direction.
correct. And it was because you have, basically, you were getting money from the county and then you were making a determination as to where that was going. Okay? And then during the budget process, we found out that we had, no current agreement in place with this organization. So is all the money that you have in your bank account county funds?
Yes.
Okay. And so when I'm looking at the request coming from you, I thought this was you asking to let us to authorize you to let you cut a check to fund this. So you still want to sit on the money you have, and then you want us to cut a check for 10
Our
grand.
money is going to be used for emergency purposes only for the senior centers
Okay.
and for seniors that need the
I'm going to
money.
withdraw my motion because this was not budgeted. It could have been presented when we did all the outside non-mandated during the budget process. So I thought that this was a process of asking for, the authorization to utilize their funds. I didn't realize, because we did not budget for this, and it was not in our budget process. And during our budget process for 2026, we had budget submissions and we had discussions and we set the budget for all outside entities. This would be a request to give them, to give additional funding, and that has already been decided. They're sitting on $30,000 of county taxpayer money, and we don't have an agreement in place for that.
Mr. Chair, maybe
Commissioner
I'm going to
Ross.
let Jordan chime in. One of the things, that 31,000, being we're not going to see any more when we basically dissolve that, and we're just kind of an advisory. When we got a senior citizen center coming up and saying we got a freezer out, and this is the type of stuff that we used to help, we can't wait 2 weeks or 2 months to do that. So when that money's depleted, it's depleted. But when we talked with Jordan, the idea was that until it is depleted, it would be used in situations where we have to write the check tomorrow. And that's, if we deplete that and somebody comes up and they need something in a timely manner, we just have no way of doing that with this new process.
Chair.
Commissioner Ross Connect, are you done?
No, I think Jordan wanted the.
Okay.
I just wanted to chime in real quick as to one of Commissioner Durr's points is, as a point of clarification, in the 2026 budget process, the Pennington County Council on Aging did come forward with this request, and specifically the board zeroed out the funding request. Just as a point of clarification, they did present this information in their request, so I wanted that to be clear.
Okay, so I guess I'm not understanding, because Jordan, if you pull up the graph during our meeting on September 29th, there's a PDF that says 42,000 in 2024, there's no money left. It's gone. And then it comes back to the 42,000 we gave them and said they spent $875. So that would have only left 10,000, that's what I was telling you about, 125 left in that budget. So if you spent it in 24, then how come in 25 you have 31,000 left?
I can respond to that.
Go ahead.
That 42,000 was county budget. You issued that to the Council on Aging, so there was $0 left in the county budget because it was all given to the agency. Their internal finances were not reported during that request, so they have control of their checkbook. They know how much is in there, and now we know about what's left. But the county gave all of that funding to the council, and it left our coffers, if you will, and was given to the Council on Aging.
So, and I apologize, I couldn't find the minutes. I thought in their minutes, their last minutes, that they gave the money to 2 of their board members, the remaining amount of the money that you had left for this year, and that you were coming today for another 10,000. So I guess we didn't have enough information to figure this out at this time. But I do know in their last minutes that it showed that 2 of their board members had to abstain because of I thought, because they were zeroing out their budget. So maybe we're misunderstanding what's
Chair.
happening.
Yep.
Can I
Commissioner
go?
Hancock, are you done?
Yeah. So, I mean, basically what we're doing now, which is I didn't understand, what was in front of us because I thought that this was just, like I said, a request for them to go ahead and cut a check out of their funds. This is basically revisiting our budget hearing process that we've already voted on and passed. And the reason that I brought this issue up during the budget process is because currently the county has no agreement in place with this organization. And so in essence, it's just like all the other entities out there that we said no to during the budget process. So then everybody would come forward and say, I know 4 months ago you declined, but it's 4 months later, maybe you've rethought your position and we want to do this. And so I believe anyway, because here's what I would like to see. I would like to see the money that is sitting in their account be written back and a check paid to Pennington County for the remaining funds in that balance. And then we have a discussion about allocating, future funds with those dollars. Because those are taxpayer funds that are sitting in somebody else's account that we have no agreement with.
Any comments? I mean, we have a motion on the floor. There's a question about withdrawing it. I looked it up on Robert's Rules of Orders, and it says basically, did I already say a motion in a second? That was the key.
Yes.
Okay. Then it becomes, it comes on the table, so we can either amend it, or we can say, is everybody okay with withdrawing it? If everybody's okay with withdrawing it, we can withdraw and start over. If not, we have to vote on the withdrawal.
Can I ask something? I think once you make the motion, but we didn't say all in favor. He just said, and remember I interrupted, so you didn't get to finish your motion? Meaning to see if we all agreed or that motion was finished, if I'm correct? But usually you would, the
It says,
prevailing
once the
side would
chair says
rescind.
it's moved and seconded, that motion is officially the property of the assembly. You can no longer withdraw it on your own. The process, you must ask for a request, which you did, and unanimous consent. So if we consent to remove it, then let's just remove it.
Okay.
Is everybody okay with that? Removing it? Then we'll just start over. If not, we got to vote on removing it.
Mr. Chair.
Tyler is recommending that, the state's attorney's office, is recommending that you just make it clean and vote on the motion. Since it was moved, seconded, it would be cleanest just to vote on the motion.
Or we can put in a substitute.
A substitute as well, yes, you could substitute.
So somebody want to have a substitute motion, or?
So, Mr. Chair, this is not my remembrance of our discussion back when we were doing budgets. And I remember specifically talking about the Committee on Aging, that is this what you want? Do you want them coming, which each would request directly to the commission? And that's what I felt was happening today. Now, I didn't realize that apparently we transferred $31,000 over to them in the meantime, but the process of what I think what they were asked to do is exactly what they're doing.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, one more.
Mr. Roskinick, go ahead.
That last meeting, if somebody would have came to us and said, look, hypothetically, our freezer went out, and we need a check for $5,000 because we need it in 2 days. That's where we would have written that check for $5,000. We wouldn't be here today on that because that's an emergency.
That's right.
This process, before they get that check, it'll probably be 2 weeks. And this is why what we had left over at the end of the year, we decided we're going to use it for those emergency purposes. That fund will never be replenished. The only way we're going to get replenished is by doing what we're doing today, and the $10,000 dedicated to the Prairie Hills. But over the course of this committee, when the emergency request, when we don't have that funding, then we have to come here, but it isn't going to be an emergency basis because we're not going to be able to write a check because we have no way of replenishing that checking account.
So, Chair, there would be no difference than all of the other entities that went through a budget process and we said yay or nay. They don't come back 1 month or 2 months later. So my recollection would be, in this budget process, we said no for the 2026 budget process, and the comment was that this body then would be a recommending body to the board, not a recommending body every month throughout the year based on whatever is coming up with any other entity that they want to support, that it is a discussion during the budget process as to how these dollars are going to be allocated. So what I'm hearing is one organization, not saying it's not a great organization, would be treated differently than all of our departments, all of our other partners that we have, all of our other agreements. Those are set financially during the budget process. We don't go back and with all of our partners that we have MOUs with or cost sharing or allocations to, we don't go back and revisit those. And so my whole issue is the fact that these are taxpayer dollars given to an organization that we do not have an agreement in writing with that is valid, and we're giving our tax dollars over to another organization and saying, which they previously were expending those dollars. I believe anyway that that is the responsibility of this board, to manage those tax dollars, not to give them to outside agencies and say, you decide and you manage. So when we said no during the budget process, that is no during the budget process. That's why I was supporting this, because I thought it was a request to come forward to utilize your existing funds, and finding out, no, I want to keep my money, but you're going to spend money that we said no to during the budget process.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
So I was under the understanding, that's what I thought, that you were using the rest of the 10,125 to give to the, and that's why I told the history on it. And that also, because of the board members, you have drained it down, that this was actually supposed to be the priority of the board back in the day, and maybe it wasn't anymore. But that's why I would have been in agreement if that 10,125 was used, because it's taxpayer dollars, and it's something that we started, was the transit system for that reason. And then my understanding also was, when you showed the 42,500 that you have spent all that, and then you brought forward another 42,005 to replenish it, not to keep 31,000 in there and then come back ask for more. Now, if you would have spent the 42,500 and spent it all and made those motions, which I thought, then I would probably look at the 10,000 in the future for giving it to the transit. Like I said, it's the history. But now you're telling me you actually have that money in your budget, that the motion should be that we should have you as a entity give the money to the transit system. Because I think if it was in the minutes, I think you guys came and said you needed help in the future with your transportation funding at that meeting where they were giving money to other entities at the time, to other board members. So I think that should have been a priority then, if it is still. So, thank you.
I'd like to dispose of this motion. If everybody's okay with just disposing of it, we can just mutually consent to get rid of it and put a new motion on the table, or we can vote on this motion, or we can get a substitute motion. That's your three alternatives. So. Okay, so I have a substitute motion to deny.
Second.
And a second. So the new motion on the floor is a substitute to deny. I'll make a comment, and I understand what Gary says and I understand what Jerry says. I didn't realize that. I thought you were going to be a recommending body for what we may do in the future. Like, I didn't realize we were still trying to fund your organization, so I would have to err on the side of, I think that if you have $30,000 of county money sitting there, that it would be appropriate if you think this is the place to put it. Other than that, moving forward, we're going to have to figure out how to deal with that. So, and you know, that's the way I understood it. But so when you came forward, I didn't realize there was money still available there. I thought that was budgeted out and spent. I didn't realize there was a balance in there. But at the same time,
we've been very fortunate that we have not had any emergency items that have come forward from any of the senior centers, so that money just sat there.
Right.
And we thought, we didn't have any problem with it.
Right, I
But
didn't,
when you come forward and said that you were not going to fund us anymore, that all the requests that came forward would be coming to you. So that's what we did.
Right.
We brought it to you.
right, and, yeah, I agree. And so, but we believed that we were going to spend this $10,000 out of that account, until that account is zero balance, I guess.
Mr. Chair. So
Commissioner.
let's say, you know, if we would have known this, we would have not even been here today.
That's
We would've
correct.
just wrote a check for $10,000 until that 31,000 depleted. But then when that was totally depleted, and let's assume it is, and then we're in front of you here like we are today, and we come as a group, and we got Prairie Hills, we got Meals on Wheels, and we got maybe the Canyon Lake Activity Center in the middle of Lusahan, and then what if our committee said, we anticipate $2,500 in emergency services? Could we at that time get the $2,500? But that, we can't have a checking account because we don't have a treasurer no more. So it's kind of a catch-22, and we're trying to work our ways through it.
Right. Chair,
Yep, Commissioner.
this is an anomaly. I've never, in my time in county government, I've never seen an operation where county dollars have gone to somebody else to allocate, ever. And it would be during the budget process. And so when you do have anomalies, so during the budget process, all the organizations come forward, all the outside non-county entities come forward and say, throughout the budget for the 2026 fiscal year, we believe that we need a county contribution of whatever that dollar amount is. We evaluate that against our budget like we did this past year for 2026, and we set those dollar amounts. Now, coming up, we are not that many moons away from starting the budget process again for 2027. Every organization that we fund and or approve or deny does not come back to us on a monthly basis and say, let's revisit this. We're not, so what we're talking about is somehow the county is going to set up an operational fund managed by somebody else with county tax dollars and saying that you are established to deal with a freezer going down at a senior center or so, whatever the case may be. Those are not functions that county government takes on a monthly basis. That's not our operation. We have a Health and Human Services where they do emergency financing and they do those things. So the county is set up to operate in a certain way, and this is not one of them.
Mr. Chair, unfortunately, we didn't do this. A bunch of commissioners did this maybe 20 years ago because they thought this would be the most efficient way where it wouldn't be having these people coming to you every month. They thought, let's just go ahead and form this committee. We want to focus on taking care of the seniors in this county that pay real estate taxes too.
Right. Then during the budget process, like I said, during this last budget process, then we as a board say, Canyon Lake Senior Center submits a budget request to us and says, I want $10,000 during your budget process. Prairie Hills Transit submits directly to the commission and says, I want $10,000. Canyon Lake, all these other outside entities have an opportunity to come forward and submit through the budget process through our commission office, get on the agenda, and then we weigh those again, just like we did in this process. Not that all of these other entities, like I said, would be coming to us on a monthly basis and saying, this happened, I didn't anticipate it, and I need $5,000. I didn't know it 2 months ago, but now I need it. That is not what we're set up to do.
And I think that's why the Pennington County Council of Aging was started 25 to 30 years ago, was because those people could come to us, meaning PCCA, and get that fund as opposed to coming to you and getting those funds. Because sometimes some things happen where they need, yes, Canyon Lake could come tomorrow, Minnelusahan could come the next day after, Keystone could come in a couple of weeks later, and Hill City could come in a couple weeks later and be asking for you for money that they need today, not 3 weeks down the road. And I think that's why PCCA was formed at that time.
Chair.
And that's what we have tried to do in the past.
No, I'm good.
Appreciate that, Doris, but the bottom line is, when we gave the 25, it was for the transit systems, because that's what we needed for. It wasn't just to distribute out and have board members on your board using the money for their organizations. It was literally used for transportation when I first started, and that's what I thought it was used for.
It is.
We didn't see all your records like we did this year for, I thought that's what it was spent on until we saw your minutes. And that's the only reason I was like, holy cow, this is not how this should work. And then the process, Commissioner Durr is right. Transit and anybody else from the seniors should come to us, because Metalusahan and a lot of those are funded by the city.
Correct.
Instead of the county, because they're city entities. The county was wanting to help out the outlining areas with some of their transit and some of their stuff, not to give money to other seniors and stuff like that, Doris, at the time. That was my understanding. So, and then bottom line is, if you have $31,000 left, and it's a must, and you guys brought, say your first name, ma'am? Lisa up, then she was asking at your last board meeting, when you're giving away the money, that she could use that money more for her transit, and it wasn't given to her, it was given to two other entities. So to me, I think if it's a priority and you still have taxpayer dollars, Jerry's right, of 31,000, that priority should be the transit system, because that's what it's used. It shouldn't be used for all the senior citizens centers for emergency or Meals on Wheels or anybody else. It should be used for something that is in the outlining areas that benefits Pennington County, because that's where that money went to. Not that they don't go to some of those other entities for Meals on Wheels or anything else, but the majority of that should have been used for transit. That's my thought process when we started discussing it. And I can't remember who was on there at the time. They were the one that asking because of the transit. That's how that transit study got moved forward on the MPO, if you remember that, because we needed help with our seniors. So that was my history on it, Doris. And then, like I said, I didn't know the money was going to senior citizens and just centers that already had money and had fundraising, and also some of the entities that have more money than the public transportation for transit and everything, that doesn't have that kind of funding like some of the other entities, that nonprofits that you were giving the money to.
I'm going to rail this conversation in because we have a motion on the floor to deny this. We should dispose of, and then we should start a whole nother conversation about this dollar amount that's in this checking account that came from the county. So let's vote on this motion. The motion is to deny the request to Prairie Hills Transit. And then at that point, I think we'll start all over. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Aye.
So let's do a roll call. Kenner, you want to do a roll call?
Ron Weifenbach,
Aye.
Deb Hadcock, Ron Resnick,
Nay.
Jerry Dare,
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Nay.
So the motion fails 3-2. So now I think we need to put this on another docket to have another discussion about the miscommunication or misunderstanding that we have here going on. So Prairie Transit is important.
Mr. Chair, I just want
Yes,
to
Commissioner
point
Ruskin,
out
go ahead.
that what you got is volunteers that meet every 3 months to try to do the best that they can for seniors over 60 years old. And I think we've been very good custodians. We weren't the ones that changed this whole process. Now here we are trying to reset, and I wouldn't be surprised that down the road things are going to be different. But how do we navigate from here? How do we sit there and still try to do what we're supposed to do under the
How
circumstances.
many dollars do you still have in your account?
We got about 31,000.
So I see no reason not to write a check to Prairie Transit if you.
It will be done.
Okay.
We will do that.
Okay, perfect. And then I think
And at
we
our
need to.
discretion, we can spend the rest of that as long as we follow the bylaws, and that is for the needs of seniors over 60 years old in Pennington County. But eventually, that'll be depleted.
Yep.
And then when we get that phone call and the freezer goes down, and we've been very good at that, we just have no way to take care of that situation and realize that we're volunteers. We don't have to do this, but we'd like the support from the county if we are going to do it.
I get you. So at budget time, come back and revisit and say, well, how does it look at that point? So I would suggest at that point right now. So, okay, we'll move on to items from commission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Items from commission office, liaison assignments, and this has been put on a table because there's been discussion about how this goes forward. In the past, the commission chair had been responsible for making these assignments, and part of the problem I see in this is that it's kind of a little bit, some of these committees, I'm not sure. I personally, when I go to these committees, I want to have some real reason and real skin in the game to go to them, but other than that, for me to make assignments to you guys is complicated because I know there's a lot of things that play into it. Number one is your desire to be on a certain board, which everybody kind of puts their desires down. I tried to go through them. I think Jordan finally went through them and adjusted those. And so I think what the conversation has started and we never formalized was the fact that we would bring it to the commission as a whole, because I don't see the chair position as a dominant position. I don't want it to be a dominant position to say, I'm the chair, I'm going to make the assignments, because I think all of you guys should weigh in. If you disagree with that, I get that because of the way it was done in the past. I understand all that. Maybe I'm all wet on this thought process, but I just wanted to bring it up for discussion for the rest of us to say, where do we want to be? How do we see ourselves? Because quite frankly, you know, there's some of them that are tough, and I put myself in them, just I didn't want to put you guys in them. And I was like, what am I doing here? You know, because we've had there's some positions that were pointless for us to go to, basically, so I put myself in those at one time. So I think Jordan might have changed it all up again. So anyway, here's what we got, guys.
All right.
Give me your input and let's make this happen. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll explain really quickly what you guys are looking at here. So what I tried to do yesterday afternoon, basically, is put together a spreadsheet based on everyone's requests. And for all of the associations, all of the committees, all of the positions that you've got, if there was someone who only had an undisputed request, if there were 2 positions and 2 people put in for it, I filled it into the liaison spot. If no one had filled in for a spot, I've left it open here, and that'll be for the board's kind of decision as to what they want to do. And then I've highlighted in red when 2 people submitted an interest, but there's only 1 position and 1 alternate, and then that's where you're going to have to just kind of agree as to who's going to be the liaison, who's going to be the alternate to those individual boards. And so if it pleases the board, what I think we should probably do is just come up with a general consensus, and I'll fill in the names as we go down each and every one of these committees and just say, oh yeah, I'll take the alternate, I'll do that. And I can give you the counts. It's on this spreadsheet as a total. If you wanted to know at the very bottom here as to how many you currently have assigned to you as liaison and how many are currently as an alternate.
So do you already have them filled in, or you don't have them filled in? Just a couple you don't have filled in?
The ones that have not been filled in are the ones that no one submitted an interest for. And instead of having the chairperson and my position appoint someone directly to that, we're now leaving that open to you guys to discuss. Is this something that you're willing to sit on? And we're essentially going to be asking for volunteers.
Can you show that whole paper at once with how many each one of us have?
Oh, yeah. At the bottom, I've got a total count down here where right now currently, and there's a couple up for dispute that you did put in for. Commissioner Hadcock, is that you were looking to get on, this one was up for debate because both you and Durr put in for the Central States Fair, and you just have to determine between the 2 of you who wants to be the liaison and who wants to be the alternate for that. Otherwise, all 5 of the ones that you had put in for would be included here. You've got 4 of them assigned.
Okay, can we start at the top?
Let's start at the top.
So legislative liaison,
even higher. I was going to say, if you wanted to go right to the BHACC,
Okay.
the Black Hills Association of County Commissioners, you've got a liaison as Drews. He wanted it. We have no alternate.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
So the Black Hills Association of County Commissioners is really for the entire commission.
Yep.
Right.
We've had good turnout from Pennington County at that in the past without having all 5 there, but it's designed for all 5 to participate.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's kind of the conversation we got today out of it was when I pulled it and I had calls from all you guys kind of talking about that. So for an alternative, I can be that alternate.
We also
So what you're
we don't
saying
need
is
to
just
specify one.
commissioners.
Yeah, we don't have to specify any liaison or alternate for that then if it's for all commissioners.
Gary's saying anybody can go. And that's,
Correct.
yeah, because they notice it too, right? So we could, okay, let's move on to the next item then. The South Dakota Association, I thought that was the same. Those are different? Okay.
Different.
And- Okay, so South Dakota.
Do we
Association-
typically have an alternate?
County commissioners.
We
What's
have
the
usually
difference?
placed an alternate, but it's for the executive board, and so typically it's the liaison is the liaison, but
The liaison is the liaison,
Yeah.
and then, so we don't really need an alternate. is what
you
you're
could have one on deck just in case something happens.
Some of this stuff I like because, like if Ron can't make it or somebody can't make it, Deb's got a thing, usually if I didn't make it, I would call, like, in this case, I would call Ron. In the past, I called Deb. So I don't necessarily know if Ron's not gonna make one of the meetings, then
He can
he
call
can
us.
just open it up to anybody else. I mean, that's the one thing I like about having 5 commissioners that are all equal. There's not one person here that can make a decision for the other 5 people, and I just can't stress that long enough that, I don't see any,
Mr.
somebody
Chair,
wants to be a liaison because they want to be that first guy in line, I'm good with that.
I think the only thing that we need to consider on some of these is our districts.
Right.
If
We need to-
it's
we need to-
rural or central.
Yeah,
because
yeah, we kind of need to consider that
Somebody
really
central
heavily.
might be more applicable than
Right.
on air quality in Rapid City, and I live out at Sheridan Lake.
Yeah, and air quality board is one tough board.
Wow, I'm loving that one.
I put my name on there, it is
Jordan.
like, how's it
Gordon,
I'm not saying they don't have a
Jordan or
valid point,
Kennard?
but a lot of times they don't have anything to discuss unless it's like the other day when it's
Kennard, he
windy
needs
and the
up,
dust
did you?
is flying, but, so,
right.
if you get down to those that nobody wants, I'll take them, just so I'll be held accountable for that, so.
All right.
We'll go to the addiction
So-
treatment.
So let's go to legislative liaison. I want to cut back on some of mine and prioritize on others. I don't have time for this.
Right, and that's my point, is that we are really busy because of the structure we've been handling here, been redoing things and having all these conversations.
And if you notice, some of the committees that I was on, they've been dissolved.
All right, we don't want that to happen,
That's not a
but
good thing, Dur.
I know. we can
Healthcare
beat 'em up
Trust
later.
Board, Comp Committee, yeah. So
If you want to,
I think Drew's has-
dissolve your committee, put
Yeah.
Jerry on it, so.
Mr. Chair.
Eviction treatment services,
Well,
legislative
Mr. Chair,
liaison.
I'll take this one.
Before you
ahead.
go to that, on the legislative liaison, Jerry had just asked if I was willing to do that,
Oh, I didn't even see that, okay,
and
yeah.
I am.
Okay, perfect, okay. So Gary, we don't need a liaison for the first one, that's everybody. Okay, so let's go to the addiction treatment, I'll take that one.
So here's the thing with this, is that both Ross Connect and Drews put in for it already. It's just we didn't decide who would be alternate, who would be liaison. So we have 2 interested commissioners.
On the addiction treatment, so whichever one, if you know, either one, we put Gary on legislative. I want you guys to be,
I have a
put
question.
Gary on this one too then?
I have a question on
Put Ron on.
We'll
legislative.
put Ron on, you want to do the addiction?
Hold on a sec. I have a question on legislative. Is that isn't open book? We had done that before where we went without being mean or whatever. That you could go there and then they'd have a room and all that stuff. I mean, if it's to do with county commission, I get it, but if it's, I guess what that bill is to the taxpayers is huge if we're doing meals and staying overnight and different stuff like that. How much are we spending, or do we care?
I personally, if we're gonna send somebody down there, because I'm constantly railing on these legislators.
But what can you do in-house and what do you have to be there to represent, is what I'm saying.
If they're in session or whatever, we probably should show up. And anybody that can show up probably should show up, because we got a lot of stuff on the docket right now with this property tax thing.
Well, we also pay organizations for lobbyists and things like that to do that. And also, the other thing is to represent all 5 of us on an issue or speak for county commission on an issue. I'd like to make sure that we are all, that is brought as a whole for all 5 of us to say and stand up and say, I'm in favor of this. If you are one of 5, that's different. And remember, that's on a Black Hills Association
What we're doing
or
now
otherwise.
is we're picking a person that we're comfortable with to take that, and then if we.
No, I just want to know the layout, because before, some of that stuff that was brought up, it's not 5 commissioners. It was put out as a board. So for an understanding of South Dakota Black Hills Council or legislative, that when you bring stuff up and say the county commission is for this, I would hope that make sure that that was voted on and that this commission is supporting it or not supporting it.
Okay, that's fine, that's fair.
That's
And I
the
think
only
that's one of
concern
the
on
reasons
those
we wanna have
positions.
we want to bring this board together as a whole, as an entity, so I don't see any problem with that. And if we got a specific thing, then we shouldn't just expect Gary to go down there and read our minds either. If he's going to be the guy that does this, we should put something together for him as a whole, knowing if there's a meeting coming up that says, here's how we feel about this, like a memo, so we don't have to post it and all that
Well,
stuff.
that's what you do before you go down there. It's
Right.
just, they used to have it where you vote on it and then he would go
Perfect.
fight it. He
So-
just doesn't go down there. It doesn't matter if it's Gary, Jerry, or Deb. Go down there on a blanket.
Well, then
thing
it's
to
on us to make sure that.
Represent.
We know when the meeting is, it's on us to make sure that we
Yeah.
give him that information.
I'm just saying, you can spend thousands on
Okay.
someone representing, and if we're good with that, I'm good, but that's taxpayer dollars that we need to be accountable for and have us be represented as a board and not just as a
So we need to
liaison.
participate in this, from this
No,
dais. Okay.
Commissioner Adcock's point is well taken. It should be, when we say that we want to support or we oppose something, it should be, if any of us are speaking as the voice of the board, then it should be
Absolutely.
the majority of the board.
An example would be, and Chris is here. So South Dakota Association of County Commissioners, I think they've taken a position on the governor's bill, and that's property tax relief. So what you're saying is that if this board as a whole supports that decision, then 1 or 2 of us go down to help be there in person.
And then
to
we should give you that direction
testify.
ahead of time.
Exactly, but
Like a memo or something.
we have to agree as a board that that's the direction we want to go.
Right.
Okay.
I think that helps bring the board together, and I think this helps bring the board together too, deciding who's going to be that character.
Sure.
I mean, if we have to dress him up like he is today, that might cost us some money. I mean, there's only so much we could do with him, but
All right.
all right.
Addiction treatment.
Addiction treatment, and I think, Ron, were you in
I've
this?
never been on that, and so I wouldn't mind giving it a try.
All right. And, okay.
Gary was on it
Gary.
last year.
Are everybody good with that?
Yeah, I was. No, I'm good with that.
Air quality board put me on there, and
Are you okay
we'll
being the
discuss that
alternate, by the way?
later.
Boy, you're punishing yourself.
Are you okay being the alternate?
I don't want to
Just-
punish you
okay.
guys, so,
It's not a hard board.
yeah, but I'll take the heat for it, so.
Mostly it's a Zoom call quarterly.
I've been on it before, so,
We did have an in-person meeting a few weeks ago.
yeah, I've been on it before, so I'll take the heat on that one. So Black Hills Council Local Government, that's a chair and vice chair. Big Five, that's chair and vice chair.
Okay,
Go ahead.
all right. Related to the Big Five, I did get contacted by one of the school board members asking, how come the commission's not been present at that meeting? And so anyway, I'm not sure if you guys have been going or not.
No, I usually they give you a call out, don't they?
So Jordan, could you track down and make sure that we get the proper notification? Because one of the school board members did ask and said it's important that we attend.
Commissioner Durr, when we did, we went, and then
Yeah.
some of it for the city county we did. We had the.
Right, this is
Yeah.
just the Big Five with the
Yeah.
schools, so.
Yeah.
And I said it might be a notification thing. I said even I haven't seen any
Last
notifications.
time I went was with you, or, no, you were gone. I went, and there was, there were interim for the school board. They were changing over to a regular school board. I haven't heard anything since.
All right.
So, but it could be literally me. Like I'll be honest with you guys, I'm not the most organized person in the world, so.
They sent us emails.
Or
so we
called
knew.
us. Or
Yes.
something. Yeah.
All right.
Or contacted our man.
Yeah, just make sure you're tracking that for them.
Okay, Central States Fair. I know
Right now, it's currently in red because there are 2 commissioners interested, and we just have to decide who's going to be liaison, who's going to be the alternate.
Who's the 2 that are interested?
Durr and Hadcock are interested. Durr was the
I'm
liaison
currently
last
the
year.
liaison. I'd still like to remain that.
Let's let them fight it out and put them out here in the front.
Well, Mr. Durr, actually, they asked me if I would be on their board this year, some of the ladies and some of the people. So I put in for it. I'll just say, they said you showed up 4 times last year for meetings, and they needed someone that was going to show up for the meetings. At this point, I can show up for the meetings. I'm in town. I'm close to their meetings where they have it, probably about 5 blocks off. If we wanted to share that position as well, I don't mind that as well, that some of the things that are more ag or something, that we could do that as well, so, but, yeah, just
How
went
do
to
you
the
guys
last
see this? We need
So Ross Connect was currently the alternate. And so go ahead and put Hadcock as a primary, and I would suggest if Ross Connect wants to be the alternate, go ahead.
Do you want to be the alternate?
For the fair?
Yeah.
You said you had 2 names.
No, I'm going to pull my name.
Oh, you are?
I can't do it because I don't have time.
I'd like to be the liaison still. You
No
just need a
alternate?
Alternate.
Who, what?
You just need an alternate.
Drews.
Start nominating other people.
But do you want to be the alternate?
No.
So.
Down.
There doesn't have to be a specific alternate. You could just
Pick one for the group.
Yeah, and I think Deb will probably be there most of the time anyway, probably, so.
I don't usually miss their meetings. Unusually they'll.
City council, mayor,
Call
chair,
me.
vice chair, attend. That's not the big 5, that's the city council.
Right.
So maybe I got confused with, because I've been to all those.
No, the big 5 is the school districts.
Yeah. Last time they didn't like me being there, so maybe, so I questioned them on a couple things. So Complete Health Board,
We're just missing an alternate.
Gary, you wanted that one evidently? We just need an alternate, or do we need an alternate? I mean, I would definitely be an alternate, only because I really like the way they run this show, and I don't think I need to probably show up very often, but I am working with, just to be straight, I am working with city and Dr. Tamang and Brian Mueller and Monument Health on bringing addiction treatment to a bigger venue, and Complete Healthcare is part of that picture. They'll probably have that conversation, or maybe you probably been in that conversation, so hook me down. Okay, Drainage Commission, guys, here's what's happening here.
That's good.
This one don't need anybody because we are disbanding that, and I volunteered the commission to take it over. Everybody's looking at me like, why did you do that?
No, we did have that chat.
Okay. So I don't know, I think, Tyler, can you weigh in on this, sir? Do we need to have a meeting to disband it? I have talked to Rapid City and I have talked to Box Elder. They're both on board for disbanding it and having the commission take it over. And there's specific reasons for that we'll get into later, but.
Yeah, Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office. My review of the bylaws, just briefly before this meeting, was that we do need to call a meeting to order in order to have a motion that dissolves the Drainage Commission.
So I'm gonna leave Hadcock and Durr on there for now.
Okay.
So they can attend this meeting if they don't mind.
The one, just so the commission's aware, the one thing that's a little left unclear to me is how that meeting is to be called, but nonetheless, I'm made aware of it, and I'll get in contact with Carla from the city, and I think Matt Nas is representing Box Elder right now, and so I'll keep whoever's the
Hadcock
liaison.
and Durr, if we
Perfect.
can get them in on that meeting so we can dissolve it.
Yep.
And then the sooner the better, and then we'll move on with life.
Perfect.
Thank you,
All right,
Tyler.
thanks.
You're not as bad as Jerry said, so. Emergency Management Board, it looks like Gary wanted to, so all the people here wanted to do this, right, that are on here? So Jerry
Yes.
wants to do the Emergency Management
And so we would
Board?
need an alternate potentially if
I'll
at
be
all.
the alternate.
Hadcock, you're an alternate. Is everybody good with that? Okay. Elevate Rapid City, Gary.
And we just need an alternate.
Pick an alternate. I'll be an alternate. I don't mind being an alternate, guys. I just, the users board, I can tell you guys here, it's a great board.
I'll do
I didn't
that
show
if
up as much
nobody-
as I should have, so.
I showed up for you,
Okay,
so.
perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
So-
If you're gonna put me in there, that's up to you guys.
We don't need a liaison. Extension 4-H board, Gary wants this one. That's a really good deal, that 4-H thing, Ed, but I'm glad we had that conversation today. And then I heard from Ron Jeffries today about how big the youth and that's very encouraging to me because, I mean, Jerry, are you interested in an alternate on that?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. We'll put Jerry in. Fire Service Board. Deb, you wanted that one. You got that one. Do we need an alternate? You're there even when you're not supposed to be there sometimes. Jerome called me and asked me, what is she doing here? I said, I have no idea. So, put me on an alternate. A Juvenile JSC Advisory Board. This one, I think, Ron wants that one. Have you, Ron's been on there before, so you know what it
I
consists
don't know
of.
that I've been
Your
on.
name's on there. You didn't show up.
I was usually on there, and then Ron was usually a second, but he showed up at some
Oh,
of
so
the
it's the other way
meetings,
around.
too.
Okay, so we'll make Ron wants to be the first, so that's good.
They both can usually go because
And then
it's
Deb can be the second.
good.
Switch them.
That's
If you
fine.
guys disagree with something, just tell me. Hill City Library Board,
You know, I don't know that I've ever gone to a board. I've gone to some of their meetings, but I've never,
Hill City.
I don't know how it came out, but this was a discussion when we redid the contracts that, and Jordan could probably speak to it, that the boards, when we redid these agreements, they had a conversation about, having a commissioner come to their board meetings.
Okay, and Ron lives up there, or actually.
well, yeah.
I mean, this goes back to how, you're in that territory all the time anyway. You know all those people?
I don't have a problem with it.
Do
I
they
just
have the meetings in the
didn't know they ever-
saloon? They need to have them in the saloon.
Put me down.
I'm sorry, Ron. And in Keystone,
Two Rons.
two Rons make a wrong, don't they? Keystone, I mean, that's,
No, I'm right there at Keystone.
you want to do that one
Keystone
too. I mean, I don't think they want you all the time. I think they just want to have somebody they can rail on if something goes wrong. They did that last time when the problems came up. They called you right away, so you're in their district, so.
Good.
Rapid City Public Library, Gary, I'll do whatever you want on this. If you want me to take this, I'll take it.
It's up to you.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Yep. And put me in there.
Meeting tomorrow.
I'll do wall.
Meeting's tomorrow. What time?
Noon.
All right. Wall, Jerry's gonna do wall. Local Emergency Planning Committee.
I can do that.
Deb will do that with, do we need a liaison? No. They don't meet enough for a liaison, do they, Deb, or do they?
No, usually we just call somebody to help us on the
Okay.
board if.
So
or
if you
they-
need someone to help you, just call Jerry. So, MPO and Executive Policy Committee, if anybody disagrees with what I'm saying, just throw a rock at me. MPO and Executive Committee, is that usually chair and both the chair and liaison have seats? Oh, okay, so both people will have a seat on here. Okay,
And
so
then
we
there's
got,
one alternate that might be missing if you guys wanted someone to be an alternate there. That's all.
all right, Gary, are you interested or no?
I'll be an alternate on
Okay.
that, certainly.
I don't want to overstack somebody because, I mean.
Right now,
holy
Ross
moly.
Connect's overstacked. That's for
Who's
sure.
got all those? That's
What is
Ron?
it, 70 cents a mile?
I think so.
All right.
I have to buy another vehicle.
Oh, yeah. You're gonna wear out yours. We better give you something. Pennington County Council on Ages, the jury's out on how that's all unfolding yet, but Ron's been there, so for right now, I guess leave him there.
Yeah,
And an alternate?
Help navigate through wherever we're going.
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay.
Pennington County Housing and Development, we've had two people that have both been doing a good job over there, so.
So my term's up 3 months from now, I think, so.
Oh, it is, okay. Well, what do you want to do there?
Well, I guess the commission will have to sit there and do the, obviously, I'm not gonna run again, so, or.
Right, so do you, I mean.
Just wanted to let you know that in 3 months.
Right, okay. So 3 months,
I think it's April 1st, I'm not sure.
that's the, you're on, they give you timeframes on these
5
boards?
years.
5 years.
That's
Been
by,
there 5 years?
Commissioner, that's by warrant. That's an appointment
Yeah.
that we as a commission made.
Oh, okay.
Right.
And we started out several years ago, probably 6 years ago now, when we were not very pleased with what was happening with the, with that group.
Yep.
And so Deb volunteered and we
Oh,
appointed
okay.
her.
You guys have done a
First
great
year.
job turning it around.
The next year,
Okay.
on the opening, we appointed Ross Connect to it.
Yep.
And then each of the others have, I mean, there's specific things that they have, criteria that they have to meet, so.
We'll just
But
wait
I,
till-
but I will say that that has worked exceedingly well by the way we redid the appointments on that. So,
Agreed. I
Yeah.
mean, so do we just wait for that appointment to come up again then?
well,
Probably, yeah.
yeah, you'll have Ron's coming up soon.
I don't see anything, especially when they got a lot going on right now. It's kind of be nice to
Yeah.
keep it
Yep.
stable. I mean, I've watched their program and that.
See-
It's
see how it plays out.
It's stellar right now. I mean, I think that they could almost take that and duplicate it somewhere else, and I think people would be very happy. So, Public Defenders Advisory Board, okay.
We just are missing an alternate.
Missing an alternate, okay.
And that's not a difficult one. That usually is possibly twice a year, but usually just once a year meeting.
Okay, and you got Gary and Jerry on there, so put me down for an alternate. And then the Threat Management Group,
Yeah, per the bylaws established in 2024, a commissioner is to sit on the threat management group that meets quarterly.
I'll do that one.
who said that, Jerry?
I will.
Perfect, thank you. And then you got the last one, Jerry, the weed and pest.
Yep.
You wanted it, and and you've been on it, and there's no reason to really change. I mean, you got the biggest area for weeds and pest. I know I'm a pest sometimes, but that don't count. There's no getting rid of me now.
All right.
So, look at those numbers down there. They look pretty good, except for Ron,
I think because he's an alternate.
because he's leaving.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
It's
Does
the
everybody agree
libraries.
with this?
It's the libraries.
Then we're good. We don't need any action. We're good. We don't need a motion, so.
I'll make sure that we send this out soon so that you guys all have.
I think this was a great idea because everybody's got a buy-in, and we kind of understand now what everybody's doing with it. So, move on to Commissioner bylaws, rules and procedures,
You're gonna
annual
send that
review.
list out tonight, Jordan,
Yes.
so Ron remembers library tomorrow.
Gotcha. I'll do that. We'll get it sent out immediately. Yeah, so for
I'm not saying
24
anything, Gary. I'm going to talk to you after the meeting here.
For 24B and C, these were just presented because we said we would at the last meeting. It's information only. I'm still working on the updates to the Code of Conduct per our conversation with the input from Commissioners Hadcock and I believe others. So you do not have to take action on these. If you wanted to speak about them, you can, but I would recommend we just kind of move past. We'll have this on the February 3rd agenda.
Is everybody good with that moving beyond? We'll go to C, Board of Commissioners Code of Conduct update. That's another one that we want to move on.
Yep, go ahead and skip on past that one.
D, membership, Commissioners White McDermott, the board will discuss Pennington County's continued participation. This, didn't we talk about that? I mean, how did this get on here twice?
Nope, this is the SDACC.
That's different?
And this is Chris Eric here to speak on behalf of the SDACC.
Oh, this is different than what we talked about earlier. I'm sorry, you guys have been here all day. I'm sorry, I apologize, I didn't realize that. Chris Jacobson and Eric Jennings, if you want to come forward here. South Dakota. We didn't, I apologize, I didn't mean to make you stay here all day.
So, Mr. Chair, since this was an agenda item that I think as I understand it, between you and Commissioner Durr, you put this on the agenda. So you might want to explain the purpose of doing it so that they can respond to accordingly.
The reason I'm interested in it is because I don't really know a lot about it, and I've been here a year, haven't spent a lot of time, haven't met anybody on it, and but my understanding is it's a county-wide participation. I think, do our employees and our elected officials participate in this? I know that is Dan from
Dan Klimisch.
Yankton? I've talked to him on a couple different occasions, talked to him last night.
And he's on Zoom.
He's on Zoom?
He's the
Yeah,
president.
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
You look better on the phone.
Thank you. You as well.
Well, just kidding. So I appreciate Dan, and he called me right away thinking that there was some sort of urgency for me.
So as a quick introduction, Dan Klimisch is the current president of the South Dakota Association of County Commissioners.
Great, okay.
Eric Jennings, commissioner for Lawrence County, is the first vice president. So when September comes around for the annual convention, Eric will become the new president at that time. Obviously, Chris Jacobson is the executive director, and she serves as the executive director for both the County Commissioners Association and the other elected officials association, which operate out of the same office.
Perfect. I think, and I'd just like to have a better understanding of what we're doing here. We've been going through every contract and every MOU, everything to try to get a thorough understanding. So when we plug and play our county commissioners, that there's some sort of record, some sort of transaction, something, some forensic trail that tells what we're doing. Because right now we're poking in a hat, and that's the conversation I had with Dan from Yankton, and I appreciate it. From having those conversations and having some of them with some of the other commissioners, I think we underutilized the program. So that being said, that's my position on it. So. I guess if Jerry wanted to have a...
Jordan, can you pull up the invoicing history?
If it loads. That's just the.
It's a good thing you switched. I saw a typo on our value of your association. So I guess we'd be fixing that. Funny when it's up on the screen how you can change.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah,
Okay.
that one. So if you look at, and going through the budget stuff, this is stuff that I'd look at. So you look at 2024 and we were paying, the association just shy of $17,000. And then we've jumped up to, right at $25,000. And so for me, that's a pretty good jump. And then really just a conversation about, paying $25,000 to an outside agency, and getting back to the chairman's question, for him, it's an education process. I understand it, but I'm just looking at, that's quite a bit of jump from 24 to 25, so.
And we would agree. I can say, and again, I am Chris Jacobson. I serve as your executive director. I have been with the association since December of 2004, so I've been around a while. It's a pleasure to be here today, and great to be in front of you. In regards directly to your dues, last year during our annual county convention, we did, as well as the board, they discussed an increase in dues, and it was presented to the membership at convention, and it was passed unanimously. The goal is to better provide services to you all. Lobbying fees, of course, have increased, and we're trying to expand our staff. So that was that jump. I can't explain it, I don't think, any clearer than that, other than it was presented to the membership. We did give 30 days notice, and we did hold during our annual meeting, which was in Pennington County, I believe, when we had our annual conference when this was discussed. And that is the reason for that increase.
So you, Chris, right, you mentioned the lobbyists were the counties basically, and they lobby on, once the county gets a consensus on an item or whatever. You know, I interrupted you, I'm sorry.
No, I'm good.
No, okay. So, and Commissioner Hadcock, you'd mentioned something to me about lobbyists or whatever, and is this what you're talking about?
I guess my issue with that is the 26,000 for all of our departments or just for commission office?
This is commission offices. The SDACO, which we also do association management for, and that covers your auditor, treasurer, and registers of deeds. They also pay dues to the association. We're two separate entities, but we try to be a unified voice across the state.
So what does the county in general pay you for your services? If it's just, 5 commissioners and 2 or 3 director, assistant director, and Jones manager, I can't remember what Jones, so 8 of us pay $26,000?
Just the 5 of you and whatever consists of your commission office is dues to the SDACC. Highway superintendents have their own association. The state's attorneys have their own association. Welfare directors or human services have their own association. I don't believe that there's a dues process for that, but they're all separate associations.
It would be nice to see, Jordan, all those associations and what is paid in and what each department pays. For me to make a decision on this today, just to see what that total is. I know if you changed your formula, that's different. You changed your staffing, you added another staff member. I see that. Yeah. So for us, I know since I've been here, there's probably 2 or 3 of the commissioners that, they initially go to the first convention, but then end up not going the whole year. So how much is it utilized, and is the 26,000 spent, for what we can use for our budget? So it'd be nice, again, to see basically what the other counties are paying, what the other associations are paying in Pennington County, to see what that total is paid to, basically for dues every year for these. I did tell Commissioner Weifenbach, you guys do a really good job at what you do for informing, and I always see kind of your name on a lot of the stuff that's coming through, Chris, and I know you do a wonderful job personally. I've seen it myself, I'll just tell you. From going to NACO, I think I went to NACO once, and to some other areas that you guys give us that information for, and that I didn't know how it was distributed, if it distributed 26,000 from just commission or otherwise. That's why I would have asked you more questions, and I apologize beforehand. I just thought it was for the county wide, the 26,000. So I'm like, hey, that's not a big deal. That's a good amount for what you get from your office. So yeah. For me, I'd like to see what everybody pays in the county and what that total is, and then kind of make that decision from there.
Chair.
Commissioner, are you looking for a breakdown of all the counties and how they
No,
pay,
just
or
ours.
just with
Just
the
Pennington
other
County and-
associations? Okay.
Yeah, 'cause it'd be nice just for information, just to see how many associations we have, and then it also shows the community how much we're involved, not only through commission, but Health and Human Services and otherwise. And then it'd be nice for someone in those areas to speak what they're used for, why they need that training, stuff like that, and that spending of what they're spending as well, not just this commission.
Well, I can tell you, as members of the association, we're also linked with the National Association of Counties, so they provide, you may remember several years ago, local assistance, Tribal Consistency Fund. You received about a little over $1 million in dollars from the federal government to do as you saw fit. NACO does, with our assistance as well, lobby in payment in lieu of taxes, or PILT dollars, which I know that Pennington County has received $2 million for that with your 685 acres. that qualify. Secure Rural Schools, or SRS, there was a 2-year lapse in that, but it's been reauthorized, and I see that Pennington County gets $366,000 for your 394 acres. One of the funds that we actually administered through our association office is the Court Order Competency Fund, and that is if you have an individual that has to be evaluated for competency for court hearings. Since 2022, Pennington County has received $83,850 in reimbursements for that fund. The cap on that is $1,500 per claim. And like I said, since 2022, it's been over $83,000. Some of the things that we've worked on through the association would be cybersecurity dollars. There was $7 million secured with that. I don't know if Pennington County has accessed Dakota State University Project Boundary Fence, but they will come and assess all your cyber at no cost for that.
Yeah, they are.
And then
Matter
if
of fact,
there's-
they're scheduled to do that for us.
Okay, I was going to say, and then if you've got improvements, there is a fund that you can apply to receive some dollars in reimbursement for that.
Chris, do you have to be an association member to receive any of those funds?
Well, for the cybersecurity, no, that is statewide. LACTIF and the payment in lieu of taxes, that is all work that has been done through NACO, and
So you don't
would
have to be in
receive
any of the
benefit for that.
associations to still apply for any of that. That's just that if I'm correct, from meeting NACO, it's just information. They fight for some of that stuff.
Correct.
You don't have to be a member on some of these organizations, SDACC or NACO, to be able to apply for some of those funds.
That is true. That is definitely true on that. Well, I was just going to say, we did do some legislative issues on alcohol tax, and I believe that Pennington County, with the 14,000 base and then the cents per population, it was worth just about $363,000 to Pennington County for that work. But I don't know if our first vice president has anything to add, or if our President Dan Klimisch
Did
has
one of you
anything.
on this side over here have something to add? Or?
It was just a question to follow up to Commissioner Adcock. So, our dues went up, this much. Did the same get replicated with the elected officials group?
The elected officials has a yearly increase. They increase CPI every year. Is their dues increase.
Okay, I could see where we didn't do that.
No, we went up.
No, we were,
The conversations we have up here too, and then you get into that quagmire of, okay, now we gotta hit you with a baseball bat, because
that's basically what happened, because dues hadn't
take
gone
care
up.
of business. So I'm gonna weigh in on some of those questions that were asked, because I thoroughly agree that we don't need to participate, but it would be, in my mind, it would be irresponsible for us not to participate. And the simple reason is because this year's been real complicated for us, and for us to spend any time lobbying for what we really need. We really need the alcohol tax, and I think I had that conversation with you, Chris, or on the phone or whatever, about the significance and the relevance of what's happening to our budget. 70 to 80% of our budget's spent on drunk people in our community or addicted people in our community, and if you take on the sheriff's office, the jail, everything that's happening, that if we don't go after some of this alcohol revenue tax, I mean, we could clearly say, yeah, we could take the fruits of somebody else's labor, but if being the second biggest county in the state, that could be destructive if we weren't involved. But for me personally, some of it I blame on myself for not understanding more, being able to contact you guys on, we're looking at trying to get COVID funds right now for the county and the city. They're sitting on $60 million. And it's a really tight-held secret, and I can imagine the PILT was probably a tight-held secret. Some of these tight-held secrets aren't, if you're down in Pierre, I don't know where you live, Chris, or where you're.
In Pierre.
Yeah. I feel sorry for you. I'm just kidding. No,
It's a
I'm
little
kidding.
hectic right now, but.
Yeah, it is, but I mean, it's so, this gives me a clearer understanding of what you guys do. I didn't know a lot of this until Dan called me up, and then you called me up, and Commissioner Hadcock called me up, and said, what are you doing here? And I said, no, I need to understand. So I think for me to understand further, obviously, is on me to see what you guys can bring to the county. So I think that.
Well, I hope the two publications that we provided will give you at least a little bit of an overview of what we do. I did bring right here, and I don't know who needs these, but Hot Off the Press is one of our newer publications, and it's called the Green Book, but it has a ton of statistical information. We're in the process of trying to get this distributed to each one of the legislators, but we have to get
If I
permission.
personally had to pay somebody if I personally had to pay somebody for this to get the value that we're getting, the combined effort seems like a pretty good return on investment.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Rusk.
One of the things, it's not monetary, but the networking, bringing these counties together, Black Hills Association of County officials, what is it, 8 counties, but we don't know each other until we go to these meetings, and then you sit there and you network and you share information, and I don't know how you put a value on that. And then I believe, wasn't it the governor's office come to us and they asked us to take a stance on the governor's proposed bill? Well, one of our meetings, we went through 19 proposals. I think it got weeded down to 16 or 17, but they're coming to this association, and we're the second largest county representing that association along with Minnehaha, and they're asking, what's your position? Because once you get a position, then we're going to go to peer and we're going to fight for this. And if the governor's bill, hypothetically, I think we took a stance on that, and we're saying we like it. Well, now we go to peer, we fight for it, we get it. Well, I can't put a number what kind of an impact that would have on people's property taxes, but that's the stuff that you can't really put a number on, but this is the type of stuff that the association does.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So I'm not in doubt of what it does for us. It's the cost of the 8,000 that went up, and what's that comparables to the other counties. Also to how much we put in for the association every year as a whole in Pennington County, or in our case, Pennington County, not the other jurisdictions. So for me, I don't know if you could justify 26 if you have 360,000 coming out of Pennington County from the total whole, and how that's distributed for the training and stuff that we're getting. I don't know what else we do. That's why I think Mr. Dern and Mr. Weifenbach brought it up as well. It's not just what it's doing for us for 26,000. What are the other entities? And when we discussed this at budget time, it was for that reason. Is it went up $8,000. So from 1 year. I don't remember seeing that in our dues. I don't remember a liaison or anybody, and that's what I was telling you before, that I don't remember anybody telling us. I just saw it on the agenda.
Can I interrupt for 1 second? Jordan, what did we budget for this?
This is in our budget for 2026.
Okay.
Yep.
No, but you see what I'm saying? So
I just wanna make sure
when it
we
went
all
up in
know.
24 to 25, I don't remember any liaison or anybody coming saying, hey, we're going to vote on the dues.
It was there.
I don't remember it. I would have noticed if you were going up $8,000. So I'll just tell you, it's nice to have on an agenda. Remember I was telling you for liaisons, put on an agenda if you're going to increase budgets or you're going to increase something. I remember NACO, we paid $22,000. That was on the agenda when we added $22,000 for recreation and tourism to NACO. I didn't agree with it, but it didn't matter if I didn't agree with it. I'd like, if you're spending money, remember I was telling you on the liaisons for NACO or otherwise, NACO, we did a couple things where on a Ship It Act, we agreed to disagree. I'm good with that. I don't care if I don't agree with the stuff. I'd like to
Can I just
see
butt in
it.
for 1 second?
Yes.
We've kept these people here all day long, so let's focus on what they can give us.
Well,
and then
that's your bottom line of
Yeah.
knowing when you're spending taxpayer dollars that the increase is coming up.
Yeah, if we did that, that would be on us. They gave us the notices, whatever. We had a lot of transitioning going on.
That's
so-
why it's on the agenda. It was on the for a discussion to see why it went up.
Right.
And where it went up. And this is why I said, for liaisons, it's nice when you're spending money for associations or otherwise, it's on an agenda as a whole and not just 2 or 3 commissioners that went to a meeting and raised their hand for Pennington County. So that's why I'm asking that.
Mr. Chair, can I just insert here that the due structure is set up so that every county is paying per population on it. And so it's an equal amount based on what your size is. So we obviously pay less than Minnehaha County. Lincoln County obviously pays less than we do overall when you figure it out by the population and the base rate. So they also, we own a building in Pierre, their office building. This last year, it's 15 years old as of this last year. The air handling system was shot. And so that was a fairly major expense that we were looking at for over the course of a year. In fact, Commissioner Roskinek worked on getting that, assisted in getting that repaired. But that was a couple $100,000 investment that we had to make in the building too, so.
I'm not concerned about the $26,000. It's good to know how it changed, and you can look at that chart and see how it changed. It's some things that past commissions have done here too. They're trying to keep the expenses down, keep them down, then the next thing you know, you're like, wow, we probably did this too long, and then they get you. But for $26,000, I don't know how you can beat this deal. That's just my position on it, because like I think even Commissioner Hadcock mentioned to me earlier, Commissioner Roskinek, both the networking part, what we're getting, the networking and the lobbying, and I mean, right now, it's huge. We've got a governor's race coming up. We've got 4 people that can't make a decision based upon property taxes, which is simple. We've got the county people coming together going, it's simple. I mean, you can't give somebody a $400 credit after, I mean, that just shows me that some people don't even know what they're talking about. When you give a $400 credit after the county and the city and the school district already makes their budget, that's what the taxes are based upon. So now we're gonna give you credit, so we just keep going back and forth. So having a lobby group that says, hey, listen, what you're thinking there is probably not going to make sense, but.
So Chair, can
Yes,
I ask
Commissioner
another
Hadcock.
question? So on the census, we have a municipality lobbying group and the cities pay them. When we're doing the populations, of all of Pennington County. Are we including the cities that also are paying a due to the municipalities? So shouldn't we be paying for the outlining areas that don't have representation in Pennington County? Or why are we paying for the whole population in Pennington County?
The formula, since I have been around, has always been, they based it off the census. 2020 census is our most current, and I
guess it's kind of like the mill levy,
formula.
Commissioner Hadcock.
People
It's
live
just a
in the county.
multiplier.
Well,
I mean,
they charge 17%, well, for
you know
taxes,
what I'm saying? I
then,
mean, they need X amount of dollars to make it work, so it gets basically distributed between the counties, and this is the best formula they got. You could go through and try to, I mean, it would just shift
yeah,
everything
but
around.
you see where
so-
I'm going? There's a population for the
Agreed.
cities and the counties in Pennington
The
County.
city doesn't pay into
But the
that.
county is
Yeah.
not represented by the city for their lobbyists. The city lobbyists lobby their people.
Right.
The county should lobby the outlining. The cities are already covered. So what they're doing on their population, if I'm looking at it, is they're taking the whole population of Pennington County.
Agreed, 100%.
So you have 2 lobbyists. The city gets
They do
lobbied
that same
for
thing
us,
in
and then they
Minnehaha and
also
Lincoln and everywhere else.
get lobbied with the county for their issues.
You could
So we're
try
double
to
paid.
cut it, dice it, slice it, but the matter of fact is that when it comes down to the bottom line, it wouldn't matter because they still have to have X amount of dollars to function. So it would just change, basically like we change our mill levy. It doesn't matter what the mill levy is when you have a need for, $100 million. That, and you assess the values up here, sure, it drops the mill levy. It's the same difference. So, I mean, if
Also,
you
by
go to Lincoln or.
representation, you don't get a count in a county,
Right.
the population
We can have this
for the city.
conversation
So
off.
I'm not
off
saying
the
it's
reading.
not a good organization. I'm just asking the questions. I'm not saying they're doing anything wrong. I just didn't figure out
You have to have some level of a metric to measure how they're going to charge.
That's why I'm asking, because if it's population per census, if you're counting the whole county and the city's already represented, shouldn't they should be taken out?
They're not represented by this group.
That's why.
And I mean, if you did that in Sioux Falls,
They are
Sioux
by the
Falls is,
census because they're saying there's 109 people and 22 here that we were charged for now.
Sioux Falls is 225,000 people just in their city.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean.
So what are they representing on city or county?
That's what I'm saying. They're
'Cause
getting
city's paying-
charged the same.
City's paying a fee for their city people. And now are they getting charged for their county and their city as well, for their population?
The same.
See the census?
Mr.
So you're
Chair.
basically double
I
charging.
don't know how the municipal league
I
does
I
their.
would suggest that you maybe invite the President, Dan Klimisch, if he has any comments.
Dan, do you have any comments, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable commissioners. Just wanted to thank you guys for your membership, and we're here to answer any questions that you have. I think Chris did a good job of explaining the excellent value that you guys get. The return on your investment is what you paid in versus the millions of dollars that are coming out. I know that the association works hard for you in Pierre to lobby for the E911 dollars, like last year in Senate Bill 37, the cybersecurity in SB 187. And we are also working on other things this year, a possibility to have a real breakthrough with court-appointed attorneys. Right. And I know that's something that affects you guys.
Yeah, and if you could just expand on that a little bit, because I think Chris gave me a little bit, and I didn't get a chance to share that, how big that can be. And that's something you guys are lobbying for.
Yeah, and we did some study groups this summer, but we're also looking at and working with legislators for the state to pay more for the court-appointed attorneys. There's nothing concrete that's going to happen, but we've had some very good conversations with some very high-ranking people, and hopefully we can get some movement on that. And you know as well as I do, court-appointed fees are very expensive. We're also working on mental health funding and how that works. And I know that's something that is very expensive for you guys. I'm from Yankton County, where we have the state hospital. That's very expensive for us, and just appreciate your continued support. Each and every one of you guys are invited to our conventions and the events we do. I can have Chris or one of you other guys share my cell phone number with all the members of the board. If you have questions, we would have, we'd love to answer them for you. But again, appreciate your support, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Dan. So, do we have more questions for these guys?
No, just, I'd like his number, then Chris, again, your number, just to ask some more questions, and maybe you can give me some of that information if the board is not willing, or not willing, that's not a good word, not want to know. I just want to know some of the formulas and what basically we pay for each organization that's in Pennington County through there. Or that's not you at all?
I can only answer South Dakota County Commissioners, and I can help you with the County Officials Association.
Okay, I appreciate
Sheriffs,
that.
the rest of them, they have their own separate organizations.
Okay, that's why I wanted to know kind of I didn't bring this up, I just came to mind on some of this stuff when you started talking. Again, I lobbied for you, for Commissioner Weifenbach, that I like the organization and what it does, but some of it I didn't know the answers to, and that's why we're here today as well, not to answer it from me, but from everybody.
If you get lobbied by Commissioner Hadcock, you just listen. So.
Mr. Chair.
Just your numbers I'll get from Jordan then.
Commissioner Roskinek.
This isn't a question, this is just a thank you. And I want to thank Commissioner Drews for his involvement with this organization and the countless trips that he's made to Pierre that represent this organization and Pennington County. I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen anybody so committed as Commissioner Drews, but I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair, if I might address also Eric Jennings from Lawrence County Commission and First Vice President. You know, I've not been a member of this association very long. I'm in my first term as a county commissioner in my third year. But I do have some other association work, and I can fully understand the importance of having lobbyists at the legislative sessions. As you know, everything that the county commission does is determined through state statute and ordinances. And for us to be active in that legislative process is incredibly important. We have 4 or 5 very good lobbyists, I guess 4 dedicated, plus Chris, lobbyists at the legislative session. And it's not just during the session that they're active. They're busy all year long, communicating with state officials, communicating with legislators, being active in the summer sessions. All those things are incredibly important to what affects us as county commissions. And you know, the $25,000 that Pennington County pays, just the lobbying efforts alone, I think, are worth that. You talked earlier about the expense of sending one of your commissioners to the legislative session. You know, you get that high value of lobbyists there all the time, 24/7. And in answer to your question, Commissioner Hadcock, I think that you need to remember that the county incorporates all of the citizens, even in the municipalities, and that the County Commission Association is dealing with different issues than what the municipalities are going to be dealing with. When you start talking property tax things and some election items, you know, a lot of those things are separate issues, and so it's important that those citizens are represented, even if they're in the city limits and not outside the city limits.
And I guess for them, I thought that anything with the city was basically the city, because a lot of the stuff that we have, I am a commissioner in the city and the county, basically the outlining areas county, and they're not always the same issues. In fact, most of the time they're not at all the same issues, except maybe the jails and stuff, and you already said, that's why I asked you on the association how it's paid. And so I see it, when you break it down a little bit different, that if you're representing what's happening here, it's the outlining areas. For me, being a city council person and then seeing what the counties do, I'm not against what you're doing, I'm just not getting the formulas, I'm not getting some of the stuff of how you get to those formulas. 26,000, if it's 10 other organizations in there, that adds up a lot for the county, and that's how much you're giving to an organization as a whole, in order to train or advise or have trips, have lobbyists. And that's why we hire people for lobbyists and different things for that reason through those organizations. And if that's what you're doing, that'd be nice to see some of that and how much that is spent on it. Chris said today, and it was pretty, I didn't know all that. I mean, I don't always read all your stuff because we have hundreds of emails, Chris, but it's nice to know all those other areas that we are spending that money as a commission, or we spend it as a commission with the Association of Sheriffs, or we spending it with, you know what I mean? That's when your bang for your buck comes, when you see all that. Not that, people always take it, I always play the devil's advocate, Eric, not to be facetious, but to know all the information. So when citizens ask, well, don't you have association with the sheriff, association, human resources, and everything else, why are you spending $26,000? Well, when that comes in as a whole, it's nice to know as an organization. I didn't know we had, and Commissioner Weifenbach can attest to that I thought the $26,000 was for the whole county. So you're telling me stuff today, not because I'm trying to be facetious, I'm trying to get it wrapped around my head. Do we have 10 organizations in here at separate entities, and how are we doing that? And is that working together with SDAC to bring some of the Sheriff's Association and some of those other areas as lobbyists on those different bills? Because there's a bunch of different bills, and I just thought SDACC did the sheriff stuff with lobbying. Does that make sense? I didn't know the whole formula, and I went to your meetings, sir. But I don't remember that being all broken down or explained before, and that could be me. I'm not gonna blame it on you guys. That's why I thought today I was asking the questions, not because you suck or anything like that or what you're doing. It's just nice to know how the formulas work, and again, I thought the $26,000 was for the county, not for all the different entities that we had in the county. So I'm like, Ron, these guys go and they network HRs and different people. I didn't know they had separate entities, except for today.
Most of, we're a little bit different in our association setup. I would say that if you were going to Wisconsin or Iowa or someplace around like that, they are all one association. Each group is, and they cover, their county association covers all of those extra groups. They're all one. How their due structure works, I cannot answer that, but in South Dakota, we're all separate.
And when I used to go to the meetings, Eric, that's what I thought we did. We paid the dues, and then we paid for everybody to, basically through their budgets to go, whoever is going to go a certain amount out of that 26 or something. So I apologize. I did not know the formula. I just went there and figured everybody that's in Pennington County that was there was paid for at a one lump sum out of our 26,000 at the time was probably the 15, 16. So thank you.
Does anybody else
Sure.
have a question? Commissioner Bruce.
I've got one thing I'd like to bring up. So a couple, 3 years ago, and as being NACO members, NACO had taken a group of federal funds that they had found and put them together as accumulation. And they shared those funds with their NACO members. This is nothing that we requested, nothing that we made application for. This is something we received. And we received, Pennington County received, I think, about $2.3 million. That was essentially a gift. So when Commissioner Hadcock was talking about that we paid out $22,000 or $23,000 to NACO for something, what they had done is when they made that gift to the various counties around the country, they said what we'd really like to do is for public land states, we would like to have a research resource department established. And so what we're going to do is we'll ask you if you would contribute back to us 1% of what you're receiving. We will put that into an account, and we'll establish the Public Lands Office with full-time personnel, and Dr. Gregory Nelson is that person now that hired. And that is a perpetual fund. We never have to pay into it again. It's a perpetual fund that they operated off the interest that came in from
We
it.
set up an endowment for that then.
That's right. But that original $2+ million that we received was a total gift to us.
And so it only costs us 1% of that. So.
Chair, if I could respond, Gary, that was a whole different issue. So the public lands was a different issue than when you came back and you asked for, because it was with Scott Guffey was involved in this. He voted not to do it was for recreation and tourism, and he said that we gave enough money through the state that didn't need to happen. So the 22,000 had nothing to do with the public land stuff. It had something to do with giving tourism and the recreation money to an organization when we felt, meaning Commissioner Travis Lassiter, me, and Scott Guffey decided that with what information we had and what you guys were proposing through NACO, that it was for recreation and tourism and to look into better what they could help with for our state. And that's basically our number one. So the
I'm gonna
public
rein this
land was a very
yeah.
positive. They did some good stuff for us, but that wasn't the
I'm going to rein
part
this
of
conversation in, and I
Thank you.
appreciate you guys' for coming and explaining to me, and it opened up my eyes to a situation that I see myself going, okay, there's some opportunity here that I didn't know existed. So shame on me for not taking advantage of some of that. That won't happen going forward. I know we're working on governor's tax plan. I've sent him a few text messages on it. I think we're all in line with it. The alcohol tax is something that we're big on. The municipality's helping us with it, but you guys are, taking that and running with it. So I guess there's really no action required here because the money was budgeted. So we just wanted you guys to come here to kind of give us a little bit of explanation of what you're doing. Now we got actually put a face on what you guys do. That really helps anybody when they're moving forward and got questions coming up or what, hey, how can these people help us? I mean, the opiate fund, you guys are talking about treatment centers. We're working on a system here with, and maybe we should get you guys involved because we're trying to get some of that $60 million that the state is just sitting on to help our treatment center here. We're working with Dr. Tamang and the Monument Hospital and the city of Rapid City and the CARE campus and the sheriff trying to get that money. And there's a resource that we didn't even think about that could probably help us say, you know what, this is, instead of just trickling this out and, you know, just wasting it. Look at the counties here and these, you know, Yankton's treatment center, Rapid City's treatment center could use a big hit. It would make a big difference. So we appreciate your time. I think we're done with questions or whatever. And then I don't think we have any action that's due here, do we? Well,
If the board wanted to make a motion, they could, but if there's no motion taken, this will get added into our next payment packet.
yeah, we just took it off the bill list is all we did to have the conversation. So I appreciate you guys taking it upon yourselves to come on down and giving us some of your time. We didn't mean to make you sit there all day. I apologize. We had a really long
Well, I will leave my contact information, and Dan, I will share Dan's as well. And
Perfect.
I'll leave it
Well,
right.
Jordan will make sure we all get it. And
Tomorrow is our first legislative weekly call. Hopefully Monday, or yesterday, you got a notification of that, and we'll be discussing.
and I've never gotten in on one of them, and I should. So
But you can't tomorrow because you have to go to the library board tomorrow.
okay, library board it is.
Well, and Thursday, we're looking for testifiers. Representative Ismay has his Commissioner recall bill, House Bill 1004 will be up in committee Thursday morning, so if
Commissioner recall bill.
Commissioner recall bill.
How does that work? What's that
It
about?
lowers the standards of the number of petitions, names on a petition that you would need to bring forward in order to recall a petition.
I'd have been out of here by then if they do that. We don't need that. The library would have took me out.
So here's an opportunity.
All right, thank you.
All right,
Thanks,
you very
Dan.
much for your
Have a
time.
great day.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you,
Unless the
Chris.
commission wanted to make a motion, there's nothing there that we have to do. HR Director Jordan, HR Director Direction for Jordan Nib. This is where I think we can improve as a commission when we're working with Jordan and we're working with our staff. We got these issues that come up. We all know they exist, but we expect something to get done. We go home, we come back, and nothing got done because we didn't give a really solid direction. I think that's what he's looking for here. Maybe I'm wrong. Jordan, if you want to fill us in.
Absolutely, and I can even go into the memo if we need to get into the nitty-gritty of this, but if you guys remember, after our last meeting, we decided that the board would like a public discussion as to how they want to approach the HR director position. You've got multiple options available to you. You can do one of many different things. I've even addressed some of them in my memo if we want to look through individual options, but the decision you need to make today is that the HR director, the retirement is effective January 31st. This is your last regularly scheduled meeting before that retirement. So if you need to do some sort of interim placement, if it's not going to be a permanent placement of someone who has the authority to make the calls in the HR department, now is the time to do so. And so if you're interested, I can run through some options that I ran down.
I think we're interested in talking about the options. At least gives us a place to start the conversation. And I would just request everybody's respectful about this and understand the position we're in. And Jordan's looking for some guidance. And I think, understanding, I had some conversations with the HR department, and they've got people in there that are in flux too. I mean, and they're working and they're wondering what's happening. Mm-hmm. And so we haven't spent a lot of time explaining to them what happens. It seems because it's all new to us about how this transition would take place, and because is this an opportunity for us to look at a structural organization change? And I think hopefully that these are some of the options that are laid out here. What do we see? What do we see as strengths and weaknesses in our HR department? HR department, like every other department, is very important to us. So, but it's also important that we have people sitting there right now that are in the state of what's going on. Yes. Some of the communications I've had are like, when nobody makes a commitment publicly here, then that's left to their own devices to run wild with anything that comes across the desk. So Jordan, you have the floor and give us the options here, brother.
Sure. And so as you're addressing right there, it's the speculation that we want to reduce here is now is the opportune time because of a retirement to look at the structure. And so I did a very brief kind of overview of what I saw from job descriptions and duties and responsibilities and just kind of looked at it from almost an outsider's perspective as to, okay, is this the way that this board and the county wants to continue with operations? We can explain exactly how we got here, and it makes sense how we got here. But is this the way that this board is looking to continue? So I just did a quick overview from a 30,000-foot view analysis of HR functions in general. And what I found were there are a couple of things that I'm seeing here is that there were expansions beyond what we would consider core HR functions. And the core HR functions, of course, that's hiring, firing, employment policies, compliance, all that kind of stuff. All that stuff would be considered core HR functions. They have just kind of amassed over the years HR adjacent functions into their staffing. And that's not necessarily a bad thing because sometimes that happens because there's no other place to put these positions. And so HR becomes the default. It becomes the de facto, just like with other offices. If no one can do it, where do you put it? Well, you can put it in the commission office because you're the commissioners. That's one way to handle this stuff. So we can take the time now to look at that and say, well, is that still appropriate? It's not a broken system at the moment, but is that what we want the organization to be doing moving forward? We also still have an unaddressed fragmentation and parallel HR operations issue in that the sheriff's office still has dedicated HR staff. It's not a problem. It's not a critical issue, but it is something that probably should be looked at as we talk about HR functions as a county. And then we're seeing some role drift and classification risk. There's a couple of things that are starting to translate into a conflated job description. We're even looking at this in the commission office as well, is over time it's like, well, they also now do this, they also now do this, they also now do this. And at the end of the day, you look at, okay, how much time do you spend then on HR functions? And you're looking at maybe 15% versus 85%, these other roles that are required, they are needed for the office, but they may not be what the original job description was designed for. So that would be role drift. And then we have to think about succession and continuity. That's the most important decision you guys have to make today, is for continuity's sake, for succession's sake, where do we go with retaining that institutional knowledge that they have there in the office? So I offered 4 options here for consideration. One is the status quo. We don't change anything today. We appoint. And you either appoint internally or externally. You can advertise or you can say, we'll go with, because the HR director did suggest a candidate specifically for replacement. That is allowed under our current policies and processes. We are allowed to either internally or externally appoint HR director. And so the board needs to consider, are we interested in pushing this off and externally advertising? If so, we then need to take enough time to find a qualified HR professional, which then means that you need to know who's going to take over the reins in the interim. You're going to have someone in place in HR so that HR definitely has still some sort of direction, some sort of lead. And so that would be status quo, is no matter what you do, you're going to have to figure out something today. The pure HR model would be to do an analysis where we just say, let's strip back HR to its core functions. It'll still remain its own independent department, but it will only do HR functions. All the things that are HR adjacent or all the things that have just been amassed because of specific personnel who understand things better than others, those can be refocused, redistributed throughout the organization, still retaining, because I think all of the duties that the HR office does right now are critical for Pennington County. I don't believe any of them should go away. It's just, where should those duties rest if not under HR? That's another option. That's option 2, is if you want HR just to be HR, you'd probably then look at a reorganization. That's going to take some time as well. So again, in the interim, what are you going to do in the meantime? Option 3 was floated, and that could be an HR commission hybrid. This is because that's specifically my background. I came from commission and HR, and so it sounded like, well, hey, it looks like we could just throw this in the commission office. That is a very viable option in the short term. I don't know that it will be the way that we want to move forward, but it is worth taking a look at if that's something that this board would like to do. There's pros and cons to each of these these options. I've got them listed there. I'm not going to waste everyone's time going through all of them. And then the fourth option, of course, is let's just appoint someone interim and figure this all out later once we get more data. That's always an option. I don't like kicking the can down the road, but we don't have enough data right now to make a full recommendation for some of the options that are going to be changing job descriptions, reorganizing the organization. So in essence, option 4 is just kind of, well, we're going to work on something. I don't know where we're headed with this. And so it's kind of up to the direction of the board as to where we want to go with this. And so there are 3 questions then basically that you have to answer here. Do you want to appoint today, or in the near future, you probably should do something today, interim or permanent leadership and the effective date of that? What is your preferred path? Would you like to look at some of this data? Do you need more time? Do we want to advertise this externally? What should that job description be when we advertise? And so any of the options that I presented here, or anything you guys have thoughts on, can be considered. It's just we are a little bit pressed for time here in that we need to know that interim function, and then whether or not we think that rescoping the HR functions should be part of the path that you decide.
Okay, Jordan, can you tell us who exists? I mean, not personnel names, but just the positions that we have in HR right now, so we can, we have.
Yes, I can tell you that.
An assistant right there, is that right, or what? I don't know what the titles are.
Give me a second, I think I can pull up this is this is before payroll. Okay, so this is before they got payroll operations, but this is currently what they had with the last approved organizational chart.
Okay, and then
you have the HR director, the senior HR manager, 2 proposed positions that are not filled currently, the HR risk manager, the HR marketing manager, and the recruiter/social media
We never
specialist.
fundamentally put payroll in there. They're their own separate kind of entity right now? Or do they dotted line or go on this?
It would be
chart?
a firm line right now under the HR director currently.
Okay,
we don't have an updated organizational chart.
Everybody can draw on their computer 2 positions down there that are, one is the payroll and one is the benefits person.
Right.
So straight down from Carol, like right next to Cody or Sage. So,
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Ross.
You can't do this today, but would you, when we did the budget, we went back 5 years for each department. So I'd like to do that with payroll or human resources, just so that I could kind of see where we were in 2021, where we were in 2025, what the budget was for 2026, just so I could get an idea what we're spending on that particular department before we decide, some type of a permanent layout for it.
Commissioner Hadcock, did you have a?
No, I thought that was
Okay.
Okay.
And also, could you do the same for human resources for the sheriff's department?
Yep.
Okay. So, all right, we have, okay, we're getting some direction. So this is what our org chart looks like right now. You could take Carol and remove her from that org chart. And then now you still have Sandy here, Sandra or Sandy, whatever, however, or the HR manager, how's that, on that top of that org chart. So if we come with some direction for Jordan, Sandra's been running it basically for 6 weeks now. But I'm personally interested in looking at some reorganization here, maybe. I think HR needs to be strong. I think we were heading down that direction. We were working through a lot of bugs, and we were heading that direction of having HR strong and having the payroll in there. And what I've been finding out with payroll is that the way we set it up now, we got a lot of really, really good checks and balances in place on that payroll. It's amazing. I mean, before we were just at the liberty of whatever happened, and we moved it, and now we're finding out areas of fundamental. If you build a house and you build that house upon a really weak foundation, the house may stand, but it's always like creaking like it's going to tip over. And so what's been happening since we took the payroll department and isolated it, it's really exposed that foundation that was built on through the Tyler system. I had conversations with Kenner, I've had conversations with Jordan, I've had conversations with Sabrina, Taylor, everybody in regards to payroll and how it's coming together. yep, is there some bugs, some hard things to work out, a little bit of conversation going back and forth, but man, I tell you, I've been proud of the crew that's handling it, Jordan and Kenner and Taylor and Sabrina, and everybody is rowing the boat in the same direction. And taking, lifting each other up, going, hey, yeah, we got some issues here, but we're fixing them. So this is gonna be a foundation that's built pretty dang strong if we can do this right and moving forward. So I think in taking some time to get this done, and I don't know that, is there a real risk of doing anything other than saying, hey, we'll put the second person in charge for right now until we can get a better direction for Jordan, because I know you're still working on a lot of the Tyler stuff with payroll, that type of stuff, but moving forward, that doesn't mean that there can't be an opportunity for what could look differently here, but a knee-jerk, like if we do this now, and then Sandy has been running it for 6 weeks. I haven't had any issues. I've been stopping and talking to her. I know Jordan and Kenner have been instrumental in helping that department and helping. I just don't want other areas other elected officials they're maybe having some issues getting people hired or any of that. I haven't heard that happen yet. We've worked through a few bugs on some of that, but I would leave that up to my colleagues here to decide how do we want to move forward. I guess so.
So, Chair.
Commissioner Durser.
Yeah, I think it's a lot getting into the late hour that we're at to have this. And I think it's just like was mentioned, to get some more information. I'm good with, I know in the absence of an HR director, on site, that Sandy's been taking care of things. And I believe that the offices with Jordan and the auditor have all been working together. And after we had the last meeting, in that time frame, I did have a meeting with the sheriff, and I talked to the sheriff about, I thought that I brought it up at budget time. It didn't pan out. But I did have a conversation with the sheriff that I felt like this was an opportunity to look at countywide HR, not just our side of the HR house, but also the sheriff's office HR side. And if you look at the job descriptions in the org chart that Jordan had in there, you go back, you look at what we have, and then you go to the sheriff's office side. And so then we have another HR manager, and then we have an HR generalist, and then we have a wellness coordinator, and we have all these various positions. And if you look at those job descriptions, they say that, they're only supporting, the sheriff's office. And so the county is paying for, wellness coordinator. And I mentioned this during the budget process. Not a bad position, but couldn't the wellness coordinator support the entire county employees? If you read the job description, it's just supporting the law enforcement side of the house. And, and so I look at this, and then I look at all the job descriptions that we have, under our, let's just say, commission side of the house on, managing, and then you go to the sheriff's side and you look at all the job descriptions. I think there's a cleaner way to do business for the organization. And my point has always been that, what the job descriptions show is that we have multiple HR managers, generalists, who exercise broad HR authority, but only within silos. And that is one thing that we're trying to get away from, is everybody operating independently. Similar HR functions are duplicated across the county and the sheriff's office. We have capable professionals that are doing what their job descriptions ask, but the structure prevents them from serving the entire organization as a whole. This is a design problem, and it's not a performance problem. It's an organizational problem. And I'm just saying that the retirement of the HR director creates an opportunity to fix long-standing structural issues. Simply replacing one person without addressing fragmentation will lock in these problems for years. And I believe this is the right time to kind of look at this. And getting into what Jordan mentioned, just like, you look at the current structure of the HR office and what Cody and Sage and the team are providing, I believe all of that is a good benefit to the county. And what I'm looking for is we go through, and we've had these discussions during budget process, that we're creating an organization that is not operating in silos, that we are communicating. And just like any business structure, you're not going to have, if you have a business and you have 5 different divisions, you're not going to have each division operate as an independent organization outside of the organization as a whole. Nobody in a private sector would set up an organizational structure like this. And the one thing that we're fortunate that we don't have in the county, you know, that could be problematic, you know, we don't have any unions in the county. And so, you know, we don't have collective bargaining agreements that spell out certain things. And I think we should look at it organizationally as a whole. One of the things that, you know, these are one of the things that I had focused on coming on as a commissioner, and I was not shy about talking about it publicly and or with the sheriff and everybody else as we went through the budget process. And getting back to what you said, you know, Mr. Chairman, looking, you know, when we moved HR and set up, you know, with Tyler Technologies, and we have, you know, a payroll process that is run out of the HR office. Since the implementation of that, Jordan and Kenner have been critical in, you know, kind of being a backup and helping out with this. And really what is it exposing is that, you know, like you said, we have a check and balance in place now to look at some of that stuff. And I've heard some comments, you know, about, well, we're still having problems in payroll. And I said this when Cindy was here, the prior auditor, and when she and I were on comp committee for a few meetings. I found out on comp committee that we had different departments in the organization that had their own internal operational policies for pay and benefits and leave time and utilization of such, and how that was paid. And so we have a different classification of out-of-class pay. We have different, if somebody comes in today and my supervisor is not here and my supervisor's not here, I'm on that crew, today I get paid like my supervisor. So we have this out-of-class pay. We have call-out time that is not the same throughout the organization. So we have people that are on standby getting paid standby time, and it's done independently by each of the different departments operating these internally. And so, you know, in a comp committee, I'd made the comment to Carol, no wonder we're having payroll mistakes because we're not operating as one organization. And my comment to those elected officials and department heads, all of these internal operational policies that you have related to special pay and how you operate this and how you utilize that, has all of this been approved by the Board of Commissioners? And they're like, no, not all of it. And I'm like, that is the pay and benefit, you know, getting back to the concern about why we're here. Those are things that we have control over. We should be approving those. Every employee in the county, you know, the policy regarding pay and benefits is set by the Board of Commissioners. Approved, you know, that comes up to us. We don't have independent divisions approving their own operational policies. And when you have that, it creates a risk for the organization through HR. It creates a risk through risk management, not having consistent policies. And what it turned out to do was we were not paying employees appropriately. And so we have overpaid employees, underpaid employees, and we are still dealing with trying to rectify those overpayments, underpayments, payroll corrections. And these have gone on for years, and I mean, we had a discussion about it, but we're trying to clean up. We decided we would go back 2 years and clean up some of that stuff. And it's not that anybody was doing anything, you know, intentional. It's that the process that we have, for example, to run payroll and do some of those things in our software, you know, we're trying to operate a software under a standard, let's just say business model. But we're coming in and we're creating all of these anomalies, and they're outside of what a normal pay practice would be, and it is continually creating, you know, these issues that we have. And even interpretation of employee policy, you know, got brought up last spring. Some part-time employees were getting paid a benefit that only full-time employees should have gotten because that was the interpretation of one department. And then when the questions got asked, and only because we had a change in payroll staff, and then they're like, am I supposed to be paying this? And I guess to wrap this in is, I think it's an opportunity for us to have a discussion about having consistent operations and a chain of command throughout the organization. And when I had a meeting with the sheriff about this, he wasn't opposed to it. And I think that's part of the discussion moving forward, is looking at what it would look like Because to be frank, I asked the sheriff if he had anybody in his own organization that would be comfortable taking a lead role. And so I think those are some of the discussions I would like to see going forward, but I'm okay because the late hour that we just continue as we are for now, gather more information and circle back.
Mr. Chair. So, Jerry, are you talking about just creating another organizational chart that would consolidate the sheriff's HR with our HR, right? And while you were talking, I was just visualizing what that chart could look like, because then you just got one chart, and you're operating county employees, and you're operating the sheriff's department, but they're all following one supervisor.
Correct, and a lot of that goes back to the consistency, getting back to the question about, performance reviews, and do you have this? No, I don't have that on file. That is on file somebody in another department. We don't get that, and my whole point being is, and I know the history as to how a lot of this got here, but we have an opportunity now where, we are a large organization, and we're spending a lot of money. Getting back to your budget thing, we're spending a lot of money for these services that I think we could look at and, have one org chart that serves the entire organization with respect to, and I get it, all the other elected officials and that, but I think this is the time to look at it.
I totally agree.
So, Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So for me, I think the policies and procedures need to be the same and consistent throughout each department, every department. I don't know what that org chart should look like. At this point, I think we have probably with part-time, we probably have 1,000 employees. About half of those are with the sheriff's office. I don't know if specifically, and I'm not an HR person, but how that works when you have a sheriff's different employees and what they deal with compared to what, our employees deal with. Does that make sense? I see a split in that and maybe I'm wrong, of how that should be organized. At first I was like, hey, great idea, I'll do the HR, and then I started thinking a little bit about the differences in what they need in HR there compared to here. Now, some of those things like wellness and stuff like that, I think Jerry's right. Those should flow over to us. We do have a gym, we do have stuff. How that looks like, I'd like to see. But I also know that you got about 500 employees in the Pennington County Jail facility, and the sheriff's office, and how that org's working. If there's a lot of problems in it, if it's caused a lot of problems, only thing I've ever seen, it wasn't really the split, it was the communication between the two and the policies that were not fitting together in a consistent way. And that wasn't just the sheriff's office, that was many departments that we needed to change the policies on. So maybe when we take a look at the policies, we look at, the organization, stuff like that, let's do a thorough, presentation of what the sheriff is thinking and what his role for HR is compared to ours, and how maybe some of those things could join and some of those things are just never going to be consistent together to have one big HR person. I don't know for sure. I'm just telling you that from but what I've seen. I've been here 11 years. I see some button heads in the HR sometimes on some of those things, but it wasn't like they didn't like each other as HR. It's the policies and procedures that work for law enforcement compared to Jordan as and should they be consistent for overtime and all that stuff? Yes, but they also have a different way of when they're overtime. They don't have a choice in some of these areas that we do on overtime, where you can't just let two correctional officers be off at the same time, and some of that's why I said over the years from the policies, they might have to have some of those different areas where they don't have a choice, and we do. So it's going to be nice to kind of see what y'all are thinking, but I also like to hear from, how the HR works where the positive were, where the negative were, what that structuring looks like, to make sure people still had their jobs, so they're not freaking out listening to us today, saying, okay, they're gonna reorganize, because all I kept hearing was reorganization, and same with them, and not to be negative on that. That could be a really good positive as well, but it starts freaking out your staff when you're saying that, because they're thinking, well, maybe they're gonna take out my job. And I liked when I heard that if we weren't going to take them out, we were going to put them in areas that they were more fitting for their positions. And if that's true, they probably would enjoy that a lot different than having a HR person run them like Cody's and Sage's positions, because that might be a different area than HR. So I got where you were going with some of this, Jordan, and it made sense, and Jerry. So I'm not saying I'm against any of it. I'm just saying let's make sure we look at both sides correctly, that we make sure people understand that at this time we are not taking out their jobs, that we're just trying to look at where we put those job descriptions on the reorganization, and then those policies. Those policies, you're right, Jerry, on overtime in those different areas that we need to look at to make sure they're consistent, how we do merits, how we do promotions, how we do that stuff. And then we find that, okay, we can't just make one blanket statement on that policy. It might be different, not because we're trying to make the sheriff's office be different, but how their policies work compared to ours with our different departments. That's what I learned when I was in compensation to a certain extent. Wasn't in there about 6 months, but when we started doing the policy, that's where I started getting confused on some of it and didn't understand it all.
Yeah, Chair.
Yep.
Her time in the comp committee is when, she put forward all those raises. So, Chair, I've got one comment related to, let's go back to what you just mentioned, Commissioner Adcock, and that is the let's just say Sage's position on recruiter, social media specialist, and Cody, HR, marketing manager. And both of those are highly skilled individuals that do a great job for the county. What I have noticed is the county has hired, and I'm just going to use these two as an example, that we have hired internal staff with a skill set. So if you read the job description, both of those individuals, without getting into the nitty gritty, obviously have the skill set to do the job. I'm quite impressed. This goes back to, we have an organizational chart, we have job duties, and we're saying that we've hired people on staff to do these things. And then when you go look at the invoices every month, and it's not just in these job descriptions, you can see we're paying people internally to do a job, and then we're outsourcing that outside, and we're paying tens of thousands of dollars annually to outsource this stuff. And I mean, that was one of my conversations with the sheriff as well about utilizing, and others that I've talked to about utilizing the assets and the staff that we already have on board, yet we're duplicating these services and we're going outside the organization and spending tens of thousands of dollars in the community with businesses to do the same work that we've hired people internally to do. And I think those are things that I look at as well. Let's utilize the credible staff we have.
I agree with everything everybody's saying, but how do we do this? I mean, George's sitting over there, I know what he's thinking. How do we do this? So that's, if we just have to take a bite out of the elephant, I'm good with that. But let's take a bite out of the elephant tonight, a little one or something that gives some direction on what we see. I think we've had conversations about, looking at HR in the sheriff's department, looking at HR in our departments, and fitting what's the best practices there, what makes the most sense, having conversations with our people in our HR department to see what their concerns and what they see as best practices, and what tools they need, what tools they don't have. But in the meantime, moving forward with Sandy in the position that she's in, and giving her a little reassurance that just keep the boat floating in the direction that it's floating, and because the payrolls, we've got separated, we're working out all those bugs, and we worked out all that as mentioned, but I don't want to leave Jordan hanging with all these great ideas, but there's nothing.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I agree that I think in the interim Sandra would be my choice to head HR until we get things figured out.
Okay.
We need somebody after the first year And we can make that choice tonight, and we've made the choice, and we've got a direction.
Well, here's the thing, Ron, is that the fact is, you look at the org chart, and it automatically drops down to her.
Yeah,
So
so-
in her absence, she's automatically taken over. I think that's how those things work. And throughout our structure, when we have positions for people and we have org charts, we take that damn serious, that second person better be prepared to take that job.
We've been looking at it all day, so.
Yeah. So that helps some of the process going forward, bring a little bit of continuity. But I think that how do we start the motion on the direction I agree, outsourcing things out of different departments that we can do here. You know, I know Cody's working on the big, beautiful website, which is getting ready to launch shortly, and so we're looking for some beta testers on that. So that, a side note saying if you want to be a beta tester on that by, you know, when he's ready to launch that thing.
Moving forward then, Ron, the main thing is what are you hiring as your HR director?
Right now, we don't have that position.
We're not
open.
today, but you said we needed to move forward on looking at that and what's his
What
direction.
do we see the structure being? What do we expect
How do
Jordan to put
How do you
forward
get to that
was?
structure? Because before you hire that new person, whether it's Sandy or Joe or Jeff, whatever, they need to have that direction. And if we're restructuring or we're saying, how do you do that? Jerry, have you done that before? Or Jordan, where we just put the sheriff and the HR director, we put them in a room and we all have a conversation?
I'm going to
or
make
what?
a suggestion, and whether Jerry wants to throw a rock at me or hit me with a club, he's been putting a lot of effort into this. I'm comfortable with him going forward, visiting with HR, visiting with the sheriff, if that's, I mean, you're not getting paid to do it. It takes a lot of time to do it, but because the problem is, if we get three of us together, we got a quorum, you're talking about decisions that could be made, and just,
I would say
how do you see this
I've
happening?
been having these conversations for a year with the sheriff, so I would say that Jordan and I, with the sheriff and the players, sit down and talk about a way forward that will work.
How about a timeline for that, Jerry? What would you see as a timeline?
Give us 30 days.
30 days. Is the rest of the commission okay with that?
I agree.
And
Like I
then
said, it's always should be a commissioner with your manager, because then you can take the notes, fill us in on the process instead of figure out when Jerry comes back that we just, okay, this is what we're doing. So during that process of those meetings, it'd be nice to know kind of what you guys are talking about and stuff. And then we know kind of where you're going. And then when we're hit with it, we kind of know some of the information instead of just be hit all at once.
Okay, so
So I
just
think
give us
it's-
little
I
bits
think
and
it's a
pieces,
good idea to have a
like some
commissioner.
crumbs that we can follow to the end of the road.
And that's kind of your role anyway as director, is to help direct us in a direction, whether it be Commissioner Weifenbach on one of his issues we talked about, or Commissioner Durr.
Yeah. And what I see, and maybe the commission can chime in on this, is one of the reasons the change in the commission office and getting all this Tyler stuff is to get a central hub that we can funnel stuff through, instead of having individual commissioners having conversations that how they feel about things. We can hub them through the commission office without, you know, it's directly saying, Jordan, you're going to be the HR guy. I don't know that would not probably be something I could get along with. But if that HR person came to you with, you know, said, hey, I need some more tools, can you go beat up the commissioners and get this for me, whatever the case may be. So if the rest of the commission is comfortable, I don't think we need to take a vote on it. We just tell Jerry to get something done once instead of just talking about stuff. And give him 30 days to accomplish that. Gary, you're looking like you have a question, so, okay. And then only thing I would suggest, Jerry, is that if you could have a conversation with HR right away and secure their any baloney that's been flying through there.
What's for lunch?
Oh, two of them back there. Walter's not here either, though, but, and we want to make sure that everybody, the one thing the commission wants to do is make the county a good place to work. And so you guys go home on Sunday nights, you don't think about, oh, I got to work Monday. Then the other thing is a good place for the citizens to come and have good feedback.
I think it's a good place to start, so people don't start freaking out about what we're doing in the organization. They can start seeing from this example that we can work together in order to make it so people, number one, aren't losing their jobs. Number two, we're making job descriptions in areas where they're more efficient and effective. That was our goal. That's what I think Jerry was trying to allude to, where people were kind of freaking out, and I just kept saying, just wait till the process is done before you all think.
And this way, everybody knows that Jerry's been directed by the commission
Right.
to look into these things. He's not making a final decision, but he's giving us
Right.
direction, and we can
But
we
it's-
can
but
put
it's-
the org chart up or the pie chart or whatever makes Ron happy.
Bottom line, it makes it efficient. So when you show an example of what we're kind of doing in the process in order to get where we're at, we're not, like, when you come in, when we go in your department or we're going in a department, we're not trying to go in there and y'all suck, we're gonna redo this. We're gonna do that to try to be more efficient and effective, and still people keeping their jobs, and their job description are gonna be more specific to the area in which they're working, whether it be sheriffs or our HR.
So there's no action required on this. If you guys are comfortable with that, we'll move to item 25. Update on proposed bill session activity, legislative bills, legislative session. Is that? I don't-
Gary's our liaison. What do you got?
All right, Gary.
Quite frankly, I've been working harder on trying to recover from back surgery.
Yeah, you told me that earlier, and I appreciate that. So we can move on, Gary, and we can.
I haven't looked at that, but I do have a suggestion or a recommendation.
Yeah, perfect.
So Governor Roden yesterday, in outlining his tax proposal, his property tax proposal, which does involve counties, is looking at going out into the state and explaining that to audiences. And I would suggest that we as a county commission, that we make the invite and make the arrangements to have him
100%.
come and do it.
100%, Gary. Did you want to make that invite or have Jordan make that invite, or you know him personally probably, don't you?
I'd make the invite, but we would need to make the arrangements then for a location as to where we can do it. And
Okay.
so,
Okay, because I think it would be good for the community, maybe. What do you think?
it would
Jeff?
be, I think it would be great.
I'd like the proposal so far. It's the only one I've heard that makes any sense, but.
Yeah. But he does, he needs to have the time to get out and explain it so that the taxpayers understand what he's really proposing.
Right.
So,
And I-
for areas like ours that have a substantial sales tax, I mean, it would work well. It's not gonna work for every county in South
Well, I
Dakota.
get that, but it's better than nothing right now, and
Yep.
having a tax credit's pointless when you gotta still make your budget.
Yep.
Doesn't change things. So, Gary, however you want to take care of that and handle
I
that,
will.
we'll back you 100%, and obviously Jordan's your tool there, and so, perfect. Okay, so we'll move
Sure.
on to item, okay, Ross.
Might just add that Helene is sponsoring Gary probably knows more about that, the Ellsworth excise tax. I seen her at the Black Hills Home Building, and they had a little get-together, and so I think that's one that she's definitely asking for support. And we could also reach out to South Dakota Association of County Commissioners and see what's coming down in the pipeline that they think might be beneficial for our
That
area.
excise tax is a big one. It basically, if you don't mind me explaining a little bit, the Ellsworth Air Force Base is going to do almost $1 billion worth of construction, and the state of South Dakota collects a 2.01% excise tax from that money, and basically everybody's lobbying for Box Elder to get some of that money. They got some huge infrastructure needs out there, and so getting on board with the legislators and say we'd really like to see. Their ask is like 10 or 20%. It's something that they're not.
It's only 8 million.
8 million, so that's like less than 10%. So if we can get behind that as a county, perfect. Okay, thanks, Ron. Let's talk about update reports. We're kind of doing that right now, so we'll go. Is there anything else you had, Gary, the steering committee or anything?
Yeah, I do. I've got one item that I would like to, so 2 weeks ago, I made mention that the SRS funding had been approved by Congress.
Okay.
Last minute deal,
Okay,
25.
perfect.
But what they did is they authorized the 25 payment and the 26 payments to be made. I didn't know what the amount was until Chris made mention of it today, and she made the announcement that Pennington County will get $363,000 for those SRS funds.
Perfect for those 2 years.
Yeah, so that's something that I don't think that we have budgeted for of incoming revenue.
I don't believe we've got it budgeted.
We didn't have
And so that again will be money that will be forthcoming. And I think those payments they're trying to make it so they can make the payments in February, but whether that will actually happen.
That's awesome. So-
And then NACO or WIR actually, and I got this from our meeting last Friday, they're working with Senator Crapo from Idaho, and he's trying to convince the president and the ag secretary into making the SRS funds a permanent fund instead of having to go through this battle every year. It's happened for 100 years, but it's a battle every year.
I get it. Is there any specific that we're supposed to spend that money on, or?
Well, the money is to pay for
Ag stuff?
public lands, for schools and roads in public lands areas.
Okay.
So I don't know if we have any schools in those areas. We may have, I don't know. But certainly we have roads in those areas.
We'll certainly have roads.
Yeah.
Don't tell anything to Joe, though, yeah. He'll spend it already. Jerry, Central States Fair.
So, yeah, my update is going to be, and I think maybe you sent a text, but I talked to Mike Fell with KOTA Radio. I do listen to that every morning when I'm driving to town. But anyway, they have a segment they call, City Focus, and I listen to that. And they have a lot of different leadership throughout the city come in and talk about things all the way from sanitation to finance and public works. They have the fire department's got their contact that goes on there at the police department. Their PIO goes on there. And so anyway, I initiated this a couple weeks ago, and Mike Fell got back to me, last week and talked to the news director, Steve Ammerman, and their station manager, whom I know, Jim Callis. And so anyway, beginning January 26th at 8:30, we'll have our weekly Monday county focus, and then it would be set up similar to what they do in advance. We send the questions for Steve Ammerman, their news director, to ask, and then each Monday from 8:30, and it could go 10 to 15 minutes, and then it's the county focus, and then we go in there and talk about different things, obviously, that are happening within the county. Have the various leadership go in there throughout the organization and talk about those. So I've got Jordan set up to be the point of contact to kind of spearhead this. And then we need to talk about coming up, which would be next Monday, the 26th, for our first, live broadcast. And it would be at the station out there, which is out on Jackson Boulevard and Riverfront Broadcasting. So anyway, I think that's a good thing that they've set aside a weekly deal for us to go in and talk. I joked with Mike Fell that the first one would be the treasurer's office talking about, how short the lines are in the treasurer's office, kind of haha. So anyway, but we'll get the first one set up for January 26th and then do the weekly, and then Jordan can coordinate with the different departments, both department heads, not always department heads. It could be somebody in that office. And a lot of it could be timed to certain things that we have going on, like now, property tax payments, different things that happen throughout the year that are tied to our calendar as a county, and focusing on some of those things, some of the treasurer's office stuff that they do, talking about abatements on taxes and, senior disabilities and some of those different things. Anyway, it could be a multitude of things throughout the year, but I think the county has a lot to offer to go in and educate the public and talk about what we're doing, so.
Perfect.
Nice.
Thank you. Commissioner Roskinek, sir.
Not much, but beginning January 1st, I think there's 18 Forest Service campgrounds in the Black Hills, and they're going to be under new management. Forest Rec did not put a bid in this year, so it's called Explore US, and I've asked to make contact with I can't get that information until after January the 26th from the Forest Service, the contact number, but that they're going to be brand new. They're out of Kansas, and they're going to come here, and they're going to run 18 campgrounds in the Black Hills. And rest assured that there's some kind of a incident in any one of the campgrounds, they're going to probably call the sheriff. I mean, that's just now the folks that have been there for 10 years, they've kind of got it figured out not to do that and when to call. But I just want to introduce myself as the county commissioner for the district where those 18 campgrounds are.
Maybe that would be a good thing to introduce Brian to.
Just let them know that maybe we'll sit down and visit, and if they have situations in those campgrounds, you know, how do you want to handle it? But a barking dog, you don't call the sheriff's department.
No. That's a good point, and so awesome. Commissioner Hadcock.
So I went to the emergency management with Dustin's group, very good group. They talked about the 250 year celebration and some of the stuff that might be going on or might move forward with the different organizations. They also, Dustin's talking about he's not getting as many grants, the grants aren't going through, and that he might need some help from the commission in the next year's budget for his extra person or half person. So had some really good conversation. I like that group just because there's so many diverse, the military and just many different entities in there about emergency management stuff, very interesting about the perspective of everybody and how they play that role on the 250th, whether it be the city, the county, the state, or the military. ESS, that's 911 Users Board. Kevin Carley does a wonderful job. It was a quick meeting, very organized. He always is with his budget. And I think I told you he cut his overtime stuff to like 27%. That was pretty good. That was at the last meeting, but this time they talked about, and you probably saw it in the newspaper, about the airplane they needed for the highway patrol. We talked some about that. That was probably the biggest discussion. For the Planning Commission, you saw the result today, and then that's how come I ended up going to one of the constituents with Jason to look at their property, just to move them forward a little faster with Jason, so they had the pictures and the building permits and stuff ready to go if this board was going to approve that at this time. Fire Service Board, they recognized a new chair and vice chair, and they kept them the same. So Dave Lindblom and Eric, forgot Eric's last name, their chair and vice chair. Marie's is doing an awesome job. As you can see, keeping Jerome organized, very good. Black Hills Home Builders legislative send-off. That was very interesting to learn some of the bills, some of the people that were interested. We were thanked also for the 5-day work week from some of the people there. They appreciated us. Talked to Aline, you're right, Ron, on some of the stuff that she's working on. The water bill, she's been very instrumental in from the beginning. It's been huge for South Dakota as a whole. Colleen works very hard. The Elevate luncheon with the TIFs, Toby was there. Just, you can't get enough information at Toby. He's just awesome at what he does on TIFs. You had Shannon Rittberger. Shannon, and I congratulate him afterwards. You want to understand TIFs, you want to understand how they affect the county. He represented us well. So I appreciated Shannon. They had a couple other people on there, but the two that I thought were very instrumental on how they work, for or against, whether you like them or not. They didn't make like a stance in one side, but just told you the information. Again, Toby sets it up great. Shannon showed us our part, and then the other two were just kind of areas that, you know, what their perspective were. So very good meetings, and I didn't go to Judge Jasinski's investiture or whatever, and I apologize that time. So other than that, I've been to a lot of the meetings.
Thank you. And I just want to thank you guys as a commission for, man, we've come a long ways in our ability and our thought process and how we're looking at things and how we can earnestly talk about things publicly. Our transparency is always getting better. I mean, I don't think anybody can ever complain about that. The one thing that I talked about a little bit earlier about the drainage, we're going to disband that. Tyler said he would get a meeting together to disband the drainage, and then the commission would take over the drainage.
So Ron, can I say something on that?
Yes.
Thank you,
yep.
Commissioner Weifenbach, because we have been waiting for that for a long time. The planning department talked to you, and you moved that forward the minute we were talking about that, and they visited, and then said, we called Weifenbach, and then the next minute I knew, about 2 days later, you moved that forward, called the mayor, got done what we needed to get done to move it forward. Appreciate it, it's been 2 years, and you already know infrastructure and drainage is huge for Pennington County, especially the outlining areas where Jerry's is a huge thing right now with lots of issues with drainage. Thank you for doing that.
And we don't worry about Jerry's area because he doesn't get any rain.
I don't know what for, but I'll take it.
He doesn't get any rain, but again, it's some of the, and I just want to talk about the inroads we've made with the city. It's been huge. I know TIFs are little in that. Our letter helped us leverage. They look at us differently now and saying, you know, we provide sales tax, the outside county provides sales tax, and then they roll sales tax back to the school districts and stuff. There's a lot of things there to consider, but the nice thing is they're constantly taking my phone call. If you guys have issues with the city or something we need to talk about, they're like, boom, today I got a call from the Public Works Director introducing himself, just trying to establish great relationships. I mean, the library set us back a little bit, and then they went, you know, we renegotiated, and they built $800,000 bathroom. I'm a little disappointed about how that all went about, but we looked past that, and really building a great relationship with them. Like I said, when he called me today, we're going to get together with Davis Purcell, and because we have some maintenance needs, I'll just let you guys know that we're going to have a conversation only about what it would look like if they have maintenance issue needs. We're trying to keep out of the downtown corridor, and that's where all their buildings, if you got to go, that's fine. And then, so we're trying to stay out of that area, so we're looking at other opportunities, and the city and the county are going to have, I'm not going to make any deals without you guys knowing it, but I just wanted to start the conversation, what it might look like if we were to jointly do something with them in a building, you know, to house our maintenance, and we have the buses we're paying $10,000 a month to store and those types of things. If it makes more sense to look at actually owning an asset and being a partner with them. And now that I have a better picture of what's going on in our building, there may be some more leverage there, but they're more than happy. It's just crazy to see how they will bend over to help us now. You know, we're looking at some GIS stuff with them that Jerry had started a conversation with them about that we're getting billed for, and how does that work for us? But the biggest key for you guys, if you have an issue in the city, get a hold of me. And they're so responsive, it's unbelievable. I could call Dan or send Dan a text, now the Public Works Director. It's a whole different world than what it was. So that being said, we can move on to consideration of the vouchers. So we may have a motion for the vouchers to pay these bills. So Jordan.
So move.
Well, as a reminder, there are going to be 3 separate motions here.
Okay, yep, because Hadcock needs to abstain on the first one. So the first motion would be, how do we want to put that, Jordan?
You want to move to approve a voucher for Rose Inn LLC in the amount of $800.
Okay, we want to move to approve a voucher for Rose Inn LLC.
So that'll be my motion.
Okay.
Abstain.
And Drew's second. And then, so all in favor say aye?
Aye.
Aye. Now we need to make a motion. I guess I got a check coming on here, so it must be one of my tenants. Must have applied at the, so I'll abstain, so.
That's how that happens. When we get those vouchers, they aren't from our organization in general. They go and ask, the patrons go and ask, and they do have to pay that money back, or they are levied, or not levied.
So I'm going to abstain from this.
I'll go ahead
motion.
and make the motion to move to approve the voucher for Ron Weifenbach in the amount of $317.
Second.
With Weifenbach abstaining.
So you go ahead,
And I abstained on the first one on the LLC.
go ahead and approve it or whatever.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, I'll come back into
To
the picture
approve the
here.
remaining vouchers in the amount of $4,414,410.26.
Second by Drew, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Executive session,
Move to go into executive session.
Are we?
and
There's an update from legal, so.
this is an update
Excuse me.
from legal. So we have a motion from Ross Connect, second from Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Let's go into executive session.
125-2-3, right?
Under one, yep. 125-2.
I don't know.
Okay, move to come out of executive session.
Motion to come out of executive session, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're in executive session, and do we have to make a motion to adjourn? We've never really discussed that.
Ron, use your microphone, Joan said.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Joan. We are all in favor to come out of executive session? Aye.
Aye.
So, motion carries. So do we need a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion to second to adjourn. Thank you, guys. Everybody go home.